Hello everyone, welcome to Java for Testers tutorial series video course. Before I start explaining about Java and all the other things, in this video session, I'm going to explain about this tutorial and how this tutorial is going to be different and how this tutorial is going to help you in learning the Java from scratch. Okay, let's get started. So this tutorial is for absolute beginners. It's for absolute beginners. So that means you don't have to have any knowledge on Java before starting from here. Okay. So for learning Java from this tutorial, you don't need any knowledge of Java, guys. You can start freshly or you can start from scratch, guys. You don't need any prerequisites or any knowledge required for learning Java from this tutorial. And also, if you already know some Java, okay, there may be a set of people who may not be the complete beginners, but they know a bit of Java, okay. If you know a bit of Java, or if you are already good at Java, whatever it be, you can use this particular, okay, you can use this particular Java for Testers video course as a reference case, okay. I'm going to cover a lot of the things about Java in this tutorial, so you can use for refreshing the Java or for your reference stuff, whatever it may be, you can use this tutorial for guys. Okay. And guys, this tutorial, as I mentioned here, is for testers. But if in case you are not a tester and you still want to learn Java from basics, you can still use this tutorial, guys. Okay. It's not only for testers, though it will help the testers in very good way, but it's not only specific to testers, guys. Anyone who want to get started with Java can also use this Java for Testers video course. Now, the next thing is installations. In this tutorial, I'm going to explain all the installations. Okay, I'm going to practically show you how to install. Okay, instead of saying you to install something, okay, instead of skipping the installation part while explaining, what I'm going to do different in this video course is that I'm going to show you practically how to download the required exe files for installation, and then how to install those exe files, which options you have to select while installing those installation files, and after installation, what is the type of configurations that you have to do, okay, how to configure those installations. Everything I'm going to explain, guys, in a practical way and in a step-by-step manner. Okay, so along with these installations and other things that I'm going to explain in a practical way, guys, in this video session. The next thing is coming to Java. Java is better understood and learned when you do it in a practical way. Okay, if you practice Java programs, then your understanding or learning of Java will become more better, right? For that reason, I will be using Eclipse IDE. Okay, Eclipse IDE is one of the editors, guys, which you can use for practicing Java. In this video sessions, I will be using Eclipse IDE and will demonstrate good number of Java examples or programs, okay, for your learning and understanding purpose. So this course is not just about Java, guys. This is a combination of Java and Eclipse IDE. I will be using Eclipse IDE features for demonstrating the Java programs. Eclipse IDE will act like a editor, and you can actually write your Java programs in this Eclipse IDE and then execute them to see the results. So in this video session, I am going to explain or practically demonstrate the Java programs by writing them in this Eclipse IDE editor. Fine. And you don't need to have any knowledge on Eclipse IDE, guys. You don't need any prior knowledge of Eclipse IDE for going through this session. All the things that are required for understanding the Eclipse IDE, apart from understanding Java, whatever the things that are required for you for understanding the Eclipse IDE will also be covered in the same video session itself, series itself. Okay. Now the next thing is I'll be giving more and more examples, guys, for practicing and understanding Java. I'll be taking a simple and good good kind of examples which will help you in understanding Java in a better way. Okay, rather than I confuse you with providing some complex programs in the beginning itself, what I will be going to do different is like I will be taking some simple, easy to understand programs initially to help you in practicing and understanding Java. Once you are good with this simple and good to understand Java programs, then I may go for the complex programs in the later video sessions. Okay, so you can easily understand this Java programs from the beginning of the sessions, guys. Okay, I'll be taking more and more practical examples for your understanding and learning of Java. And if you are a tester, okay, if you are a tester and you want to learn Selenium or Appium test automation tools, okay, without Java you cannot learn them, guys. Java is very much required for using Selenium and Appium test automation tools. There are other automation tools also in the list which actually use Java programming language, okay, for automation. So you need to learn one of the programming languages, guys. There are many programming languages in the market like Java, Python, Ruby, C Sharp, JavaScript, like that. Okay, you can use any of the programming languages for automating the applications using tools like Selenium, Appium, etc. So here Java is being used in the market very well. That means more people in the market are into Java, guys. Many people are using Java for automating purpose in Selenium and Appium. So by completing this video course, you will not only learn Java, but also you will be using this Java learnings for automating the applications using Selenium and Appium, because Selenium and Appium require Java programming knowledge. Okay. So after completing this video session, you will be able to learn these tools also. That's how this video session is going to help. So Java that is required for automation tools like Selenium and Appium will also be explained in detail in this video course, guys. Okay. Apart from the normal Java that I will be explaining, whatever the Java that is required for for learning the automation tools like Selenium and Appium will also be explained. And this tutorial is more organized, guys. It's going to be more practical and it's kind of solution oriented at the same time. Okay. So in order to make your learning easy, okay, and understandable, this tutorial will be more organized, guys. Okay, whatever that need to be learned first will be learned first, whatever that need to be learned second will be learned second. Okay, that how organized this tutorial is going to be. Okay, and second thing is it's very practical, guys. Okay, so instead of explaining all theoretical concepts only, that will not work in case of Java, guys. Okay, if you have to learn and understand Java, you have to practice it. Okay, you have to practice it. It has to be practical, guys, with more examples and practical demonstrations. I'll be taking up this video series, okay, in detail, in a practical way. And other thing is solution oriented, guys. What does this mean? Okay, so if I am going to explain some topic in Java, if I have to explain some topic in Java, then I'll make it a practical way. That is, I'll be taking some examples and I'll make sure that you will get the solution. Okay, just explaining in a practical way doesn't work, guys. Okay, sometimes some concepts will be there in Java. Okay, so a lot of things in the market, they explain in a theoretical way only and they will skip the practical stuff without providing any solutions. But here I am going to make it a difference, guys, where not only organized but also practical. At same time, you also see the solutions during the video course. I'll practically demonstrate this Java programs and I will show you the solutions, results also at same time. Okay, result oriented or solution oriented, it will be there. And interview questions. So whatever it may be, you are attending some Java related jobs. It may be like Selenium and Appium test automation tool jobs also. Okay, they in the interviews they will be asking you a good number of Java interview questions. Apart from asking questions on Selenium and Appium, they will also ask you. They will also test you on Java, guys. Okay, test your programming skills on Java. It may be some testers role or it may be some developers role. Okay, they will be asking a good number of questions on Java, guys. So in this video session, I am going to cover good number of video sessions on interview questions for Java. Okay, so you can practice those interview questions either during the video course, okay, or at the end. I will be providing these interview questions, guys. And most of these interview questions you will be able to answer by going through my videos. Okay, normal videos. If you go through that, you will be able to answer most of these interview questions. Apart from that, I am going to provide more interview questions just to build your interview confidence skills. Okay. Now, this video course is not going to be only basics, guys. Okay, even though absolute beginners can start these video sessions, okay, over a period of time, it will start from basics to advanced level, guys. It will take you from the basics to advanced levels. Not only the basics concepts will be explained in the beginning of this video course, but while the time you reach the end of this video course, you will also learn good number of advanced level Java concepts. Okay, so it's not just for the beginners, guys. It also for the, even though it's beginners friendly, it will also help the advanced users, okay, in understanding all the Java concepts. That's why I said absolute beginners, and you can also, the existing people who already know some bit of Java or who are good at Java can also use it as for reference, guys, because it not only covers the basics, guys, but also the advanced level topics are also covered in this video course in a organized, practical, and solution oriented way. And the last and final thing, guys, don't just watch these videos, guys. Okay, don't just watch the videos that I am providing as part of this Java for Testers video series course. Okay, also practice them simultaneously along with me. Okay, along with me, practice all the examples that I am explaining in this video series, guys. That will build your confidence, guys. Okay, if you just watch the videos, that's not going to help you, guys. In the coming video series of this Java for Testers tutorial video series, watch all the videos and don't just watch, but also practice them simultaneously along with me. Okay, just pause the video, practice it, and then move forward. When once you get the results, just move forward. Okay, that is what I suggest you guys. So guys, this is like introductory session for this Java for Testers video course tutorial series. In the next video, I will start explaining about Java and other related stuff. Okay, let's get started from the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 2 of Java for Testers tutorial series. That is, what is Java? So what is Java? Java in simple terms is nothing but a programming language. Java in simple terms is nothing but a programming language. One of the programming languages, guys. There are many programming languages in the market, and Java is one of them. So few examples for this programming languages are, one of the programming language is Java, and other programming languages are like C#. Other programming language is like Python. Like that, many programming languages are there in the market, and Java is one of the programming language available in the market. So how Java code will look like? How this programming language that is Java looks like? So I can show you here Java programming example. Okay, just search for this, you'll get this code. So Java simply looks like this, guys. Okay, this is nothing but Java programming. Okay, a lot of programs you can see here. These are nothing but the Java programs written in the Java code at a high level, guys. Fine. So what is Java then? Java in simple terms is nothing but a programming language which actually looks like this code. Okay, Java language, Java programming looks like this code. Okay, this is some code of Java. This is also Java, guys. Okay, Java looks like some code which is nothing but a programming language. So what is the purpose of using Java? What is the purpose of using Java? Java can be used by, this programming language that is Java can be used by two types of people. One is developers. Okay, developers can use this Java programming language for one purpose, while testers, okay, while testers can also use this Java programming language for one purpose. So why this developers use this Java programming language, and why testers are going to use this Java programming language? Coming to the developers, developers use this Java programming language for building or developing the applications. Okay, for building or developing the applications, developers generally use this Java programming language. Coming to the testers, why the testers will use this Java programming language? They use it to test the application. Okay, test the application by writing test automation code. Okay, by writing this test automation code using this Java programming language, testers can test the applications. The purpose is to test the applications by writing the test automation code using Java programming language. That is, testers will do. Coming to the developers, they create or build or develop the new applications, develop the applications using this Java programming languages, while the testers will use this Java programming languages to test the application by writing this test automation code. Okay, so this is the purpose of Java, guys. It can be used by developers for developing the applications, whereas for testers for testing the applications by writing some automation code. And further more details about Java are here, guys. That is, Java can be categorized into two types. That is core Java, and we can categorize Java into two types. One is core Java, another one is advanced Java. Core Java is one category of Java, whereas another type of part of Java is like advanced Java. Okay, you can break this Java into two parts, that is core Java and advanced Java. So we have to start in order to learn Java, we have to start learning with core Java, guys, and then we have to move to the advanced Java. Okay, but if you are a developer, you have to learn both core Java and advanced Java. Okay, developers have to build the applications, guys. For that, they have to learn the complete Java. Developers have to learn the complete Java, that is core Java plus advanced Java they have to learn. But coming to the testers, for automating the tests, okay, they have to use the Java programming language. So do testers have to learn this both core Java and advanced Java? No, guys. Testers, that to automation. For automation purpose, they have to learn only core Java. They don't have to learn advanced Java, guys. While developers have to learn core Java and advanced Java for building or developing or creating the applications, testers for creating the automation tests for automating the applications or testing the applications have to only learn the testers only have to learn the core Java, guys, whereas developers have to learn both core Java and advanced Java. So what next? So what exactly is Java then? Okay, it is a simple programming language which can be used by developers and testers. Developers for developing the applications and testers for testing the applications by writing the automation code. While developers have to learn both core Java and advanced Java, testers only have to learn the core Java for writing the automation code for testing the applications. And Java is an object-oriented programming language. Java is an object-oriented. Java is an object-oriented programming language. So I'm not going to explain this what actually is meant by object-oriented programming language here, guys. In the current video session, I'm not going to cover what is object-oriented programming language. I am planning to cover this object-oriented programming language details in the upcoming videos. Okay. So for now, just remember that Java is a programming language, and that too, it is a object-oriented programming language. Okay. So the details about this object-oriented programming will be explained in the upcoming videos based on the situation. Okay. For now, you don't have to understand what is object-oriented programming. I will be explaining that in the upcoming videos or future videos. For now, just know that Java is nothing but a programming language. That too, it is an object-oriented programming language. Fine. Next, Java is a platform-independent programming language. Okay. Java is a platform-independent programming language. So what does this platform-independent programming language means? Okay. Here I am saying that Java is object-oriented programming language, and now I am saying that Java is a platform-independent programming language. For example, there are three machines. Okay. in one of the machine, Windows operating system is there. In another machine, some Mac OS operating system is there. In another operating system, some one of the flavors of Linux operating system is there. Okay. Now, let's say using this Java. Okay, using this Java, you have created some programming, or you have written some programs or code in this Java programming language in this Windows operating system. Now, tomorrow, you want to execute this code. Okay, you want to execute this code written in Java in another operating system like Mac OS or Linux. Okay, do you have to write it again? No. Okay, you can simply use the same program code, okay, in this Mac OS and Linux and run it. Okay, because no, wherever you write this Java, guys, you can simply run it in other operating system. There is a way. Okay, using Java, if you have written this programming code in Java, if you have written this programming code in Windows, you can execute this programming code in Mac OS and Linux also. You don't have to write separately for Mac, not and separately for Linux is not required, guys. Okay, once you write this Java program in one of the operating system, you can run the same code in another operating system also. That's why Java is platform independent programming language. Okay, it works on the code written in one of the operating system works in other operating systems also. Okay, without much changes. So that's why we call Java as platform independent programming language, and Java is also object oriented programming language. So I'm not going to explain what is object oriented programming language and how the Java has become this platform independent programming language now. I'm going to cover these things in the upcoming videos, guys, future videos, guys. For now, I'm only saying that Java is object oriented programming language and Java is a platform independent programming language. In the future videos, I'll explain in detail how Java becomes this object oriented programming language and how Java is a platform independent programming language in detail in the upcoming videos. Okay, fine. So these are the basic details of what exactly is Java, guys. There is nothing more we can explore to find out what exactly is Java. Java in simple terms is a programming language. On the top of that, okay, it can be used by developers for developing the applications, for testers for testing the applications by writing the automation code. And it's an object-oriented programming language, and it is a platform-independent programming language. It can be categorized as core Java and advanced Java. So these are the things, guys, for this session. So that's it. In the next video session, I'm going to explain how to install Java in your machine. Okay, how to install. I'm going to practically show you how to install Java in your machine. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 3 of Java for Testers tutorial series. That is downloading, installing, and configuring Java. So I'm going to explain how to download Java, how to install Java, and how to configure Java in a practical and step-by-step way. So let's get started, guys. The first step that I'm going to explain is how to download Java. So open any browser, guys, like say Chrome, and Google search for Java 8 download. Okay, there are several versions of Java available, but I would like to get started with Java 8 version. So simply say Java 8 download and search, Google search. And when you do that, you will get this hyperlinks, guys, in the search results. And just check the first hyperlink here from oracle.com, www.oracle.com, Java SC downloads, JDK8 downloads, and some number. Okay, Java SC development kit 8 downloads from Oracle. Just select this link, guys. So it will take you to the oracle.com website and to the required page where you can download the Java SC development kit 8. Okay, scroll down a bit and you have to select this, accept this license agreement, guys. Without accepting, if you try to download anything from here, it will ask you to accept the license agreement before downloading. So simply accept the license agreement first. Once you have accepted the license agreement for this from this Oracle Technology Network license, okay, now you can download. Now you can download Java. Since my machine is a Windows machine, this is a Windows operating system, guys. So out of all these versions available from here to download, Okay, I have to choose only these two possible versions, that is Windows x86 or Windows x64. There are two versions to be downloaded into the Windows operating system. Since my machine is Windows, I can either download this one or this one. x86 means 32-bit version, guys. x64 means 64-bit version. So, do you want to download the 32-bit version of Java, or do you want to download the 64-bit version of the Java? Okay, is a question. So it depends, guys. If you have 64-bit operating system, okay, let me check my operating system version here first. So let me open any folder from here, and this PC option is coming here. Sometimes it will like my computer and all those in different machines. Right click on that and select properties option, and you will be taken to this control panel, system and security and system window, where you can see this is a 64-bit operating system, guys. Okay, whatever my operating system I have in my machine is a system type is 64-bit operating system. So if my operating system is 64-bit operating system, okay, I can either use 32-bit Java, or I can use 64-bit Java. Anything I can use, guys. Okay, either 32-bit Java or 64-bit Java I can use. Okay, if my operating system version is 64-bit, I can use both of these versions, 32-bit and 64-bit. Anything I can use. And here from this download page, you can see Windows x86 means, okay, here x86 means which version? 32-bit version of Java. And other thing is like x64 is there. x64 means 64-bit version of Java. So I can either download the 32-bit version of Java into my operating system, or I can install 64-bit version of Java, anything I choose. So I prefer to choose 64-bit Java, guys, because my operating system is 64-bit. Even though I have the possibility of choosing between these two versions, that is 32-bit and 64-bit, I'll prefer to use the latest one, that is 64-bit. Okay. So now another thing is like very less operating systems, maybe 32-bit operating systems, guys. Okay. So nowadays everyone is having the 64-bit operating system. Nowadays everyone is having the 64-bit operating systems in their machines. So you have to go with like 32-bit or 64, anything will work. So I prefer to choose 64-bit. I also recommend you to use a 64-bit in your machine. Now coming to the few machines, very rare, guys. Very rarely you will find some operating system versions that are 32-bit. Okay, it's very rare nowadays. Nowadays everything is 64-bit. So if you really have this 32-bit operating system, then there is no way of installing the 64-bit Java, guys. Only possibility is to go with this 32-bit version of Java. 32-bit version of Java, that is x86. Okay, x86 version of Java only you have to install. Okay, in your machine. So here, guys, since my operating system version is 64-bit operating system, I can choose between this 32-bit and 64-bit. So I prefer to choose 64-bit. So for that, in this oracle.com page, where I have given these two options, Windows x86 and Windows x64, I am preferring to download which version, guys? 64-bit version of Java. Just download this. When you try to download, it will display this Oracle account, okay, Oracle page like this. So guys, in the previous days, when you used to download Java, okay, when you used to download Java, there was no sign in required, guys. But nowadays, if you have to download any Java, okay, from this oracle.com website, then they are asking you to sign in. There is no other option, guys. You have to sign in. Then only the Java software will be downloaded. The previous versions, in the previous days, this thing was not there. But this has been like changed by Oracle.com. They are now asking to sign in to download the required software from their website. So if you are new to this website, you have to create an account, guys. Okay, just select. If you don't have this login credentials for logging into this Oracle account, then you have to create an account from this option. Okay, you have to select this create account and then create an account and then sign in. Fine. Since I already have this Oracle account sign in details, login details, I am just directly providing my credentials. On providing this credentials, the Java software will download, guys. Okay. Just providing my credentials and then clicking on the sign in button, so that the required Java software will be downloaded. Whatever the option that I selected, that is 64-bit version of Java, okay, which I downloaded, is getting downloaded here, guys. Let's wait for this Java software to get downloaded completely. Okay, the Java software has been completely downloaded now, as you can see here. Now select this option and say show in folder. As you can see, an exe application file for installing the Java has been downloaded here. This is 64-bit of JDK of Java file, guys, which you can install in Windows machine. This is an exe file. So guys, we are done with the first step of downloading the Java into our machine. That is now I'm going to explain installation of the Java. Once you have downloaded this Java exe file here, then you need to double click on this exe file. Once you double click on this exe file that got downloaded just now, the installation, you'll get a prompt, guys. Okay, you'll get a prompt. So it's asking whether to allow this app or not. Okay, and it's asking to select yes and no. So I'll choose to select yes because I want to allow this Java to be installed in my machine. So I'm just selecting yes on the display pop-up. Once I select yes, guys, you will see the installation wizard of Java will get displayed soon. Okay. You see Java installation wizard got displayed here. Java AC development kit 8 setup wizard. This is installation wizard for installing Java. Simply blindly click next, guys. Don't have to select anything. Now again select next without selecting any other things. So it will do some process, guys. Before installation, it will set a few things like extracting installer, copying files, and all those stuff. Let it do. Let's wait for this status to complete, guys. So something is getting loaded now. You see, once the status got completed, it has displayed another wizard here. So it's asking to choose any other, like if you want to change the destination folder, wherever you want to install Java. So by default, Java is getting installed in this C drive program files, and they will be creating a Java folder. Under the program files, a Java folder will be created. Under that, the Java is getting installed with this thing. Okay. So if you're not okay with this default path that Java is suggesting, you can change it from here. Okay. But I prefer to go with the whatever that is default, guys. So simply I will select next. Now the Java has started installing in my machine. You see, the installation has started for Java. Let it install, guys. So while this Java is getting installed, let's open a command prompt, guys, and say Java hyphen version. Okay, as you can see, before this Java is installed, when you say Java hyphen version, you are not getting any version here. Java version is not coming here. That means before Java is installed, there is no Java in my machine. Now after this Java is completely installed, if we check the same thing, we'll get some Java version, guys. Okay, let's wait for this Java to completely install. Then we'll open the command prompt to see whether it is real installed or not. If it displays any version in the command prompt, then Java is installed. Okay. So as you can see now, it says that Java AC Development Kit 8 is successfully installed. Okay, of 64-bit version is successfully installed. So we are done, guys. It's complete. Now let's click on the close button. Now let's repeat the step like open the command prompt again, and let's type the same command, that is Java hyphen version command, and press enter. You see now you got the version number, guys. That means Java is now successfully installed in our machine. Java version of 1.8. That means Java 8 is currently installed in our machine, which is of 64-bit version. Okay, fine. So now we are done with the two steps, guys. That is downloading Java and installing Java. Okay, downloading Java and installing Java. Let's execute some sample Java program, guys. Okay, after downloading and installing Java, let's execute some sample program, Java program. For that, let me open my Eclipse IDE, not Eclipse IDE, guys. Let me open this Notepad++ software. Okay, so this is Notepad++ software, guys. If you don't have this software in your machine, simply go to this simply go to google.com and search for notepad plus plus. This will act like a basic editor, guys. You don't need, but I'm just using for simple demonstration for now. Okay. So notepad plus plus, and you can download this notepad plus plus from here. Okay, this website. You can download this notepad plus plus software. Whatever is the latest, you can simply download it from this website and install it. Once you install it, you'll get this kind of icon, guys. Simply open that in the new tab or something, new document. Just create a new document and then write some Java code, guys. Like public static, sorry, public class. Give some class name like demo class. Inside this demo class, create a main method, public static void main string of args. Okay, again write like this. Just save this as Java file, guys. Save as. Give some name like the name should match with this demo, guys. Here class name is demo, so you have to give demo only. Okay, you should not give any other things. And select this as all types, and then give the extension as .java here. And let's create a folder in my on my desktop. Okay, let's create a folder and say some Java demo files. Okay, and inside this I'm saving this this particular file like demo.java and with all types. Save it. Now write the statements system.out.println. Okay, you don't have to worry about this code, guys. This is sample code I'm writing. Okay, which will print whatever the text I provide here. For example, if I provide here qfox.com. Okay, Arun Motori, my name. Okay, and I will say software testing tutorials. You can write anything, guys, inside this print statement. Println command, just write anything here. Tutorials and press semicolon. Okay. So this is the thing, guys. This is a very sample basic code in Java. Anyhow, I'm going to explain this Java code in the upcoming videos, guys. You don't have to worry if you don't understand this code. So I'm just writing it for demo purpose here. So I have created some sample Java program. Okay. So public class demo, public static void main and string of args, and then I given the print statement. Whatever that is there inside this print statement will be printed into the output. At a high level, this is the code, guys. Don't worry if you don't understand. I'm going to explain each and every term that is I have written here in the upcoming videos, guys. Okay, let's wait for that period. For now, for sample purpose, I'm just creating this Java code. Now save it. Let me save it. Save. It got saved, guys. And let me close and let's go to okay desktop where I saved this file. This is the file, guys, which I got saved, which I saved. Okay. So this is a Java file, guys. This is a Java file. Open it and it has the code. Whatever code I have written in the Java program, that is there. Okay. Now how to execute this code? Okay. How to execute this Java program? For this, guys. Okay. For this, you need to copy this. Okay. You need to copy this file and go to your this PC, C drive, and program files. Okay. This is a place where Java got installed in our machine. While installing the Java, there came a wizard where it said like you want to change the directory or not. By default, it was suggested something, right? So this is the place, guys. So C drive, program files, Java folder. It created a Java folder. Under that, we have this JDK folder. Open that. Under that, we have a bin folder. Just go to this path, guys. From here, open this command prompt. Okay. Open this command prompt and say Java. And before entering anything, just paste the okay, just paste this file. So what I mean to say here is in the Java demo files, you created a demo.java file, right? I just copied this and pasted into this bin folder first. Okay. Before executing this command from the bin folder, you see the current directory is bin. Okay. Let's close this for now. So I pasted this demo.java file here. So open this and you have this sample code you have written. And from this folder itself, you have to select and say command. Okay. CMD and type enter. Okay. Now this command prompt will open this location like C, program files, Java, JDK and bin. Okay, this directory should be there. Now type the command Java and you want to execute this program, that is demo.java. Java you want to execute, and press enter, guys. Okay, it's saying something Java demo.java. It's not finding. It's saying. Let's wait. So what's going wrong here, guys? Okay, we got some error here. Okay, this is not the way, guys. This is not the way to execute Java from here directly. Okay, we can go to the bin folder, but we cannot execute like this. Okay, let's keep this bin folder as it is. Okay, let's keep this bin folder as it is. What we have to do is there are like separate steps you have to follow. That is, you have to type the cmd command here, and you will get this command prompt option. Then right click here and run it as administrator, guys. Okay, instead of running the command prompt in normal mode, you have to run it in the as an administrator, and it will ask you whether you want to allow this command prompt to be opened in administrator mode. Simply say yes. Now the command prompt has been opened in the administrator mode. Now, if you go to this bin folder, okay, copy this bin folder till here, and then say cd. Okay, then simply say cd and right click. Okay, this is a bin folder. Now we have navigated to the bin folder here, and this command prompt is now opened in not normal mode, guys. It's in administrator mode. Okay, this is the things you have to do. Now, guys, so before executing any Java files directly, like saying Java and giving demo and executing it, this is not possible, guys. So in Java, we have to first compile it. Okay, why to compile and all those things I will explain later. Okay, you don't have to worry about compiling now, guys. That will be explained in the future videos. But in order to execute something in Java, we have to first compile this Java file. Then we have to execute. Okay, then we have to execute. So guys, let's compile this. Okay, let's compile this.
Sorry, I am not sure.
So when I compile this Java file, guys, okay, this will create a class file. .class file will be created. As you can see, there is only demo.java file available here. So when I compile this, when I compile here, okay, from this bin folder, when I compile here, then a class file will be created. For now, demo.java file is there. Now demo.class file will be created. So what is the command, guys? You have to provide a command like java c, okay, java c, and then you have to give this demo, okay, demo, the extension like Java. Then say press enter, guys. Now the Java has compiled this demo.java file, and as you can see, and on the top of this demo.java file, a demo.class file has been created here, right? Now once this .class file has been created for this demo.java file, then you have to say Java and say just give the name, guys, name of this file, that is demo. Okay, you don't have to give much. Java demo, and press enter. You see, the program got executed, and the text inside the print statement got printed here. qfox.com, Arun Moturi, software testing tutorials. Okay, when you open this is the text we have given inside this print statement, right? That got printed into the output, okay, in the command prompt. So what if, okay, so what if I don't execute this Java program from bin folder, okay? What if in order to execute this demo.java file, I have to come to this programs folder, guys. Okay, C program files, Java, JDK, bin folder. From here, from this location, after going to this location, you can compile and execute. But what if I compile and execute from a different place? Okay, let's close this one. Okay, let's close this one. And let's close this bin folder also. Now, let's go to this Java demo files folder. Okay, this is a Java demo files folder where we have the other copy of this same Java code. Okay, which will print qfox.com and this text. So I want to execute this program from this place. Okay, let's see. I'll type command prompt. I'll repeat the same thing, guys. And command prompt, right click and say run as administrator. And it asks me whether to allow or not. I will say yes. Now the command prompt has been opened in administrator mode. Let's navigate to this folder path, Java demo files, where this demo.java file is available. Okay, and copy this path to where you have to navigate in this command prompt. CD means change directory, guys, change directory, and then right click here so that this whatever the path that you copied here will be pasted here, and press enter. You see, now the current location of this command prompt is C users Arunium desktop Java demo files, this place, guys. Okay, under that we have this demo.java file. Okay, now let's try to compile this demo.java file and try to execute that from here. Let's see what will happen. Java C, same steps, guys. Whatever I followed from the bin folder, I'm trying to follow from here. Okay. You see, it's saying that Java C is not recognized an internal or external command. That means Java is not working here, guys. Okay, Java is not working from a different place. If you want to execute any Java programs, you have to create this Java program and put that file into this C program files, and then this Java bin folder, JDK and bin folder, and you have to put this Java file here, and you have to compile here and then run it. Okay, apart from this place, okay, apart from this location, if you have this Java files at any other different location in your machine, like this place or some D drive or any other drives or any other location other than that bin folder path, then you will not be able to execute, guys. Okay, you are not able to execute, guys. The simple Java C command is failing here. Okay, there is a reason why that is being happening here. Okay, how to make this work? How to execute this Java programs from a different folder location other than this bin folder? Further, guys, the answer is you have to configure Java. Okay, that is the third step, guys. Without configuring Java, you cannot compile or execute Java programs from a different folder location. Okay, here the folder location is Java demo files. If it is bin folder, it is working, guys. Okay, if you are executing the Java program files from this C program files, Java, JDK, bin folder, it's working fine. From here, it's working fine, guys. But from a different folder location like this, okay, from a different folder location like Java demo files on your desktop or some other place in your machine, if you want it, you are trying to execute this Java program, it's not working. Okay, it's giving some error like Java size is not recognized. That is, Java is not recognized from this path, guys. Okay, Java is not recognized at this path. Not to make the Java recognized throughout your complete machine. Okay, wherever the folder location you are there, and wherever you want to make your Java recognize your Java programs, for that you have to configure this Java, guys. Then the problem will be resolved. How to configure Java then? Okay, so go to this JDK folder, guys. Okay, in your C program files Java, just go to this path, JDK path. Okay, let me come from beginning. C or Java got installed into this program files, because 64-bit versions of Java will be installed in this for normal program files, guys. If you have installed 32-bit version of Java, that will be installed this in this program files x86 folder. Okay, there are two program files folder, as you can see here. If you have installed 32-bit version of Java, it would have been installed in this program files. Since we have installed 64-bit version of Java, it will be installed in this program files. So let's go into the normal program files and then go to this Java folder, and let's go inside this JDK folder. Okay, let's keep this. Okay, let's copy this also. Okay, you can copy this also. Now in this PC, right click here and select. I'm now configuring the Java, guys. I'm now configuring. These are the steps for configuring the Java. Okay, from here I'm saying this PC, right click properties. This will open this control panel, system and security and system window. And as you can see on the left side, you have seen like you can see that advanced system settings option is there. Just click on that. It will open the system properties. Now select the environment variables, and under this system variables, select this new button and type the variable name as Java underscore home, and whatever the path you just now copied, okay, this JDK folder path, okay, whatever you copied, just paste into this variable value, guys. Okay, variable name is Java underscore home in capital letters with an underscore with separation, and the path is this path. Okay, JDK folder path, and say okay. This is the first step that you have to do as part of this configuring Java, guys. Okay, the next step that you need to do is you have to go inside the, after this JDK folder path copied, then there is a bin folder inside this JDK folder, guys. Just go inside this bin folder. Now copy this path. Okay, copy this path till bin folder, guys. Then after JDK bin folder, till bin folder, just copy this path, and in the same environment variables, okay, where you have added this Java underscore home, just search for an existing path variable. Okay, this path will be there by default, guys. You don't have to add it manually. Just select this path. Okay, just type P here, it will find it the path. Okay, if you have many variables here, you can simply type P, it will find the path. Okay, simply find this path and say edit option, guys. Just click on the edit option. Okay, in the if you are using the Windows 10 machine, you will get this kind of interface, guys. Okay, you will get this kind of interface. Otherwise you have a different, you will get a different interface, guys. Okay, so if you are not using Windows 10, you will get a different interface. If you are using Windows 10, you will get, assuming that you are using Windows 10, okay, you are using Windows 10, what you have to do here is, you have to select, you have to press new button here, okay, you have to press new button here and paste the path. That is C program files, Java, JDK 1.8.0, okay, whatever the folder path that you just now copied, okay, this path, just paste into this, add a new environment variable here and then paste it and say okay, okay, say okay. And guys, this is the process in Windows 10, guys. If you are using Windows 10, this kind of interface will come, as I said, okay. When you say edit here, you'll get this kind of thing. But guys, if you are not using Windows 10 and if you have an older version of Windows operating system, in that case, you have to select this edit text, guys, okay. You'll get this kind of thing. When you say edit, you'll get this kind of thing, okay. Older type of thing you'll get, and you simply need to, suppose, okay, you have to be very careful here, guys. Suppose the default path is there like this. Simply you need to put a semicolon here. Okay. In case of the older versions, guys, you'll get this kind of interface. Okay. Let me explain it again. So in Windows 10, if you press edit, you will get this kind of window. But if you are clicking this edit in some other older version of the Windows operating system, then instead of this kind of interface, you will get this kind of interface. Okay. Then what you have to do is, you have to go till the end, okay. You have to go till the end. Whatever the path is there, don't disturb the path, guys. It's very sensitive, so don't disturb any path. Just go till the end. Be careful here and put a semicolon, and then paste this bin folder path. Copy and paste this bin folder path till here and put a, and say okay. Okay, this is in the older versions of the Windows operating system. In the new versions, you don't have to do that. Okay, simply you need to say new button and simply add this path. Okay, since I already added here, you don't have to worry. Okay, so you can simply add this path here and say okay. Okay, so guys, this is how you have to add the bin folder path into the path system variable. And before that, you have to add Java underscore home. Now guys, the configuration of Java is done. Okay, now the configuration of Java is done. Let's see now whether we can whether we can execute the Java programs from any place in our machine or not. Okay, instead of from only from the bin folder, whether we are able to execute the Java programs from anywhere in our machines or not. Okay, since we have already configured Java now by going to the environment variables and adding the Java underscore home, and after that editing the path, okay, and adding that bin folder path there. Okay, so after that, let's follow the same steps. This is a different folder path, guys. It's not the bin folder here. You can see it's a different folder. We have this demo.java file available. So I will open this command prompt and right click, run as administrator, and I'll ask whether to allow this command prompt to open in administrator mode or not. I will select yes. Now I have to navigate to this path. For that I will say cd change directory and give this command and press enter. Okay. Now our current location of this command prompt is C users, this desktop Java demo files. This is a path, okay, under which we have this demo.java file available. Now let's see whether I can compile this demo.java file or not. Java C demo.java. You see, guys, this is compiled this time. Okay, after I configure Java, okay, after I configure the Java, now you see this demo class got demo.java file got compiled, and we have this demo.class file got created. Okay, on compiling the demo.class file will be created in Java, guys. Okay, what is it dot class file and everything I will explain in the upcoming videos. For now, just focus on whatever that is happening here. Now let's execute the Java program, guys. Java demo. Earlier it was not possible here, right? When I typed the Java C command here, it has given that Java C command is not recognized, because Java is, we cannot execute the Java programs from this different folder other than the bin folder before configuring the Java in our machine. Okay, before configuring Java, we cannot do that. But after configuring the Java, this Java C command has compiled this demo.java file and created this demo.class file as a result of the compilation. Now to execute this class file, we have to say Java demo, guys, and press enter. You see, the program got executed, and whatever that is there in the inside the print statement got printed into this command prompt. So this is why, guys, we have to configure Java in our machines. Okay, if you don't configure Java, you can only run or execute the Java programs from bin folder only. Okay, you have to run the, you can only run the Java programs from bin folder only in your machine. If you want to run the Java programs from any other folder in your machine, in your computer, then you have to configure the Java, guys. Okay, so guys, we have downloaded the Java, we have installed the Java, and we have configured the Java to execute the Java programs from anywhere in our machines. Okay, fine. Hope you understood this session, guys. The next video session, I'm going to install and launch Eclipse IDE. In this video session, I have used a very basic editor, guys. That is a normal Notepad or Notepad++ I used for writing the Java programs. But that this basic editor is not enough, guys. Okay, it has very less options for writing the Java programs and executing. Okay, we have to follow a lot of process, right? So we have to compile it manually, we have to execute it manually, a lot of things I have to do in this normal editor for executing the Java programs. But if we use a proper editor like Eclipse IDE, then it will help us like anything, guys. Okay, it has a lot of advantages that I will explain in the next video session anyhow. So in the next video session, I am going to explain how to install and launch Eclipse IDE for executing the Java programs, for writing the Java programs and executing that. So it's a better editor, guys, which I'm going to explain in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 4 of Java for Testers tutorial video series, that is downloading, installing, and launching Eclipse IDE. Before I explain how to download, how to install, and how to launch Eclipse IDE, we have to first understand what exactly is Eclipse IDE. So what is Eclipse IDE? So in this machine, guys, I already installed Java. Okay, I already installed Java. Java is already installed in this machine, guys. And now, since Java is already installed in this machine, I can execute some Java programs. Okay, as we already have Java installed in this machine, we can now create some Java programs and execute them in this machine, because we already have Java installed, so we can run the Java programs and get the results. That's possible. But the question here is, in order to create these Java programs, okay, where we have to write this, okay, where we have to write or create these Java programs. Without writing the Java programs, we cannot run on the Java this machine, right? So we have to write these Java programs. For that, how to write, where to write, okay, where to write these Java programs? The answer for this is editors, guys. Okay, editors. We have to use some editors, guys. In these editors, we'll write a Java program and then run in the machine having the Java available. Fine. So what are the editors? Editors can be anything, guys. Editors can be as simple as Notepad. Okay. Editors can be as simple as Notepad or Notepad++. Okay. Or it can be more advanced as Eclipse IDE. Eclipse IDE. And there are other editors also in the market, guys. Okay. IntelliJ. Many more editors are there, guys. Okay. The famous ones are like Eclipse IDE and IntelliJ. And most of the community uses Eclipse IDE, guys. Okay. Because of its kind of easiness, a lot of people use Eclipse IDE followed by IntelliJ. Okay. Eclipse IDE is used by many and followed by IntelliJ. IntelliJ is generally used by the advanced people, whereas most of the community, that is 70% of the community or 75 to 80% of the community uses Eclipse IDE, and the remaining 20% or 25% will be using IntelliJ editors. So why we have to use Eclipse IDE editors? Okay, these two, Eclipse IDE and IntelliJ IDE editors, are advanced editors, guys. Okay, these are advanced editors. These both Eclipse IDE and IntelliJ IDEs are advanced editors, you can say. Okay, they have a lot of options which will help you in writing the Java programs. Okay, writing the Java programs in this Notepad or Notepad++ is different from writing the Java programs in the Eclipse IDE and IntelliJ. So they have a lot of options which will support you in creating the Java programs. Whereas in Notepad or Notepad++, okay, This softwares are not sophisticated, guys. Okay, they're like look very old, plain, and simple. Okay, so if you write something, are you getting any options for Java related options? You are getting like executing the programs. Okay, if you write some Java program here in this Notepad software, okay, then how to execute this? How to execute? Can you execute this Java program from the same software? Is it possible? Not possible. Okay, you can write the Java program in Notepad, but execution is not possible from the Notepad itself. Again, you have to go to the bin folder of Java or any other folder, and then we have to use command line, guys. Okay, CMD command line commands for running the executing the Java programs. So this Notepad software is a very simple software, and it doesn't have the sophisticated options to execute the Java programs or write the Java programs. Okay, so some problems like errors will not be displayed in Notepad. Okay, this is a plain text, right? So you will understand. Okay, while we use Eclipse IDE, you are going to understand like how the advanced editors are different from the simple editors like Notepad and Notepad++. Notepad++ is better than Notepad, guys. Okay, at least Notepad++ is better than not normal Notepad. In Notepad, normal text kind of structure will be displayed, whereas in Notepad++, the highlightation, okay, the color highlightation for the Java code written will be there. Okay, here also we have to use the command line only. Okay, for executing the Java programs written in this Notepad++. So they don't have this Notepad or Notepad++ don't have any sophisticated options for executing the Java programs or writing the Java programs. Okay, you cannot organize the Java programs also. But coming to the advanced editors like Eclipse IDE and IntelliJ, they are very sophisticated, guys. They have a lot of options. Okay, so I cannot explain each and every option in this video session, guys. They have that many good number of options we can use while creating the Java programs. Okay, the coming videos you will see that how Eclipse IDE is going to help us in writing the Java programs. So for now, you can segregate these editors as simple editors and advanced editors. Coming to the simple editors, it's Notepad and Notepad++. Coming to the advanced editors, it's Eclipse IDE and IntelliJ. And since most of the community is using Eclipse IDE, in my video sessions, I am going to use Eclipse IDE for demonstrating the Java programs. Okay. So now, guys, after all this explanation, what do you understand, guys? What is Eclipse IDE then? Okay. In simple terms, Eclipse IDE is nothing but an advanced editor. Okay, for creating or writing the Java programs and thereafter executing them. Okay, this is nothing but the Eclipse IDE, guys. Eclipse IDE is nothing but an advanced editor for creating and or writing the Java programs and thereafter executing the programs. Okay, this is Eclipse IDE. Now, since you now understood what is Eclipse IDE, let's try to download and install. Okay, let's download Eclipse IDE, install Eclipse IDE, and launch the Eclipse IDE. Okay, I'm going to practically demonstrate that. So before I practically demonstrate how to download, install, and launch Eclipse IDE, if you don't have Java installed in your machine, okay, you cannot use Eclipse IDE in your machine, guys. So what do I mean is, if your machine doesn't have Java installed, okay, if your machine doesn't have Java installed, then you cannot use, okay, cannot use Eclipse IDE. Okay, if you don't have Java installed in your machine, you cannot use Eclipse IDE, guys. So first thing is that we have to what we have to do first? We have to first install Java in our machine. Okay, step 1 is to install Java. Then step 2 is to install Eclipse IDE. Okay, without having Java, you cannot install and use Eclipse IDE in your machine, guys. So Java is a prerequisite for using Eclipse IDE. I already explained, guys, how to install Java. I already explained in the previous video. Just go back to the previous video and install the Java and come back here, guys, hoping that you have installed Java in your machine. Now let's go with the steps, okay, where I'm going to practically demonstrate how to download Eclipse IDE, how to install Eclipse IDE, and how to launch Eclipse IDE. Okay, so let me open any browser, say Chrome, and Google search for download Eclipse IDE, and then you will get the search results, guys. Don't go with the first search result where it shows only the Oxygen version of the Eclipse IDE, but whereas in the second search result, as you can see here, it has eclipse.org and downloads page. Okay, it will take you to the Eclipse downloads page. Click on the second link and scroll down a bit on this eclipse.org downloads page, and as you can see, get Eclipse IDE. Some version is there, latest version. Install this in your desktop, it's saying, and just simply blindly click on this download 64-bit version. Okay, since my operating system is 64-bit, I can download and install Eclipse IDE of 64-bit version. Now, after I click the download button, again it's asking to download. Okay, again I need to click on this download button. After a while, guys, the download will start. You see, Eclipse IDE has started downloading here. Let's wait for this Eclipse IDE to download completely. So once the Eclipse IDE is downloaded, okay, exe file of Eclipse IDE of Windows 64-bit version is downloaded here. Okay, show in folder. This is a exe file, guys, that got downloaded. We simply need to double click, guys. Okay, double click on this exe file. So it will take a while, guys. It will take a while to load. Okay, it will load the installer for installing the Eclipse IDE, and it will not happen so fast. So we have to wait for a few seconds. Okay, once you see this Eclipse installer, that means it has started installing. Okay, so the wizard has come. Installation wizard for installing the Eclipse IDE has come here. Okay, sometimes it may take time. Now Eclipse IDE installer has launched. So there are several options here, guys. So we need to select the first option, that is Eclipse IDE for Java developers. We have to select. Okay, select this, and then the next screen, it is asking for install. Okay, I need to click on the install button. It's now installing, guys. So let's wait for the Eclipse IDE to install completely. Earlier, guys, when we used to like download Eclipse IDE, we don't have to install, guys. This process was not there. Okay. Now they have introduced Eclipse.org. Company has introduced this installation process also. Okay. Apart from downloading and launching, now we have to install also. There are 3 steps now. Okay. In the earlier days, it's only downloading and using, but now we have to download, then install, and then use it, guys. Okay. So things got changed over a period of time. Anyhow, let's try to complete the installation as per today's process. So it's asking, do you trust these certificates? Okay. What I will do is I will select this and say, okay, I will say always accept certificates, and then I will say accept selected. It will complete the remaining installation portion. Eclipse IDE for Java developers installation completed successfully. Now we can launch, case. Okay, simply we can just click on this launch button to launch, case. Till now I explained how to download Eclipse IDE and how to install Eclipse IDE. Now I'm going to launch Eclipse IDE. So for that you need to click on this launch button. So now Eclipse IDE of version 2019-09 is getting launched. So it's asking for the working directory, guys. Okay, by default it is giving some working directory. In my C drive it is choosing, but what is this workspace? Okay, workspace is nothing but the place where your Java projects will be stored. So after launching Eclipse IDE, you will be creating some Java projects, guys. Those will be stored at this location. But I don't want to store in my C drive, guys. I want to choose a different destination. For that, let me click on the browse. In my machine, where I want to store the Java projects. Okay, let me select this PC. Will display all the drives. I want to store the projects created from this Eclipse IDE in the D drive. Okay, so I will create a new folder here. I will say something like workspace. Okay, workspace folder. Some name I will give and select this folder. You see a new location, that is in the D drive. Workspace folder is a place where I am going to save my Java projects that are created in this Eclipse IDE editor. Okay. Now, let it ask every time. That's not a problem. So don't select this option and click on launch. Eclipse IDE will be launched. And whatever the projects that I'm going to create in this Eclipse ID will be stored into that work location folder, okay, workspace folder location. So it will take a while, guys, to start and launch Eclipse ID. And in the first launch, it will display some welcome screen and all. Let's wait for that to happen anyhow. You see, Eclipse ID has launched here. Okay, you got this welcome screen as I mentioned. So you don't have to worry much about here. Just simply click on this close but option. Okay, and let's close this again. Again, exit. I launched it. I launched the Eclipse ID, guys. So and shortcut also got created here. Again, if I have to launch the Eclipse ID, again I need to click on this shortcut. Again, it will take some time to launch. It is asking whether you want to continue with the same workspace. I want to continue. If you want to change, you can change again. Okay. So say launch. Again, it's launching. So you see again the welcome screen is getting displayed, guys, right? So how many times you are going to launch, the welcome screen is getting displayed. If you don't want this welcome screen to be displayed every time, just select this, deselect this option, guys, checkbox option. Always show the welcome at startup option and then close. And now close and exit and again launch it. This time the welcome screen should not be displayed. Okay, we have selected that don't launch the welcome screen every time. Okay. Okay. You see the welcome screen has not come this time. And I want to do one more thing, guys. Now I can use, I'm closing the Eclipse ID. I can use this shortcut icon. Okay, shortcut option to launch Eclipse ID every time. Whenever I want to launch Eclipse ID, I can double click on this Eclipse shortcut so that the Eclipse ID will launch. But guys, I want to do more sophisticated way. That is like this shortcut may delete it at any point of time from my desktop. So I will do one more thing. That is, I will right click on this shortcut and say pin to taskbar. Okay, this is taskbar, guys. Whatever you are seeing on my Windows, this is nothing but this is a taskbar. Okay, I want to pin as this Eclipse ID as a shortcut to this taskbar. Okay, so that I can easily launch every time. Whenever I want to launch Eclipse ID, I don't have to go to desktop and launch. Instead, I can directly launch from the taskbar. So for that, right click on the shortcut and say pin to taskbar. This is the Eclipse ID shortcut you have added here. Okay, to my taskbar. So now how to launch? I can either launch from here or I can simply click on this taskbar icon to launch Eclipse IDE any number of times. So the Eclipse IDE is launching. So this is the process, guys, for downloading, installing and launching Eclipse IDE in the machine. So that's it. In the next video session, I'm going to explain how to create Java projects in the Eclipse IDE. Okay, till now I explained how to download, install and launch Eclipse IDE. Now in the next video session, I'm going to explain how to create a Java project in this Eclipse IDE. Okay, so that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 5 of Java for Testers series. That is creating a Java project. So in order to create a Java project, we should have Java and Eclipse IDE installed in our machine as explained in the previous videos. Now let's open this Eclipse IDE and then say file, new. Once you launch the Eclipse IDE, guys, you have to say file, new, project. And when you get this new project dialog, you need to expand this Java folder where you will find this Java project option. Select this Java project option and say next. And it is asking for the project name. Since this is our first project, I would like to give a name like first project. Okay, first project. You can give any name, guys, and the name should start with the capital letter. Okay, as per convention. Okay, so we have to start the class project name with capital letter. And if you have another word coming, you can also start that with a capital letter like this, first project. And then say finish. So the project got created here. First project, expand this guys. Under this first project, as you can see, there is some JRE system library of Java. Okay, Java is there here in this project. Library of Java is there in this project. And under that, you can see some SRC folder. Right click on this SRC folder. Okay, now we have created a Java project, guys. Okay, till here we have created a project, Java project, that is first with a name like first project. Okay, when you expand this first project, we got this structure. Now the second step, let's execute a sample Java program. Okay, in this Java project, let's execute a sample Java program. So for that, you need to right click on this SRC folder and say new and then say class. So you can give any name for this class, guys. Let's say I will give a name like demo. Okay, demo. Name of the class is demo. And then I'll select this option like public static void main checkbox option and then say finish. When I do that, as you can see, this demo.java file got created. Okay, and the class name is demo, guys. This code is automatically added, guys. Okay, I didn't actually write this code, guys. This got auto generated by this Eclipse IDE, right? When I say right click new class and then selected and have given the class name and then have given this checkbox option, it has automatically added this kind of code. Don't worry if you don't understand any part of this code. Okay, you don't have to know at this point what is public, what is class, and all those stuff. Just consider that this is an auto generated code, and inside this, okay, inside this method, so you can see there is something like public static void main and up to here, and there is some starting brace and there is some ending brace. Okay, so this is all auto generated by Eclipse only. Okay, so select this area, guys, which is inside this part. Okay, starting and ending between that. Just go somewhere inside this between this starting brace and ending brace, and just write some sample statement. Okay, system dot blindly write this statement, guys. Even though you don't understand this statement, just blindly write system dot out dot print ln. Okay, system dot out dot print ln, you have to write, and then open the curly brace and close the curly brace and put a semicolon. At the end you have to put a semicolon, guys. Okay, like this. So we have written a statement here. This is Java statement, guys. System dot out dot println, and now put double quotes. Okay, opening double quotes and closing double quotes. In between the double quotes, provide any text. Okay, firefox.com. My name Arun Motori. Okay, software testing tutorials. I have written some text. Okay, between this double quotes, I have written some text. Now, what this statement will do, even though you don't understand this statement, guys, at a high level, this particular statement will print the text. Okay, whatever the text that you will provide into the statement, that will be printed into the output, guys. Okay, very basic program, guys. This is very basic program. Even though you don't understand it, just understand it at a high level. That is, using this statement in Java, we can, okay, print whatever the text that is provided here, that will be printed into the output. So now the program is done. Okay, most of this code is auto generated, guys, and you don't have to understand for now. This will be explained in future videos. Each and every part of this code will be explained in the future videos, and whatever the statement here, we have to write it. What it will do, guys, it will print. Okay, as it says print ln, that means it is printing the text that is there here into the output somewhere. So now let me run this program. Okay, let me run this code. So this is demo.java, guys. This is nothing but this one. Okay, just close it and open. You will identify this. Right. So right click on this demo.java and say run as, and then say Java application. Okay, run this code, guys. When you run this, as I already mentioned in the console, okay, this is the output, guys. Okay, under the console tab, the output will be displayed. Let me clear this again and let me run it again. Right click, run as Java application. You see, firefox.com, Arun Motori, software testing tutorials. whatever the text that you have provided in the statement of this program code is getting printed here. Okay, so whatever text you provide, that will get printed into this output console. This is the result, guys. This is the end result of this program. When you run this program, you are getting this end result. Fine. Hope you understood this, how to create a project and how to execute. Okay, here we have to focus on how to run this program. Okay, not about how to write the code and all. So we have to focus on how to create a project and how to run this project. Okay, how to execute this particular program so that we'll get some output or result. The output or result will be displayed under the console tab of Eclipse IDE. Fine. So this is how we have to create a project and execute a sample Java program here. In the next video, I'm going to help you in understanding the Java programs. Okay, I'm going to help you in understanding the Java programs in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 6 of Java for Testers series, that is understanding Java programs. In the previous video, I have created a Java project in Eclipse IDE, and under this Java project, I have created a Java program. Okay, under this Java project, I created a Java program and also executed it. Like this, and I got some result also, right? Now, in this video session, let's understand this Java program. Okay, let's understand this Java program in a step-by-step way. So to start with, we have to first understand what is a class. So here we have a class term, right? There's something like class in Java, guys. As you can see, this is a class. And what is the purpose of using the class here? The purpose of using the class here is to create a class. Okay. So in Java programs, we have to use a term known as class. We have to use a term known as class. This is syntax, guys. One of the syntax you can say. Okay. For creating a class in Java programs. In this Java program, if you want to create a class, you have to use this class. Then followed by you have to give the class name. Okay. You have to give class followed by the class name. Then the class will be created. So what is the purpose of this class, guys? So what is the purpose of this class? The purpose of this class in the Java programs is to create or define a class in Java program. So in the Java programs, if I say class and give some name here, that is, let's say I gave some name like demo, okay, and then put this curly brackets like this. Here, the term class is used for creating or define a class in Java programs, whereas demo is a class name. Okay, the text followed by this class term is nothing but the class name, guys. So using this syntax, we have created in Java programs, we have created a demo class. Okay, demo, a class name demo will be created. Okay, so in order to create the classes or define the classes in Java, we have to use the term known as this class. And whatever the text that is followed by this class is going to become the class name. Okay, so that is class, guys. This term used as a syntax to create or define classes in Java, and following by this class, you'll be having the class name. Okay, this demo is here. Whatever the text that you are provided, demo or some XYZ or whatever the text, that will become the class name. Next, everything in Java programs will be enclosed inside the class. So here, this is a Java program, guys, right? And whatever you create in the Java programs will be there inside the class. Okay, so class starts from here. This is the class, guys. This is the class name, and this is the starting of the class, and this is the ending of the class. So everything, whatever you write in the Java programs, will be inside the class itself. Okay, here it. Okay, you have to write everything in Java programs. You have to write everything inside the class. So that is between the starting brace and ending brace of the class. Here starting brace of the class is this one and ending brace of the class is this one. So whatever you have to write, whatever the Java programs you have to write, you have to specify the code inside the starting and ending brace of the class. Fine. So if you understand this step by step, guys, then you will understand the Java programs. Okay. If you are very new to Java, it's very much required that you have to understand in this step by step way. Okay, you have to understand what is class and what is a class name. Then you have to understand that everything in Java program should be enclosed inside the class that is between the starting and ending brace. Like that, you have to keep on understanding. And execution of Java programs start from main method. What does it mean? When I run this Java program, okay, when I run this Java code like this, run as Java application, we'll get some result. That's fine. But when you run this program, the execution will start from this main method, guys. From here, the execution will start. Okay. This is a main method, guys. There's something, this is a predefined kind of method, guys. Okay. It's not user defined. It's a kind of a predefined method of Java. Okay. So this main method starts with this circular brace and ends with the circular brace, ending circular brace, and its body. Okay. And it also has a body, guys. That is, this is a main method body. Whatever that is highlighted here between this starting curly brace and ending curly brace of this main method is the main method's body. So when you run this program, even though you have other things here, okay, let's say you have another method here, don't worry about this. Okay, public void some xyz is there here, and when you run this program, okay, when you run this program, the Java program will start the execution from this method, okay, from this line, and this method will be executed, then only the remaining things will be executed. Okay, so the starting point of execution in the Java programs is nothing but the main method. In Java programs, when you run anything, when you run this code, it will start the execution from this method, guys. Okay, it will first start first it will first execute this main method, then the remaining things based on the flow. And this main method has opening curly brace and closing curly brace, and whatever that is there inside this main method is nothing but the main method's body. Okay, this is the body of the main method, guys. Fine. So the starting point of the Java programs is nothing but the from the main method. Okay, this one you have to remember. All the statements inside the Java end with a semicolon. Okay, so here this is one of the Java statement, guys. Okay, this is one of the Java statements. One example of the Java statements, and just check that it is ending with semicolon. If I remove the semicolon, you will get some error, guys. Okay, all the Java statements should end with a semicolon symbol. This is a semicolon symbol. Okay, so this is one of the Java statement, and it is ending with the semicolon. This is the rule of Java, guys. Okay, you should end the Java statements with a semicolon symbol. And the next rule here is Java statements should be written inside the main method. Sorry, Java statements should be written inside the methods only. Okay, what does it mean? It means that this is a Java statement which is ending with a semicolon, and it is there inside a method. Okay, main method is also one method, guys. Like this main method, you can have multiple methods, public void, some method A. Okay, like this you can have lot of methods inside the same class, guys. Okay, inside this class, apart from the main method, you can have multiple methods, public void method B. Like this multiple methods you can have. Okay, and the program, when you execute the program execution will start from which method? Main method. This is the starting point. And the statements that you are writing, Java statements which are ending with the semicolon, okay, which are known as the Java statements, should be there inside the methods only. Either this statement should be there inside this main method, or it should be there inside this method A, or it should be inside this method B, any of the methods. Okay, it can be inside any of the methods. But if you write this Java statements inside a class like this, okay, inside a class and outside the methods, in this case, you are going to get an error, guys. You see, some error is coming with this statement. You cannot even understand what exactly the error is. Okay, when you hover the mouse, lot of things are coming here. That means, simple thing here is the statements, Java statements should be there inside the methods only. Okay, either this main method or other methods. Just understand these things at a high level, guys. Okay, you don't have to think deep. Okay, just whatever I'm explaining, just understand to that point. Okay, don't think about other terms and all those stuff. Okay, while I'm explaining something. Fine. You have to understand step by step like this, guys. Okay, then only you will understand Java in a better way. Next thing is comments in Java program start with double slash and won't be executed. So here, guys, when I auto-generated some code in Eclipse IDE, this comment got added. Okay, this is a comment, guys. This particular text is nothing but a comment, guys, as it is starting with double slash. Okay, double forward slash. If you remove this, it will become normal text. If I put something like this, it will become a comment. I can also comment this statement also. This Java statement also I can comment. Just put double slash here. It is becoming like a comment. Okay, it's changing to a comment. So if you want to comment something, okay, if you comment anything in this Java programs, you have to just specify this double slash before that. Entire line will be commented. So comments in Java start with double slash, and when you run this program, guys, when you run this program, the comments won't be executed. Okay, for example, let me clear this, and if I run this program, you see this statement got executed and this particular text got printed here, right? Now what if I comment it, like just I will add double slash here before this statement, and when I save and just run this, you didn't see anything. That means this statement didn't get executed, it is commented out. Okay, if something is commented, it will not be executed, guys. So why we generally write comments here, why we generally provide comments here? For your understanding purpose. Okay, so I can write a comment on this statement, about this statement. The below statement prints the text that is provided. Okay, provided prints the given text. Simple. Okay, so here, for making you understand this particular statement, I have written a comment like this, double slash, the below statement prints the given text into the output console. Okay, output console. I can write like this for your understanding, but this is dummy, guys. Okay, this is just for reading purpose. Okay, this is just for your reading purpose and understanding the code near to that. Okay, so but not, this statement will not be executed at all. Okay, this is a comment, guys. Comments in Java won't be executed, and they are just for your reading purpose or just for commenting it out. Some cases where, let's say you have like some lines of code are there here and you don't want one particular statement to be executed, simply comment it out, it will not be executed. Okay, that's another purpose, and the main purpose of the comments is to make you understand this program code while you are writing. Well, this is a very simple code, guys, but whenever you are writing some complex code, and it will become very hard to understand, okay, what actually the code is about. So wherever you want, you are feeling the difficulty, you are just provide a comment and then mention the comments to help the people understanding the underlying code. Okay, that's what the comments are about, for reading purpose or for understanding purpose or for not executing something in the code. If you want, if you don't want something to be executed, you can comment it out, or if you want to explain something in the code, you can comment on the top of that code. Okay, fine, that's all about the comments. Now the next thing is, like, apart from whatever I explained here, like I so far explained what is class, okay, which is a syntax for creating or defining the classes in Java, and the text that is following the class is the class name. Then there's something like everything should be there inside the class. Okay, whatever the Java program you are writing should be inside the class. That is an other thing. And when you run the programs, the program execution will start from the main method. Okay, this is a main method, and it start with this is a main method body. It starts from the this curly brackets and ends here, and all the statements, okay, should be written inside the methods, either main method or any other methods, and all the statements should end with a semicolon, and What else? Comments. Okay, the comments will look like this. They start with double slash and they won't be executed. And if you don't want something to be executed, you can comment it out. Or if you want to explain some code in this program, you can just write the comments for understanding purpose. Like that, a lot of things are there here, guys, that I explained. But other than this stuff, there are other things like this public keyword, this static key, this public term, static term, okay, and this void kind of term, and there's something like string of args here. All these things I didn't explain in this program, and I don't think that this is the correct time to explain this public, static, void, and string of args. So you have to blindly use these terms for a while, guys. In the upcoming programs also, we'll be using this public, static, void, string of args kind of terms, and you have to, without any understanding, you have to blindly use them for a while, guys. Whenever the time comes, I'll be explaining what is public, what is static, what is void, what is string of args, okay, in detail. So for now, this kind of basic understanding of Java programs is enough, guys. So to get started with the programs, fine. So just this thing, just we'll be postponing into the future videos. Whenever the time comes, I will explain what is this public, what is static, what is void, what is string of args. This is not the correct time to explain this stuff. Okay, fine. So in the next video session, guys, I will explain and demonstrate compiler errors in Java programs. So that is it. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 7 of Java for Testers series, that is compiler errors in Java programs. In order to understand compiler errors in Java, we have to first understand that Java is a strict and syntax oriented, okay? Strict and syntax oriented programming language. What does this statement mean? It means if you don't follow any syntax of Java program, okay, if you don't follow the syntax of Java in the Java programs, then it will result in compiler errors. You'll get some errors in the programs, guys, if you don't follow the syntax of Java. Okay, that's why it's strict and syntax oriented programming language. So let me give some examples, guys, using which you will understand what exactly are the compiler errors and when they will be displayed and why, how the Java is strict and syntax oriented programming language. All the answers you will get after going through these examples. In one of the previous videos, I have created this Java program. When I run this code, I'll get some output printed here, right? So which I have taken up in the one of the previous programs anyhow. Now, using the same program, I'm going to explain the compiler errors in Java, okay? And I'm going to prove that the Java is strict and syntax-oriented programming language. If you don't follow the syntax of this Java programming language, you will get what? You will get compiler errors, guys. Let me show you practically. The first example here is, okay, all the statements in Java should end with a semicolon symbol, okay? What if these are as per the syntax, guys? As per the syntax in Java, you have to end all the Java statements with a semicolon symbol. What if I remove this semicolon? Java will immediately give you an error, guys. Syntax error will come, okay? You see how strict the Java is. If you are not just following, if you are not just putting a semicolon here at the end of the Java statements, you are getting some compiler error. And this when you over this compiler error, it's saying that syntax error, insert this semicolon to complete block statement, okay? And you can hover here also, okay? In order to resolve this compiler error, you have to simply say semicolon, guys, okay? You have to give semicolon here. Done. The next compiler error example that I'm going to give here is, as per the syntax of Java, this system term is there. This particular starting letter is in capital letter, okay? As per the syntax, it should be capital S and followed by the small letter system. So what if I change this to small? Okay, I'm just changing this capital letter to small letter S. Immediately I'm getting the syntax error, guys. Okay, hover the mouse and system cannot be. This is not there in the Java. It's saying, and when you hover that, it's saying that okay, change to system and all those suggestions it is giving. So such kind of compiler errors will get, guys, if you don't follow the syntax of Java. Again, when I change it back to the capital S, it's working. It's not only with this word, guys. If you make this public P capital from small to cap, you are getting a compiler error. Okay, syntax error is coming. This public is expected, you are providing the capital P. Okay, just provide the small p, it will work out. Like that, any terms that belong to Java should follow the case sensitiveness, guys. Okay, so if they have to be in capital letter, they have to be in capital letter. If they have to be in small letters, they have to be in small letters. Otherwise, you will get this kind of syntax errors. Okay, so fine. Now the other example that I am going to give for compiler errors, guys. Let's say here there is a class here which is starting from here and ending here. This particular class named demo is having the starting brace and ending brace. What if I remove one of the brace? I just remove the ending brace, guys. Immediately I am getting an error here. Okay, this should match, guys. Starting braces count and ending braces count should match. When I hover here, it's saying that syntax error. Insert this curly brace to complete the class body. It's saying again when I give the curly brace, it will work. And this is starting here and this is ending here, guys. What if I remove this curly brace from here? Again I am getting the same thing, same error I am getting. We have to provide the equivalent opening curly braces and closing curly braces. Anything, guys, you can play with this. Okay, you'll get an error. Okay, you didn't close the main here, you have to provide the closing circular bracket here. Like that, guys, Java is very strict and syntax oriented, and if you are going against the syntax, then you will get the compiler errors in Java. Okay, so that is about compiler errors in Java, guys. In the next video session, I am going to explain print statements in Java. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 8 of Java for Testers series, that is print statements. In order to explain print statements in Java, I am going to practically demonstrate all these things now. So let's get started with this first one, that is print statement. Open Eclipse IDE, launch it, guys, create a Java project, and now right click, expand this project and right click on this SRC and say new class. So in the new Java class dialog, just give some class name like demo. Any class name you can give here, guys, and select this public static void main option and then say finish. So this auto generated code will be displayed. You can remove this comment, guys, it's not required. Okay, so now we have the class, and inside that we have the main method, and inside the main method we can write the print statements. Okay, so all the statements inside in Java should be written inside the methods, guys. Since we have only main method in this example, so let's write the Java print statement inside this main method only. So how to write the Java print statement? System dot, this is the syntax, guys. You have to follow this blindly. System dot out dot println. Okay, or before going to the println, I will explain print, then I will go to the println, guys. So let me say out dot, instead of println, I will be using print. Okay, system dot out dot print. Okay, now just provide double quotes. Okay, so this is a print statement, guys. This is a print statement. You have to write like this, system dot out dot print, and in between these print statements you can write some text like let's say I would like to write qfox.com. Okay, qfox.com, let's say. So this is the text, guys. qfox.com is the text, and it is there in between the double quotes. Okay, or you can simply say qfox also. Okay, system.out.print, in between the double quotes we have the qfox, and now when you run this program, this print statement will print this particular text into the output console. So for now in the output console there is nothing here, guys. There is no text displayed here. After I execute this program, right click, run as Java application. Observe that whatever the text that I provided between this print statement is displayed here. Okay, in between the double quotes of this print statement got displayed here. It's not only this one, guys. You can actually write more also. Okay, for example, my name I will give. Okay, 2 letters, 2 words, Arun Motori. Okay, save it. Now if you run this program, right click, run as Java application, Arun Motori will be displayed. Okay, my name will be printed here. Fine. So you can give anything like this, QA Fox, the software testing tutorials. Okay, any lengthy text you can give, not a problem. And when you run it, this print statement will print that particular text between these double quotes into the output console. Let's run this. There are 2 ways of executing these programs, guys. Right, is right click on this demo.java and say run as Java application. This will also work. Or while this file is selected, you can simply click on this run demo. Okay, it will also run this program, current selected program. Fine. You see, whatever the text that is there between these double quotes got printed with the help of this print statement. I would like to do something here, guys. That is, I would like to use multiple print statements here. In the first print statement, I will say 1. Okay. And the same print statement again, system.out.print. Okay. System.out.print. In this, I will give 2. Now system.out.print. Like that, I will give multiple print statements, guys. Print. I'll say 3. System.out.print 4. System.out.print 5. Okay. So again, system.out.print 6. Like this, multiple print statements I provided here. Okay. Now save this and run this program, guys. What do you think will happen, guys? Okay. What do you think will happen? Let's find it out. Okay. When I run this, 6 statements are there, 6 print statements are there. And when the first print statement 1 is there, and the second print statement we provided some 2 text to be printed. Third 3 is there, fourth 4 is there, fifth 5 is there, sixth 6 is there. So let's see how this will be printed. Okay. So run this, right click, run as Java application. You see, a single text got printed, guys. You expected it to be printed in this way. Okay, like this. Everyone expects that it will be printed like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But it got printed like this. Instead of like this, guys, it got printed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It got printed like this. Okay, in a single word, it got printed. But we are expecting to be printed like this. In this case, guys, we should not be using the print statement. Okay. So the print statement after printing this one will stay in the same line. So after printing this one, it will stay in the same line, guys. And then the next statement 2 will come. It will print 2. Again, this is a print statement. So it will not go to the next line. So it will be there and 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Now, guys, but your requirement is to print like this. Okay. Though you have printed like this using the print statements. Okay. Using the normal print statement. After printing the text, it will not go to the next line. So it will print in the same line like this, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no matter how many print statements you provide, they will print it in the same line. But if your requirement is to print like this format, okay, all the print statements separately you have to print in the new lines. In that case, instead of print, you have to use print ln, guys. Okay, print ln here means new line. Okay, new line. Just read from the last to next. Okay, n means new, l means line. Print ln. Okay, it is provided in reverse, but print ln. Ln here means new line. Here normal print means it will not move to the new line after printing. So if I say instead of print, if I say print ln, okay, if I just simply add ln here, okay, this becomes a different method, guys. This is different command. Okay, after printing 1, it will move to the next line, then print 2. After moving to the next line, it will print. Okay, like that, guys. Okay, so let's keep all the print ln statements. And now save this project and run this program. Okay, right click, run as Java application. You see Whatever we are expecting has happened now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is, this println statement has printed 1. Since ln is there, it has moved to the next line. Then it printed 2. Again ln is there, then it moved to the next line. Then 3. Like that, guys, all these words got printed in separate lines. So that is the difference between print and println statements, guys. Though both print and println do the same thing. That is, they output. Okay, whatever the text that you provide between the double quotes will be printed into the output. But the difference between print and println is the print will not go to the next line after printing something, whereas println will go to the next line after printing. Okay, that's the difference. Now, so far I explained how to. Okay, so far I explained how to print the text only. Okay, so how to print the text? System.out.println. Okay, whatever the text I want to provide, let's say I will provide QFox text. Then I will say system.out.println. Okay, so here, guys, in order to print the text, I need to provide this text in between the double quotes. Okay, starting double quotes and ending double quotes. I have to provide the text like this so that the text will be printed here. But what if I want to print a number? Instead of this QFox kind of text, I want to print a number like 9. Okay. In case of number, guys, you don't have to provide this is not correct. Okay. You don't have to provide this double quotes. It's not required. Just remove this. Just just provide normal number 9. Okay. Any number you can provide here, guys. So if it is a numerical number, you don't have to provide that between the double quotes for getting it printed. Since here we have two print statements. One of the print statement, that is println statement, is printing text here. In order to print the text, we have to provide between the double quotes. If you have to print the number, you don't have to provide the double quotes. Now save it. Right click, run as Java application. Okay, you see the text got printed and numerical number 9 got printed. If you remove this double quotes for this text, okay, what will happen? Let's find out. You see, you are getting an error, guys. Okay, so you are getting error. This is not possible. But if you want to print the text, you have to provide the text between the double quotes inside this println statement or print statement. But if you want to print a number, you don't have to provide the double quotes. You are not getting error here, even after you don't provide the double quotes with the numbers. So that's the difference between the printing the text and numbers, guys. So you see, they got printed as usual. Okay, text got printed and here number got printed. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain how to use a shortcut for using, instead of writing this system.out.println, which takes a lot of time in Eclipse IDE, there is a shortcut, guys. Okay, to auto generate this statement with very less lines of text that I'm going to explain in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 9 of Java for Testers series, that is shortcut for writing system.out.println statement. So guys, this statement, that is system.out.println used. Okay, this statement, that is system.out.println statement, will be used many times. Use it often, guys. In Java programs, wherever you see, people tend to write this entire statement, that is system.out.println. Okay, it's needed most, guys, in the Java programs. And if it is needed most, and it will take a lot of time, right, to type this entire statement, you have to start from the system, then you have to say dot, then you have to say out, then you have to say dot println. Okay, it takes time to write the statement every time. Instead of writing the statement, okay, complete entire statement, there is a shortcut. The shortcut. Okay, you don't have to write the entire statement every time. You have to use a shortcut for writing the statement that I'm going to demonstrate now. Okay, print statements are often used in the Java programs, guys, and actually it takes a lot of time to write this entire statement, that is system.out.println. So in place of that, we can use a shortcut. Okay, since it is often used, if you use this shortcut, it will save a lot of time for us. Okay, it will save a lot of time. So let me show you the shortcuts. That is The first shortcut here is, let's say this is a Java class, and inside that the main method is there, and inside the methods I can write the Java statements. So this print statement is a Java statement, so I'll write that inside the main method. So let me write. So if I have to write the entire statement, I have to write like this: system dot out dot, then you have to say println. Like this I have to write the entire statement. Instead of writing this entire statement, what I will do is I will say syso. Okay, syso. After typing this syso, then press control, hold it guys, and then press space. Okay, so like this guys. So syso plus control key. While holding this control key on your keyboard, you have to press the space bar. Space bar you have to press. Okay, so let me type syso, then I have to press control key on my keyboard, hold it. Without releasing, I have to press the space keyboard key. You see, it will come automatically. You don't have to type the entire statement, guys. And there's another way also. Okay, this is the best way anyhow. Syso control space is the best way. And there's another way also, that is you have to type sys out, then say plus control plus space. Okay, the shortcuts are same, but here instead of providing the only 4 letters, you can provide more. Anyhow, this is best. Like you only type 4 letters and then you just press control space together, it will get this statement. So but this will also work. Sys out control space. Okay, sys out, then press control space together, you will get this entire statement. So like this guys, instead of wasting your time in writing the entire statement, and since this statement is often used in the Java programs, if you use this shortcuts, any of these shortcuts, that will save a lot of time for you guys. So that's it guys. In the next video session, I'm going to explain comments. Okay, how to use comments in Java, that I'm going to explain in the next video session. So that's it guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 10 of Java for Testers series. That is how to use comments in Java. Comments are used mainly for explaining the underlying code. So the main purpose of using comments in Java is to explain the underlying code. So let me show this thing with an example guys, so that you can understand this statement. Okay, the main purpose of using comments in Java is to explain the underlying code. So let's say there is some program here inside the main method. Let's write down some print statements like I will first print ufox.com text. Okay, then I will try to print a number. Okay, like this. Now I would like to explain this statement and explain this statement. Okay, for that I will use comments case. The main purpose of using comments in Java is to explain the underlying code. So if I want to explain this particular code or statement, I will write a comment like this. Comments generally start with double slash guys. Okay, double slash, double forward slash. If you give like this, it will be the comment. Then whatever you type here will become a comment here. So let's say the below statement, the below print statement prints the text. Okay, text. I can write like this. So whatever the underlying code is there, if you want to explain, you can use comments guys. So this is the main purpose of comments guys. The main purpose of using comments in Java is to explain the underlying code. Here I want to explain this statement, so I have written this comment. Now this statement I want to explain. The below print statement prints the number. Okay, so like this guys, you can use comments to explain the underlying text. So this program is very simple guys. Whatever the example I have taken here is very simple, but in real time there will be a huge amount of code. Okay, a lot of code will be there in your project, and it becomes very difficult if you don't write any comments. Okay, if you write comments, then you will be in a position to understand whatever that complex code is there in your project. Otherwise it will become difficult. So that's how the main purpose of using comments is to explain the underlying code, and is very useful in case of the complex projects guys, where you have the complex code written. Here in case of simple projects, you may not see the advantage of using comments much, okay? But they help a lot in complex applications coding, okay? So complex projects, they will help you a lot in understanding the underlying code, where the code may not look as simple as this, okay? It may look complex. Fine, that's the main purpose, guys, okay? The main purpose of using comments is to explain the underlying code in this way, okay? Like this you can explain. Comments won't be executed, guys. So here, this is a print statement and this is a print statement. And above this print statements, we have these two comments, okay? Comment 1, comment 2, like that, okay? Now, if I run this program, only this print statements will be executed, but not these comments. Nothing will happen, guys, okay? This text will not be executed at all, okay? Right click, run as Java application. See that only qfox.com and 9 got printed, and these comments are like dummy things, guys, okay? They are just for your reading purpose only. Nothing will happen when you run this program. Only these statements will be executed and these comments will not be executed, okay? They will be ignored. Comments will be ignored during execution. Now, we can also, though this is the main purpose of using comments is to explain the underlying code, right? But that is the main purpose, guys. But there are other ways we can use comments. The other way to use comments is to prevent a statement from execution by commenting it. For example, guys, there are two statements here. If I run this code, okay, these two statements will be executed and printed, right? QFox is printed and this 9 got printed. But if I don't want this statement to be printed, okay, if I don't want this particular statement to be printed, so what I will do is I will simply add this double forward slash before this statement, and this statement will be converted into a comment. Now, if I run this code, observe that only QFox got printed. Only QFox text got printed, and this statement didn't get executed. That's why it didn't get 9 didn't get printed here, as you can see here, because I converted this Java statement into a comment, and comments, as I already said, comments won't be executed. And if your requirement is to prevent a statement from execution, you can simply comment it, guys. It will not be executed. Okay, that is another use of using comments. And guys, there are two types of comments. Okay, there are two types of comments, guys. Comments can be categorized into two types. So one type is single line comments. Single line, okay, comments, and other type is multi-line comments. There are two types of comments, guys, in Java. One is single line comments and one other one is multi-line comments. So I already explained what is single line comments. I already demonstrated this, guys. So only single line. Okay, if you want to comment out a single line like this, you have to simply add double forward slash here. Okay, this type of comment is nothing but this type of comment having this double forward slash is nothing but a single line comment. Okay, fine. So now I want to write a multi-line comment. When I have to use this multi-line comment, if you have something, okay, let's say here I want to write a comment, guys. Okay, here I want to write a comment, that is I want to explain what exactly this this program is all about. Okay, to start the multi-line comment, which will be over single line comments are only in single lines, guys. Okay, you see, this is a single line, but multiple lines comments are like multiple lines over a multiple lines. So multiple line comment starts with forward slash, single forward slash with a hashtag symbol. Okay, just remove this middle dot. Okay, you have to simply say asterisk. It has to end with hashtag symbol and again forward slash. Okay, so here you can write a comment, guys. Let's say, let me write a comment. This is the starting of this multiple line comment and this is the ending of this multi-line comment. Okay, let me write something here. This program is for demonstrating the, you can remove this if you want, the comments, that is, okay, demonstrating the comments. There are two types of comments, that is, one is single line comments, and second is multi-line comments. Okay, creating the two types of comments. There are two types of comments, that is single line comments and multiple line comments. Like this, guys, if you want to write multiple lines of comments, okay, if you want to specify some multiple lines of comments, instead of a single line comment, if you want to specify multiple lines of comments, then you have to use multiple line comments. The syntax for single line comments is double slash, guys. Okay, for using the single line comments, you have to use like this. Okay, whereas multiple line comments, they start with like this, and after writing this multiple line comments over a multiple lines, okay, they end with asterisk forward slash. Okay, starting point and ending point, like this. Fine. So I already practically demonstrated, guys, how to use single line comments and how to use multiple line comments. Okay, if I run this program, this multiple line comments will not be executed. Similar to single line comments, multiple line comment will not be executed, guys. It will be ignored. Let me run it. Right click, run as Java application. Observe that only QFX got printed because this is not commented, but remaining is either single line comments or multiple line comments are there. They got executed, but they will be ignored, guys. They will, okay. They will not be executed, guys. They will be ignored. Okay. Multiple line comments or single line comments are only for reading purpose. For explaining the underlining code or program, you have to write this single line comments or multiple line comments. And in some cases, you can also stop a particular statement or set of code. Okay, for example, you don't want to execute this. For example, there are two steps here. Okay, let's say let me write this here. Okay, there are two statements here. If I don't want these two statements to be executed, okay, so instead of I can either provide like this forward slash forward slash. So I have provided two single line comments. Instead of that, since there are multiple steps here, what I can do is I can actually say okay, and end it with like this. Okay, you see, this is a multiple line comment I have used. If you have multiple steps to be commented, you can do that. Okay, if I run this code, nothing will be executed, guys. Okay, like this, because I commented all the Java statements here which are there inside the main method. Fine, this is how, guys, we have to use comments in Java programming. In the next video session, I'll explain how to use variables in Java. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 11 of Java for Testers series, that is variables, how to use variables in Java. Before I explain how to use variables in Java, let's find out what exactly are variables. Okay, what exactly are variables? So if I have to define these variables, I can say that a variable is nothing but a name. Okay, it's a name, guys. Okay, variable is nothing but a name given to a reserved memory location. Okay, what is a variable? Variable is nothing but a name, guys. Okay, variable is nothing but just a name. Okay, which is given to a reserved memory location. Okay, a name given to a reserved memory location is nothing but a variable. So let me explain technically. Okay, how exactly we can say that variable is nothing but a name given to a reserved memory location. Let me show you kind of technical way. Okay, let's say this is your computer memory. Okay, your computer has this memory, and okay, and if you do something, guys, if you do some operations with your computer, the computer will be saving some data, right? In its memory, it will be saving. Computer will be storing the data in its memory, right? So where exactly it will be storing? In this computer memory, the data will be stored at some place. Okay, that is nothing but memory location. Which memory location the data got stored? For that, I will simply okay divide this complete computer memory into different blocks like this. Okay, so let me do it completely. I'm just dividing the complete computer memory into different blocks like this. So your computer will also has this kind of blocks, guys, okay, internally, and each and block, every block will have some associated address, okay, memory address will be there. So memory address is like very technical, guys. It's like it may be numbers or something, okay. So it like very technical related to computer. Now, guys, if there is a value like 2 that is stored here, okay, in one of the in this computer, in this complete computer memory, okay, in this memory location, okay, in this reserved memory location, okay, let's say in one of the reserved memory location the value 2 got stored, okay, and if you want to name this particular memory location, if you want to name this memory location in which the value 2 is stored, okay, let me name this memory location, guys. Let me give the name as A, okay. A is the name of this memory location. So this name is nothing but a variable, guys. The name, that is nothing but in this example, A is the name, right? A is the name that I have given to this memory location in this example. So here, what is the variable? A is the variable, guys, which is the name of the memory location where the value 2 is stored. The value 2 is stored. So this is nothing but a variable, guys. The complete computer memory, in one of the reserved memory, the value 2 got stored because of some operation, let's say, okay. And if you are giving some name to this memory location, let's say A in this example, that will become the variable name, okay. Variable is nothing but a name like A that is given to this kind of reserved memory location. Now this is a technical explanation of what exactly is a variable, guys, okay. Now I am going to explain how to use these variables, okay, that is the names for the memory locations in Java. I am going to explain, okay. Fine. There are two types of variables in Java, guys, okay. There are two types of variables in Java. What are they? In Java, there are two types of variables. One of the variable, we can call that as local variable, and other variable, instance variable, okay. One is local variable, another one is instance variable. There are two types of variables in Java. One is local variable and another one is instance variable. So let me explain what is a local variable and what is an instance variable. So local variable is a variable which will be created inside any method. A variable created, okay? A variable created inside any method is nothing but a local variable. Whereas a variable created inside a class but outside the methods, okay, is known as instance variable. So what is a local variable? A variable which is declared or created inside any method is known as local variable. A variable which is created inside a class but outside the methods is known as an instance variable. Let me show you practically, okay. So first I will start with the local variable, guys. So this is one of the method. Main is a method, guys. Like that, you can have many methods inside the same class. Okay. In parallel to this main method, you can have other methods also. Let's take this main method as one of the methods. Okay. If I am creating some variable, if I am defining or creating one variable inside this main method, it will become a local variable. So I have to say like this: int a is equal to 2. Okay. This is one example. Here, a is the name that you have given to the memory location where the value 2 is stored. Okay. That's why a will become the variable. Okay, 2 is the value that is getting stored into this variable in that particular memory location. Okay, you are just naming the memory location with the name a. And what is this int, guys? Int is a data type, guys. Okay, so if you declare this variable a with int data type, you can store integer values like this 2, 3 numbers. Some types of integer numbers you can store into this variable a if you declare this variable a with int data type. Okay, I will explain more about this data types like int. There are different data types in Java, guys. Okay, int is one of the example. Okay, one of the data types. So I will explain a detailed explanation, or I will give a detailed explanation of different data types. Okay, in Java in the upcoming videos. For now, if you declare this variable a as with int data type, you can store integer values. Just understand to that point, guys. There are different data types in Java, which I am going to explain in the upcoming videos. So here A is a variable, and you have stored some value 2 into this variable A. Okay. Now, what is this variable, guys? Since I have declared, okay, since I have created this variable, inside the method, okay, since I have created this variable inside the method, this will become a local variable. Okay, this will become a local variable. What if I create this variable? Okay, this is a local variable because I created this variable inside this method. It is inside the method, right? So that's why it will become this variable A will become a local variable. Now, if I say int b is equal to some 9, okay, so this variable with the name b, okay, assigned with value 9 and declared with int data type for storing this integer values, okay, is a local variable or instance variable. It is an instance variable, guys. So local variables are the variables which are created inside the methods. But if you have created some variable, okay, if you have created some variable outside the method, inside the class, but outside the methods, this variable is not inside any method, right? It's directly under the class and outside the methods. So this variable will become instance variable. A variable which is created inside the method will become a local variable. A variable which is created inside the class but outside the methods is nothing but an instance variable. So here I was mentioning there are two types of variables in Java. One is local variable and another one is instance variable. A variable created inside any method is known as a local variable. A variable created inside a class but outside the methods is known as an instance variable. Okay. Here, since this variable is created inside a method, this variable A will become a local variable. Since this variable B is created directly under the class, this is the class, right? Directly under the class, but outside any methods. Okay, it's not this variable B is not inside any method. It's directly under the class. That's why it will become instance variable. You can print these variables, guys. Okay, you can print these variables. Let me print them. So system.out.println A. Okay, directly give the variable name A. So what will be printed, guys? If I print this variable A, what will be printed? This value 2 will be printed. The value 2 that is stored into this variable will be printed into the output. Okay. Now in the same way, I would like to print the instance variable. That is the variable which is outside the methods and directly inside the class. That is a variable B. So system.out.println B I will say. Okay. When I try to do so, it's giving me some compiler error saying that it's suggesting me to change this B to static type. Okay. Change it to static, guys. You see a static keyword got added here. Why we need to make this static? I'm going to explain that in the upcoming videos, guys. Whenever you get error for now, just change it to static. Okay. So static is a very big concept that I will be covering in the upcoming videos. Okay. For now, in order to print this value stored into this variable B, okay, we have to convert this variable into a static type. I will explain what exactly is static in the upcoming videos. For now, just ignore. Okay. Just simply change it to static and resolve the error for now. Like the same way I did for now. Okay. Now I'm printing the variable A. The value that is stored into the A, that is 2, will be printed in the output when this particular statement is executed. And when this particular statement is executed, the value that is stored into the variable B, that is 9, will be printed into the output. Okay. Fine. Right click, run as Java application. Observe that in the output console, the value stored into the variable A, that is 2, got printed first. Then the second statement got executed, that is B. The value stored into this variable B, that is 9, got printed here. Okay, the execution will start from here, and then it has stored these values, okay, and printed these values. Fine. So this is what is local variable and instance variables, guys, and this is a practical demonstration on how to use the local variables and instance variables in Java. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I will explain about data types in Java. So that's it. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 12 of Java for Testers series, that is data types. How to use or what are data types in Java and what are the different data types in Java. So what exactly are data types? Okay, what exactly are data types? Let's say there is a variable A. Let's say there is a variable A, and into this variable, if you want to store integer values like 2, okay, then we have to declare this variable as with a data type case as int data type. Okay, if you want to store the integer values like numerical values or integer values into this variable A, then you have to define this variable with int data type. As per the Java syntax, you have to declare the variables with the appropriate data types, so that based on the declared data type, you can store the required values. If you want to store the numerical or integer values into this variable named A, you have to declare this variable with the int data type. Okay. For example, instead of this numerical value, if I want to store something like some character value like this, okay, I want to store some character value into this variable A. In that case, you have to specify this with char data type. Okay, there's another data type in Java, guys, that is char data type. What if you want to store some text? Okay, qfox.com, like this. If you want to store some text, guys, okay, by Arun Motori, is a string text. If you want to store this text into this, then you have to change the data type as string. Okay, like that, based on the type of value that you are trying to store into this variable, you have to declare that variable with appropriate data type. Otherwise, you will get compiler errors in Java. Okay, so if you want to store something like 3.69 into this variable, then you have to declare this variable with a double data type. Okay, like that, many data types are there in Java, guys. There are different data types in Java. Based on the value that you want to store into this particular variable, you have to declare that variable with appropriate data type. Otherwise, you will get compiler errors. Okay, Java won't allow you to store some values without declaring it with the proper type. Okay, if you don't declare it properly and try to assign some other values, you will get compiler errors, guys. Okay, compiler errors will be displayed. So let me practically show you one of the example here. Inside this main method, let's create a variable, okay, A, and let's assign this variable A with some value like 9. Okay, 9 is a numerical or integer value. So for that, right, you have to, okay, declare this variable. You see, you are getting some compiler error. A cannot be resolved to a variable, it is saying. So if you declare this variable, let's say since we are storing integer values into this variable A, if I say int before this, if I type int before this variable, you see the error got resolved. Okay, what if I do something like I will try to assign some string value here. Okay, if I type some string value, try to assign some string value into this variable A, you see, even though this variable A is declared with int data type, I am getting some error here. Compiler error is coming. Okay, change type of A to string type, it is saying. You have to change the data type to string type. Okay, like that, guys. If I want to store something like 3.69, the value 3.69 into this, okay, into this variable A, but the data type here is a string type, but I'm trying to store some decimal value. In order to store the decimal value, okay, Java has another data type. You cannot use string data type here. Okay, over the mouse, it will say that you have to change it to double data type. Okay, change it to double data type. In Java, if we declare this variable with double data type, we can store decimal values into this variable. Okay, like that, guys. Different data types are there in Java for storing different types of values. Okay, so here int A is equal to 9. Okay, here A is a variable name, int is a data type, 9 is the literal value. Okay, 9 is the literal. Generally, the terminology here is right. Okay, you have to understand the terminology, guys. Okay, that we use in Java. In this particular variable declaration statement, okay, as you can see, A is a variable name and int is the data type and 9 is the literal. Okay, there are three terms here I used: variable, data type, and literal. So 9 here value is a literal. Here, this is the variable and this is the data type. So we have to use variables, data types, and literals together, guys. Okay, to assign some value to a particular variable, we have to use three things. That is variables, data type, and literal. There is one more thing also, guys. That is equal to. This is an operator, guys. Okay, is equal to is an operator. So we have to understand what are variables, what are data types, what are literals, what are operators. Okay, I will be explaining other things like different data types and different literals, different operators in the upcoming videos. Okay, for now, just for your understanding, int is a data type, a is a variable, assignment operator is equal to is an assignment operator. Here 9 is a literal. Okay, literal. So you have to understand the terminology. Fine. So there are, as I said, for storing different types of values into a variable, we have to use different data types, right? We have to use different types of data types. So what are the different data types we have in Java? Data types in Java can be categorized into two types. One is primitive data type. Okay, primitive data types. Other type of data types in Java are non-primitive, primitive data types. Okay, there are two types of data types in Java: primitive data types and non-primitive data types. What are primitive data types? There are different primitive data types, guys. Let me give you the examples here. Under primitive data types, we have byte, short, int, long, float, double, okay, char, and boolean. These are the different primitive data types. Primitive data types in Java, guys. Okay, these are the different primitive data types in Java. Coming to the non-primitive data types, we have the data types like string, array, and there are other types. Okay, other things that you don't have to know at this moment. Okay, so data types in Java can be categorized into two types. One is primitive data types, another one is non-primitive data types. Under primitive data types, we have byte, short, int, long, float, double, char, boolean, and under non-primitive data types, we have string, array, etc. Okay, so these are the different data types in Java, guys. And based on this, if you declare a particular variable, okay, with the int data type, you can store integer values into this variable. If you declare the same variable name with some string kind of data type, you will be storing different data type value into this variable, right? So like that, guys, that's the purpose of the data types. Okay, if you declare a variable with a particular data type, you can store such kind of values or literals into that variable. Okay, fine, guys. That's it about the data types. In the next video, I'll be explaining the one of the data types that I mentioned here, that is int data type. Okay, I'll start with int data type in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 13 of Java for Testers series, that is how to use int data type in Java. So we have different data types in Java, guys, and int data type is one of them. Int data type is one of them. So what is the purpose of int data type in Java? If your requirement is to store integer values, okay, if your requirement is to store integer values into a variable, like the examples of the integer values are like 9, 6, okay, 25, 49, okay, 79. It can be anything, guys. Okay, 85, etc. These are all integer values, guys. Okay, these are the examples of the integer values. And if you want to store this kind of integer values into a variable, okay, if you want to store this kind of integer values into a variable, then you can use a data type known as int data type. Okay, you can use a data type known as int data type in Java. If you declare the variable with, if you declare a particular variable, let's say there is a variable a, and if you declare this particular variable with int data type like this, okay, if I declare this variable a with int data type like this, then I can store, okay, then I can store integer values like this. Okay, then I can store integer values like this. 9 is an integer value here, and I can store into that variable a if I declare this variable as int data type. So what is int data type? If you want to store integer values like 9, 33, 69, etc. into a particular variable, okay, then you have to declare this particular variable with int data type. Okay, so integer values like this can be stored into a variable which is declared with int data type. So example for this is int a is equal to 9 is the example. Okay, this is the example. Okay, here int is the integer data type, int data type. Okay, fine. So now let me explain. Okay, let me practically, before explaining about these things, let me practically demonstrate the integer data type. So inside the method, if you say int a is equal to 9, okay, a is a variable and 9 is the integer value that you want to store into the variable, and here int is the data type. Okay, when you declare the variable a with int data type, then you can store the integer values into this variable. What if I give a different data type value like this, QA Fox by Arun Motori, or some kind of text if I want to store? You see, I'm getting error, guys. Okay, I cannot store different data type values into this variable because this variable is declared with int. So I can only store the integer values. Okay, I can only store integer values. Okay, this is also an integer value. If I can store integer values into this variable because this variable is declared with int data type. I can also print that, guys. Okay, system.out.println. If I print this variable a, the value that is stored into this integer value that is stored into this variable a will be printed here. Okay, let's run this program. Right click, run as Java application. You see, the value that is stored into the integer value that is stored into this variable a, which is declared with int data type, got displayed and printed here. Okay, fine. So now, guys, let me give you more details about this int data type. Int is a 32-bit size data type. Int is a 32-bit, okay, size data type. The size of this integer data type is 32-bit size. That means it can store the integer values. The variable declared with int data type can store the integer values within this range of 32-bit. Okay, within the range of 32-bit. What is 32-bit? If you say 32-bit, it will be like minus 2 power 31. Okay, to 2 power 31 minus 1. Okay, 2 power 31 minus 1. Okay, like this. This is the range, guys. So what is 2 power 31? It's mathematics, guys. Okay, I don't have to explain again. 2 power 31 is a very big number anyhow, and it's in minus, and this side it is in plus. So if you solve this mathematical, okay, 2 power something and all, since it is 32, you have to say minus 2 power 31. Okay, 32 means minus 1, 31 should be there. 2 power 31 and overallly minus 1. The range here is, this is the range, guys. Okay, this is the range. Here 2 power minus 2 power 31 means this is a value minus 2, 147, 483, 648. Very big number, right? So and 2 and other side 2 power 31 minus 1. It's 648 here, 647 is there. Okay, but it's positive number. 2, 147, 483, 647. This is the range of integer values that you can store into the, okay, int data type. You are saying int a is equal to 9 here. 9 is very simple integer value, single digit integer value, right? I can store the integer value in the range of this one, guys. Let's say, let me try to store this range of integer value 2, 147, 483, 647. Okay, let me store that. Instead of this normal value, let me store 2, 147, the complete range, 483, 483, 147, 483, 647. 647. Okay, you see, you don't get any compiler error here. That means this integer value is allowed to be stored into this variable, which is declared as int data type, because the integer value ranges from here to here. Okay, since this value whatever I have given is within the range of the integer values, you can store that particular integer value into this variable a. Now let me run this. right click, run as Java application. You see the integer value, whatever I have given here, which is in the range, got printed here. What if I give some value which is out of this range? For example, I cannot give the integer value to this int declared variable which is outside this range. That is, if I increase this value by 1 at least, 648, instead of the 2147483 648 I will give. Okay, that is not in the range, right? So let's give that number. You see, immediately you got the error. It says that the literal this particular of type int is out of range. You cannot give the this particular integer value, even though this is an integer number. Okay, even though it's a numerical value, but its value is out of the range of this int data type. Okay, up to 647 only it's allowed, guys. Okay, but not outside that. So it's very strict, guys. Java is very strict. It will not allow you to give at least a single number on the top of this. Okay, so this is the range of integer values, guys. The range has come because of this 32 bit. 32 bit means minus 2 power 31 to plus 2 power 31 minus 1. Okay, this is nothing but a 32 bit range. Okay, it can allow the values to be stored in this range. Now, on the top of that, okay, default value of into data type declared variable is 0. So I will show you what exactly that means. If you don't assign any value to this integer variable, let's say if I say int a, okay, I didn't assign any value to this variable a. Here a is not assigned with any value. Okay, if I assign something like this is equal 9, here 9 is assigned to this variable a. But if I remove this part, okay, int a only if I keep, okay, and if I try to print the variable a, immediately we'll get an error here in the Eclipse IDE. You'll get an error. It says that local variable a may not have been initialized. Initialize variable option you will get. If you initialize, guys, immediately you see what is the default value it got? 0. Okay, so the default value of the variable a which is declared of in data type is 0. Okay, so let's run this and it will print 0 anyhow. Done. Okay, and along with this int data type, okay, along with this int data type, there are other data types in Java which can store the integer values. Okay, so not only there are 4 data types in Java, guys. Okay, one of them is int, other one is byte, the other one is short, other one is long. Okay, all these 4 data types stores the integer values. Int, byte, short, long, all these 4 data types, they are different data types in Java, guys, and they store the integer values only. Okay, what's the difference between this int, byte, short, long data types then? Here, int data type range is, okay, storage range of integer values is 32 bit. This is 32 bit. This is 8 bit. Okay, it stores a very less range of integer values. Okay, if you declare a particular variable with byte data type, it can store integer values but within the short range. Okay, here 32 bit is greater than 8 bit, right? Here again we have short, which is 16 bit. Okay, 16 bit. Short is still smaller than the range of int data type. Okay, here 32 bit, here 16 bit, but short is double the size. Short can store the double the size of integer values that can be stored into the byte data type variable. Okay, because it is 8 bit, it is 16 bit. Now long is the biggest one, guys, that is 64 bit. Okay, large range of integer values can be stored into the long data type variables. Okay, here out of all these 4, the biggest size is 64 bit, that is long data type. Okay, and byte is the smallest size that it can store only 8 bit. So when you say 64 bit, the range of these integer values will increase like anything, right? So here, even though we have this many number of data types to store integer values, okay, here is the ranges, guys. You can see int is 32 bit, so the range is like this: 2147483 minus 2, 2147483 Okay, byte means only 8 bit, only minus 128 to minus 127 only. Short is 16 bit. Okay, so minus 32768 to 32767. Long is 64 bit. It is a very biggest range, guys. 9223 372 036 Okay, 775808. Very big number. 9223 372 036 775 Very bigger range, guys. Okay, so this is how there are different types of data types in Java, and all these 4 data types stores the integer values. In this, int store the integer values within the range of 32 bit. That is, this is the range. Even though we have this many number of data types in Java, which can store integer values, most of the cases people use int data type only. Okay, the most used data type for storing the integer values in Java is int data type, guys. Okay, even though long can store more bigger value than int, still int is the most used data type in Java because it has an optimal range. Okay, generally our number will be within this range. Okay, it's not lesser or not more. Okay, within this range the number will be. So people use most of the times people use in data type. Okay, even though we have this many other data types for storing integer values, a lot of people use in general in data type until and unless memory is a requirement. Okay, memory is a requirement. For example, there may be some mission critical kind of softwares where okay, you have to save memory like anything. You have to save the memory like anything. In that case, you may go with to store the value like 9. You don't have to go with int, right? If you store this value 9 to this byte variable, it can store very less value. Okay, like 9, and the memory will also be allocated less in case of this byte. But int, the more memory will be there. If your requirement is not into this, okay, if you are not working on mission critical applications where memory is a critical thing for you, then simply you go with this in data type. In automation, guys, in test automation or some software development or something, okay, in most of the cases we generally use in data type. Okay, until unless the range is out of range or something, we use int data type only in most of the cases. In case of automation, test automation also use int data type most of the cases, even though we have other data types for storing the integer values in Java. So that's it, guys. That's it about the int data type in Java and how to use it, and what is the range and what are the other different data types which can store integer values. So in the next video session, I will explain the other data type in Java, that is double data type. Okay, double data type. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 14 of Java for Testers tutorial series. That is how to use double data type in Java. So what is this double data type? Java has good number of data types, guys, right? And double data type is one of them. In the previous video, I explained how to use int data type in Java. The purpose of the int data type is to, if you declare any variable, say a, with int data type, then into this particular variable, you can store integer values like this. Okay, 9 is an integer value and you can store into the variable a because you declare this particular variable a with int data type. But in order to store decimal values like this, if you want to store 3.69 into a variable, then you have to declare that variable with double data type. That is, let's say double b is equal to 3.69. Okay, here 3.69 is a decimal value, and if you want to store such kind of decimal values into the variables, like, okay, into variable, then you have to declare this particular variable with double data type. Okay, you have to declare the variable with double data type, then only you can store decimal values into this variable. So what is the purpose of double data type in Java? Double data types are used for declaring the variables if your requirement is to store decimal values like this into these variables. Okay, and this is the example, guys. Whatever the example I have given is this example. Double b is equal to 3.69. Here b is a variable name and 3.69 is a decimal value. If you want to store this 3.69 into the variable, you have to declare this variable with double data type. Let me practically demonstrate this example for you. So you can give any variable name, guys, a, b or c or something. Let's say b, and I want to assign some decimal value like 3.69. Okay, 3.69 I want to assign to this variable. So in order to assign this decimal value into this variable b, I have to declare this particular variable with which data type? Double data type, like this. Okay, now afterwards, if you want to print this variable, you can say system.out.println, and you have to copy paste this variable name into this system.out.println statement. When you run this code, okay, the value, that is decimal value, that is stored into this variable b will be printed in the output, guys. Okay, let me run this. Right click, run as Java application. Observe that the decimal value which is stored into this variable b got printed. Okay, b, which is declared with double data type, got printed here. Okay, so this is how we have to use double data type in Java, guys. And one more thing here, guys, other than this double data type, for storing the decimal values, For storing the decimal values, Java provides two types of data types. Okay, for storing the decimal values. Example for decimal values is, one of the example is 3.69. They have some point in between. Okay, it can be anything guys. 1.23 also is a decimal value. 109.506 also is a decimal value. Here we have a decimal, okay, decimal value. Decimal point is there and you have some values behind the decimal. Okay, fine. This kind of values are the decimal values. And if you want to store such kind of decimal values into a variable, you have to declare such variable with, okay, double data type, right? For storing the decimal values like this, Java is giving you two data types. One data type is double data type. Other data type in Java which can store the decimal value similar to this double data type is float data type. Okay, there are two data types in Java using which, okay, using which we can declare the variable so that we can store decimal values into that variables. So what is the difference between this double and float data types in Java? The only difference is the size, guys. Okay, the size of the decimal values that you can store into the variable matters here. Okay, if you declare a particular variable with a double data type, you can store a bigger size of decimal value into that variable. If you declare a particular variable with float data type, a different size of, that is lesser size of decimal value can be stored into that variable. Okay, here bigger size of decimal value, here smaller size of decimal value can be stored into a variable declared with float data type. Bigger decimal value can be stored into the variable which is declared with double data type. So what are the different sizes we have? So it's too technical, guys. If you see the size of this double or float, it's like you can say like for double data type, the size is double precision 64-bit IEEE 754. Okay, floating point. This is the size, guys. Okay, this is the size. It's too hard to understand this. I know. You don't have to remember these things, guys. Okay, just understand that this is the size. Okay, now another thing is float data type, which also can store the decimal values into the variables. And this size is single precision. Here double precision is there. Here single precision is there. And 32-bit is there. Here 64-bit is there. IEEE 754 floating point is same. Okay, single precision 32-bit is a size here. Okay, whereas here double precision 64-bit is a size. Okay, so double is really the double of float, guys. Okay, if you say it is single, it is double, guys. Okay, double the size of float. So you can store the value which is double the size of float into this double data type declared variable. Okay, whereas float is a single precision type. Okay, so general, guys, in general, which data type will be used? Since there are two data types, right? For storing the decimal values, there are two data types, that is double and float. In general, in Java programming, everyone uses, okay, double data type in general. Okay, in most of the case. Unless there is a memory requirement, people will not use, okay, will use float. Okay, if there is a memory requirement where you have to use appropriate data type based on the size of the decimal values, in that case you have to go with float, guys. Otherwise, in general, if there are no restrictions and there is no size constraints, okay, in general, in automation projects or anywhere, if you have to store some decimal values, everyone will by default use double data type in their programs. So this is about the double data type in Java, guys. In the next video, I will explain another data type, that is char data type. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 15 of Java for Tester series, that is how to use char data type in Java. So what is this char data type? There are different data types in Java and char data type is one of them. So far I explained int data type in Java, okay, and double data type in Java. I explained these two data types as part of the previous videos. In the current video, I'm going to explain another data type in Java, that is char data type. The purpose of using this char data type in Java is to declare a variable for storing character values. Okay, declare a variable for storing character variables. So single character values, like this is one example, guys. Okay, you see there is some character value like S surrounded by single quotes Okay, if you want to store such kind of character value into a variable, you have to declare that particular variable with char data type like this. Okay, that is for storing the integers. If you want to store some integers into this variable a, you have to declare this variable as a and have to assign that with integer value. Okay, you can only store this integer value into a because it is of int data type. If you want to store decimal values, you have to declare the variable with which data type? Double data type. If I declare this variable a as double data type, then I can store decimal values like this. But for characters, if you want to store character values into a variable, okay, character example for character is any character, guys. It can be hash also, okay, surrounded by single quotes. You have to surround them with single quotes while storing this particular value into a variable. You have to surround these character values with a single quotes. Suppose if you want to store a character value like hash or a single character value like s or a dollar symbol, okay, or anything, it can be any character value, guys. A cap symbol can be anything, okay. It can be like x, okay. It can be like p. It can be anything, guys. These are all character values. If you want to store such kind of character values, single character values into a variable, then you have to declare that particular variable with which data type? Char data type. Okay, example here is char a is equal to, then I can store, okay, like this. This is the syntax, guys. The variable a, if you want into the variable a, if you want to store the single letter character, that is here the character letter is s, then you have to declare this variable with which data type? Char data type. Then only you can store such kind of single letter characters. And one more thing as part of the syntax of Java is that if you are trying to store some single character values into this variable a, you have to surround that single character values with single quotes, guys. Okay, then only you can assign. Otherwise you can't. Let me practically demonstrate. Okay, declaring a variable with char data type and storing the single letter characters into that variable. Okay, so here let's say char a is equal to, I'll say s. Here you see s is stored into this variable a. For printing that, what we have to do? System.out.println, you just provide this variable name here, guys, and then save it and run this program. Right click, run as Java application. The value that the character value that is stored into this variable way will be printed. That is here the single letter character is s, that got printed. While storing this single letter character into this variable a, you have to surround this single letter character with single quotes, guys. Okay, then only you can store. What if I remove the single quotes and try to store this single letter character? You will get an error, guys. You will get compiler error. Okay, you see s cannot be resolved to a variable. It's saying something. So the only solution here is you have to surround this single letter character with single quotes. Then only you can assign the single letter characters to this variable a, which is declared of char data type. Okay, so it's not only the letters, guys, but also the symbols. Okay, you can also store, let's say I have given the dollar symbol here. Okay, this is also be considered as a single letter character and which is surrounded by single quotes. Now if I run this code, dollar value will be printed here. Okay, so it can be anything, guys. It can be any character, any value, anything. Okay, single letter, but single but. Okay, so now I have practically demonstrated how to use char data type in Java for storing the single letter character values into the variables and declaring these variables with char data type. So now the size of the char data type is a single 16-bit Unicode character. Okay, you don't have to worry much, guys, about the size here, but for your knowledge, it is a single 16-bit Unicode character, and you don't have to remember this also. Okay, you don't have to remember this. So the size of the char data type is a single 16-bit Unicode character. As Java uses Unicode system, Java programming language uses this Unicode system, guys. Okay, so to represent a character, it is capable of representing almost all characters of the world written languages. Since Java, okay, is using this Unicode system, Java is using Unicode system for representing the characters, guys. Okay, it's following the Unicode system. Because of this Unicode system, there are different systems like ASCII is there. If you remember, Here and there you will hear about ASCII, right? ASCII values. Like that, Unicode system is also a separate system like ASCII. As part of this Unicode system, okay, all the characters in whatever the language that is there in the world, okay, or all the characters that are used in the world can be represented here, okay, using this Unicode system, okay. All the characters that are in the world can be represented. It can be language characters, or it can be religion characters, or whatever the characters that are there in the world, okay, that are known in the world are represented using this, are there in the Unicode system, are represented in this inside this Unicode system. Since Java is using the same Unicode system, okay, it can represent any character. Java can represent any character. It can represent Urdu, it can represent Telugu, it can represent English, okay. Any language characters it can represent, because Java is following this Unicode system, which has all the characters that are, which can represent all the characters that are used in the world or in any language in the world, okay. So this is the story behind the characters, guys, and how to use a cat data type in Java. So in the next video session, I will explain Boolean data type. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 16 of Java for Tester series, that is how to use Boolean data type in Java. Java has a data type known as Boolean, guys. It's one of the data types in Java. So far, in the previous videos, I explained different data types like int for storing the integer values, and double for storing the decimal values, and the other one was char, okay, char for storing the single letter character values into the variables. Now, in this video session, I am going to explain the next data type, that is Boolean data type. And this Boolean data type can only store two values, guys. Okay. Apart from these two values, Boolean data type doesn't store anything. The two values are nothing but one is true, another one is false. Only these two values, that is true and false, can be stored into the variable which is declared with this Boolean data type. For example, if I declare a variable a with a Boolean data type, then into this particular variable, I can only store either true or false. Okay, Boolean b is equal to false. Only two values I can store into the variables which are declared with Boolean data type. That is either true or false. Apart from that, if you try to assign anything, it will give you compiler errors. Let me show you practically. Let's take a variable a, okay, and declare this particular variable with Boolean data type. Okay. Then if this particular variable is declared with Boolean data type, I can either store true or false. So you can say true and put a semicolon here. You see, you can store the value true into this variable a. Now, if you print this out, if you print this variable a, the value that is stored into this variable a, that is true, will be printed in the output. Let's run this program. Java application. Similar to this value true, you can also store the other possible value, that is false, into this variable a, which is declared with Boolean data type. Now, if you run this code, right click run as Java application, you see false will be printed. Apart from this true or false, if I provide anything like some number, if I provide, okay, you see immediately we'll get an error, guys. Type mismatch, cannot convert from into Boolean, it's saying. Okay, so you cannot store integer values, or you cannot store decimal values, or you cannot store any single letter characters, or you cannot store any text, okay, into this variable a. Only thing that you can store into the variable a is either true or false. Only these are the possible values that are allowed into this particular variable, which is declared with Boolean data type. So guys, that this is about Boolean data type and its possible values, that is true or false. Okay. In the next video session, I'll explain the next data type, that is string non-primitive data type. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 16 of Java for Tester series, that is how to use string non-primitive data type in Java. There are different data types in Java, guys. There are different data types in Java. That is, one is primitive data types. Other one is non-primitive data types. And under these primitive data types, we have data types like byte, short, int, long, float, double, char, boolean. But coming to the non-primitive types, we have the data types like string and array, and some other few other data types, right? So string is a non-primitive data type. Okay, in Java, string is a non-primitive data type. So what is non-primitive, what is primitive, that I will be explaining in the upcoming videos, guys. Okay, this is not the correct time. For now, just understand at a high level that there are two types of data types in Java, primitive, non-primitive, and string belongs to the non-primitive data types category. Okay, so if you use, as explained in the previous few videos, if you use in data type, okay, if you use in data type to declare a variable, into that variable, what values you can store? Integer values you can store. And if you use double data type to declare a variable, you can store decimal values into that variable. And if you declare a variable with char data type, you can store single letter characters, okay, single letter character values into the variable. And if you declare something with boolean data type, you can either store true or false into that variable. Okay, if you declare a variable with the boolean data type, you can only store true or false. All these things I covered in the previous videos, guys. In this current video session, I am going to cover the string data type. So the question here is, if you declare a variable with string non-primitive data type, what you can store into that variable? Okay, let's say there is a variable a, and if I declare this particular variable with string data type, that is string non-primitive data type, in this case, what I can store into this variable? If you declare a variable with string data type like this, you can store a sequence of characters, guys. Okay, a sequence of characters, not single character, guys, sequence of characters. That is, I can type like QA Fox or Motori, okay, like this. Okay, like this is also a part, like this is a sample text. Okay, you can store like this. A variable which is declared with string data type can be stored with a sequence of characters. This is not a single characters, guys. As you can see here, this is not a single character. This is a sequence of characters form the text, right? And this text should be covered with double quotes. Okay, you should be covering this text with double quotes. Okay, so this is the syntax of Java, guys. If you want to store a sequence of characters into a variable which is declared with string non-primitive data type, you have to cover that, you have to surround that sequence of characters with double quotes. Okay, this is a syntax. Let me practically demonstrate this example for you. This is an example, guys. Let me practically demonstrate that for you. A is equal to, you can write any text here, guys, sequence of characters, qfox.com. I can write anything here, okay, by Arun Motori, the software testing tutorials. I can write anything, okay. This is a sequence of characters, put a semicolon at the end. You see that this is a sequence of characters. If you want to assign such kind of sequence of characters into the variable, you have to declare that variable with which data type? String non-primitive data type. And also the sequence of characters should be surrounded by this double quotes, okay, starting double quotes, ending double quotes. Now let's print this variable. Let's print this variable, guys, variable A, and save it. Let's run this code, right click, run as Java application. You see, whatever the sequence of characters that is there, that is printed here, okay, that got stored into the variable A. got printed. When printing this variable, the sequence of characters stored into the variable got printed here. Okay. So if I remove these double quotes, you will get error, guys. Okay, you will get errors. This is not the proper way. You have to surround this sequence of characters with double quote. Then only you can save this text into this variable. Okay. So this is how, guys, we have to use string non-primitive data type in Java, and this is not the thing about Java, guys. Okay, this is not enough. Okay, if I have to explain about string, it's not so simple, guys. There's a lot of content. Okay, around string data, non-primitive data type in Java. Lot of methods are there which belong to this string non-primitive data type, which I will not be covering the current video session, guys. So I will take up all the other things about string data type in the upcoming videos. For now, at a high level, how to store the text into this sequence of characters into this variable is explained. But in the future videos, I'll explain a detailed session on strings. Okay, string is a very big concept in Java, guys, and it has a lot of predefined methods and all to be used along with that variable. Okay, that I will be explaining in the upcoming videos. For now, this is what is about strings. Okay, how to store a sequence of characters into a variable that is declared with string non-primitive data type. And I will be explaining other things about string in the upcoming videos, guys. So that's it, guys. And in the next video session, I'll explain about the other data type, that is byte data type. So that's it. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 18 of Java for Testers series. That is how to use byte data type in Java. Java has a good number of data types, guys, and byte data type is one of them. In the previous videos, I already covered few data types in Java like, okay, int, double, boolean, char. And another data type that I covered in the previous videos is string non-primitive data type. These are the different data types I already covered in the previous videos, guys. In the current video session, I am going to cover the next data type, that is byte data type. So the purpose of the byte data type is to, okay, store the integer values into the variable which is declared with byte data type. Okay, if you declare a particular variable with byte data type, okay, if you declare a particular variable with byte data type, then you can store integer values into that variable. For example, guys, let's say this is a variable a, okay, and I want to, if I declare this variable a with byte data type like this, byte a, then you can store integer values into this particular variable. 9 is a integer or numerical value that you can store into this variable because this variable is currently declared with byte data type. Okay, since this variable a is declared with byte data type, we can store integer value, that is 9, into this. So there are other data types also in Java, guys, using which we can store integer values into the variable. Okay, let's say the other data types in Java, one of the data type is byte. The current video is on byte data type, which can allow you to store integer values into the variables which are declared with it. The next data type that allows you to store integer values is short, then int, and other one is, last one is long. Okay, so these are the 4 data types in Java which will allow you to store integer values into the variable which is declared with these data types. Okay, but what is the difference, guys? Why we have 4 data types which can allow you to store integer values? You can use this byte for storing the integer values into the variable. You can use short to store integer values into the variable. You can use int to store integer values into the variable. And finally, you can use long to store integer values into the variable. But what is the difference between these different data types? The difference here is the size, guys. Okay, the size is a different. Here, a byte is 8-bit size. Okay, 8-bit size. Whereas short is 16-bit size. Int is 32-bit size. And long is 64-bit size. So when this bit size increases, the range of the integer values that you can store into the variable declared with this data type will also increase. For example, here 8-bit is there. 8-bit means 2 power 8 minus 1. Okay, to here you have to say minus. Okay, minus 2 power 8 minus 1 to 2 power 8 minus 1 is nothing but 7 here. Okay, and orally 2 power 7 minus 1. Okay, if you know mathematics, guys, 2 power 8 minus 1 is 7. So you have to multiply 2 in 2 into 2 into 2 into 2 into 7 times, guys. Okay, like this. 2 into 2 into 2 into 7 times. Then you will get this number like here you will get minus 128 number. Okay, 2 power 8 minus 1, that is 2 power 7 is 128. So minus 128 to here again 128 minus 1 is 127. Positive number is 127. This is the range, guys. Okay, this is the range of integer values that you can store into the variable which is declared with this byte data type. Coming to the int data type, it is 4 times bigger. Okay, integer data type is 4 times bigger than which data type? Byte data type. Because this is 32-bit, this is 8-bit. Okay, 8 for the 32, 4 times bigger. Okay, that's why the range of this int data type is 2 power, okay, 2 power 31 minus 2 power 31. That is very big range, right? So you'll get this kind of number if you do the calculation. Minus 2147483648 to 2147483647. This kind of big number you can give store into the variable which is declared with int data type because it is of 32-bit size. Whereas byte data type you can only give the range of values like minus 128 to 127 only. Okay, fine. Let me practically demonstrate this example for you first. Okay, using how to use byte data type in Java in the Eclipse IDE. So this is a program, guys. Inside this main method, let's say I will declare a variable as byte data type, and if I assign the value 9 to this, okay, it will be assigned to this variable. Now let me print this value that is stored into this variable and save this. Now run this demo.java. Right click, run as Java application. The value stored into this variable a, that is 9, got printed here. Okay, 9 got printed here. So what if, guys, the range I mentioned is like minus 128 to 127, right? So if I give 127 here, it will allow. Okay, if I give 127, it will allow you. If I run this program, it will work. You see 127. But what if I give 128 here? It will immediately give you an error. Okay, type mismatch cannot convert into byte. Okay, something out of range, guys. This 128 is out of range. You cannot store the value which is more than or less than this. Either you cannot store the value less than minus 28 and more than 127. Okay, that's its range. So if you want to provide a bigger value, then you have to change this to int. The next data type int. Okay, or short you can, will allow you. Okay, but it will not allow you for byte because the size of the byte data type is from minus 128 to 127 only. Here it is 128 which is out of range. So till 127 only it will allow you. Okay, fine. So even though we now know how to use byte data type in Java, in general, guys, in general test automation or wherever, okay, in programs, normal Java programs, most of the people will use int data type. In general, they will use, okay, by default for storing the integer values, they prefer int data type. Until and unless, okay, until and unless we got a problem where we have to save memory, okay, if there is a real requirement of saving the memory by storing the value into the byte data type variable, okay, then only we'll use byte data type. Otherwise, in general, by default, everyone uses int data type by default for storing the integer values. So guys, that's it about the byte data type and how to use it and what's the size of it and all. In the next video session, I'll explain how to use short data type in Java. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 19 of Java for Testers series, that is using short data type in Java. Short is one of the data types in Java. Java has several data types and short is one of the data types available. In the previous videos, already demonstrated few Java data types like int, double, boolean, char, string non-primitive data type, and byte data type. So far, I've practically demonstrated all these different data types that are there in Java. In the current video session, I'm going to explain the other data type, that is short data type. What is the purpose of using short data type in Java? The purpose of using short data type in Java is to store integer values into a variable which is declared with short data type. If you declare a particular variable with a short data type, then you can store integer values into that variable. For example, this is a variable. Let's say there is a variable like a named as a, and if you declare this particular variable with short data type, then into this particular variable you can store integer or numerical value like this. Okay, so if you declare a variable with short data type, you can store integer values into that variable. That is the purpose of the short data type in Java. So short is not only the data type that allows you to store integer values into a variable. There are other data types in Java, guys, which also allow you to store integer values into their variables. That is, we have byte data type, the current data type, that is short data type. Then we have this int data type, and the other data type is long data type. These are the four data types in Java, guys, which will allow you to store integer values into their declared data types. But what is the difference? Even after all these data types are allowing you to store integer values into their declared variables, but what is the difference between these different data types? The difference is the size, guys. Okay, byte has 8-bit size, short has 16-bit size, int has 32-bit size, and long has 64-bit size. Okay, so all these data types allow you to store integer values into their declared variables, but they have differences in sizes. The shortest one is the byte, that is 8-bit, and the largest one is the long, which is having 64-bit. So if I compare this short data type with int data type, as you can see, short data type is 16-bit, and whereas int data type is 32-bit. That is, int data type is double the size of short data type. Okay, int data type is double the size of short data type. So what is this 16-bit size means? 16-bit size here means 2 power, okay, 2 power 16 minus 1, 2 power 16 minus 1, that is 15, right? So 2 power 15 minus 2 power 15 to 2 power 15 overall minus 1. Okay, so this is the size of this short data type. Okay, this is the size, 2 power minus 2 power 15 to 2 power 15 minus 1. That is, when you calculate, okay, when you calculate, if you say 2 into 15 times, then you'll get this number, guys, that is minus 32,768. So when you solve this, it will become minus 32,768 to 32,767. This is the range of integer values, guys, that you can store into this variable which is declared with this short data type. This is the range of integer values that you can store into this short data type declared variable. Whereas int data type is double the size of the short data type, guys. Okay, the range will be like this: minus 214,748,3648 to 214,748,3647. Okay, which is double the size of this short data type. Short data type is 16-bit, whereas int data type is 32-bit, which is double the size of the short data type. Okay, let me practically demonstrate the short data type in Java first. Okay, so you have to, let's declare a variable a with the short data type so that you can store integer values into this variable. You see, there are no compiler errors. Let's print this variable, guys. Let's print the value that is stored into this variable. So if I print this variable, it will print the value that is stored into this variable. That is 9 will be printed in the output. Okay, let's run this program. Let's save this program and run this. Right click, run as Java application. Observe that 9 got printed. What if guys I give within the range value? Okay, like as you can see, the range of this short data type is like minus 327682 to 32767. So let me give 32767. 32767. It is still in the range, guys. Okay, when I run this, you see 32767 got printed. But what if I increase this particular number by 1? That is 32768 I provided. Okay, which is greater than this 32767, which is out of range for this short data type. You see, you got a compiler error. Okay, so it's out of range, guys, out of range. So to solve these problems, either you have to give the within the range integer value, you have to assign the within the range integer value to this variable which is declared with short data type, or if you don't want to decrease the value, you have to convert this, change this value to int. Okay, which can allow a bigger range of integer values. Okay, if I change it back again, you get the error. So only up to 32767 is allowed. The size bigger than 32767 or smaller than minus 32768 is not allowed. Okay, if you declare a variable with short data type. So this is how, guys, short data type can be declared, and to a particular variable. A variable can be declared with short data type, and you can assign the within the range of short data type integer values. Fine. So in general, guys, in general, we use in data type for storing the integer values into a variable. If you don't have any specific requirements in your program, you can, everyone, okay, everyone generally uses in data type for storing the integer values by default. But until and unless if you have a specific requirement where we have to save the memory and go with the short data type only. Okay, if your perfect requirement is to in your program is to save the memory, if your requirement is to save the memory, and then you may have to go with the short data type, guys. Otherwise, everyone uses in data type for storing the integer values. Okay, without thinking much, people use in data type for storing the integer values only. Okay, so that's it about the short data type and how to use it, and how the size of the short data type, and when you compare the size of the short data type with the in data type and all. Okay, so in the next video session, I will explain the next data type, that is long data type. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 20 of Java for Tester series, that is using long data type in Java. Long is one of the data types in Java. In the previous videos, I have covered other data types in Java like int, double, char, boolean, string non-primitive data type, byte, short. Okay, I covered all these data types in the previous videos already. In the current video session, I am going to cover the next data type, that is long data type. So what is the purpose? Okay, what is the purpose of using long data type then? The purpose of using this long data type in Java is to store integer values, or okay, to store integer values or long type integer values into a variable that is declared with long data type. Okay, if you declare a variable with long data type, into this particular variable, you can either store integer values or long type integer values. Here, guys, there is a concept called literals, guys. In Java, there is a concept called literals. Okay, literals means values. Okay, whatever the value that you assign to the variables is nothing but a literal. Here, in this example, I'm going to assign integer literal. Okay, example for this integer literal is 9, and I'm going to also assign long type integer literal also. Okay, so what is the difference between this normal integer literal and this long type integer literal? So in the long type integer literal, you need to add this L letter at the end of the integer value. You have to add the L letter. Then the normal integer literal will become the long type integer literal. Okay. So what is the reason why we have to add L and all those stuff? I will explain later. For now, just understand it at a high level, guys. So if you declare a variable with long data type, then to this particular variable, we can either assign integer literals or long type integer literals also. Okay, you can assign anything. Example for assigning the integer literals to the long data type variable is, for example, there is a variable a. If you have declared this variable a with the long data type, then you can assign the normal integer literals, that is normal line, that is integer literal. Same time, if you declared a variable with the long data type, okay, and if you assign this variable with the long type integer literal, it will work. Okay, you can assign long type integer literal values to the variable a which is declared with long data type, or you can assign integer literals to the variable that is declared with long data type. Okay, fine. So let me practically demonstrate how this works in real time. So let's create a variable a, and let's declare this variable with a long data type. Now let me assign a normal integer literal. Okay, like 9. You see, it's working. This is normal integer literal value, you can say. Okay, assign normal literal normal integer literal value 9 to this variable a which is declared with long data type. This works, guys. Okay, system.out.println a. Okay, if I run this will work. Right click, run as Java application. You see, you got 9. You got 9. Similarly, I can also say long b is equal to 9l. This literal is not a normal literal, guys. It is long type integer literal value. Okay, n 9l. So if I print this b, I'll also get 9 will be printed here. Okay, right click, run as Java application. You see, 9 then 9. Okay, two 9s got printed. So I'll explain you where exactly you have to shift from normal integer literal to the long type integer literal. I will explain you. Okay, for example, you declared a variable a and you try to assign some integer value. Okay, so what is the range of int data type, guys? What is the range of int data type? The range of int data type is 32-bit size, and the range here is from here to here. Okay, so if you have declared a variable with this int data type, you can start from here to here. So let's say I will copy this. Okay, and assign this value here. That's fine. If I increase the number by 8, you see, got an error. Okay, I'll explain you what is happening here. Okay, so long a is equal to the maximum value of the integer data type range. Okay, okay, so this is the maximum value that you can give. The highest value that you can give to a variable declared with int data type is this number. So I have assigned the same thing to this long data type variable here. Okay, it's working fine because this integer literal is within the range. Okay, within the range. So this is the maximum integer literal that is possible, guys. Okay, this literal wise, guys. It's not about the data type. Just forget about the data type, guys. This is a concept of literals. Okay, there are different types of literals in Java. Okay, this is integer literal, a numerical value, integer numerical value. Okay, integer literal is within the range. So this is the maximum value that you can expect from an integer literal. What if I increase the size by 1? Immediately I'm getting a compiler error saying that, okay, even though the long data type allows you to assign this bigger range. Okay, it's a 64-bit size, guys. Long data type is 64-bit size. Okay, long data type is double the size of the int data type, and it allows you to store the integer values. This much bigger size integer values it can allow you. Okay, this is a bigger size, you can say. This is the biggest integer value that this long data type can allow you to store. But here, guys, how many digits are there here in the long data type allowing value? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 are there. But here, guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 only. Okay. So this long data type variable has a capability of storing 19 digits of integer kind of numerical value, but here I only gave 9-digit integer value. It's not storing, guys. Okay, because the problem is not with this long data type, guys. The problem is with this literal. Okay, if you mention this is a normal literal, guys, this becomes, if you don't specify L here, this literal will become normal literal. Okay, the range, maximum range of this normal literal is up to here only, up to this 647. Okay, but if you increase this size at least by 1, okay, only by 1, so it's giving the compiler error. It's saying that the literal value, that is this particular integer literal value, is out of int, okay, is of type int, is out of range. This integer literal value is out of range, it is saying. So we have to change the literal, guys. Okay, out of this integer value range, out of this is a maximum, this is a maximum integer literal value that you can assign to this variable which is declared with long data type. After this value, if you want to give a bigger size of integer value, then you cannot give. There is no integer literal which is bigger than this. So you have to change the literal type to L. Okay, if you say 8 here, it's giving compiler error. If I mention at the end, if I mention L here, it will allow you. Okay, the reason here is the literal got changed here. Okay, the literal got changed here. So now this is not a normal integer literal, guys. This is a long type literal, long type numerical or literal. Okay, long type literal value this is. Okay, so the maximum size of integer literal is up to that 647 only. Okay, from here to 647, but after that there is no integer literal having the, okay, having the bigger size. So in order to store a bigger numerical value or integer value to this variable, you have to change this literal type to which type? Long type literal value type. That is, you have to simply add L at the end. Okay, this will become, this will change from integer literal to long type literal. Okay, even though this is numerical literal and that is also numerical literal, but this has L at the end of this numerical value, and it becomes a long type literal value. Okay, this is a long type literal value you can assign to a variable. Now guys, the range of this long data type is like 64-bit. You can assign up to here. This is the maximum size. Okay, let's copy the maximum size. And without providing L, if I put here, okay, if I remove this comma and all those stuff, let's remove the comma. It's not required. This is the biggest numerical value that we can assign to the variable, guys. Okay, after this, there is no other value available. So it's giving me, it's saying that this literal value is of type int is out of range. Okay, it cannot be, integer literal value cannot be out of this much size, it's saying. So in order to save this much bigger size of this integer value to this variable a, you have to add this L letter at the end, so that this becomes a long type literal value, and which has this capability of this bigger size of integer value. Okay, then you can store into the variable of long data type. What if I increase the number by 8 here? You will get an error saying that the literal of type is out of, sorry, let's say add L here. Okay, still you will get the error because the literal, you see this time it's saying the type long. Okay, the literal value of type long is out of range. So every literal has a range, guys. Every literal value has a range. Integer literal has some range, and long type literal has some range. The long type literal value is up to this 807. Okay, so even though you add L, and if you give the number 8 here, it will be out of range because you cannot have this long type literal value with this size. Okay, it's not possible. Only up to here is possible. So guys, now let me system.out.println a. Let's print this variable a. Run this, right click, run as Java application. You see the biggest long type literal value got printed here in the output console. So this is how, guys, even though, okay, even though long type allows you to store the integer values, if the integer value is out of range, you have to change that to long type literal value by adding L. Okay, then only it will allow you. Okay, integer literal will have some range, long type literal has some range. Every literal in Java has some range, guys. I'll explain more about literals. Okay, there is a concept known as literals in Java. Different types of literals will be there. I'll explain about these literals in the upcoming videos. For now, at a high level, understand that, okay, if you want to store the longest size of integer value into this variable declared with long data type, then you have to add this L at the end of that number, guys. Okay, because integer literal value will be out of range after a particular number. Integer literal value will be out of range. That is, its size is 32-bit only. Okay, but whereas long type literal has 64-bit range. Long type literal has 64-bit range. The size of the integer literal is 32-bit. Till 32-bit, there is no worry, guys. Within the range, you can assign to the long type variable also, this integer literal. But once this integer literal is out of the range of this 32-bit size, then you have to convert that into the long type integer literal value, that is, whose size is 64-bit. Okay. Here the size is 64-bit size. Whatever I gave is the 64-bit size. So for that, you have to change that into the long type literal value. Okay, so hope you understood, guys, like the literals and all. Anyhow, I'm going to explain the literal topic in detail in the upcoming videos. Okay, for now, this is how we have to work with the long data type in Java. And apart from this, guys, in general, wherever we have to store integer values, we generally use which data type? Everyone uses int data type by default. Okay, but there is a situation where if this int data type is not working, for example, let's say int a is equal to, okay, so I will give this within the range number of this int data type for now. Okay, within the range number, let's say this value I give, it will work because this is within the range of this integer value is within the range of int data type, so it is working. But there may be some situations where you may go with the higher size. Okay, I just added 2, 3, 4 extra digits here. So this range is this, you see the literal is out of range here. An integer data type cannot store this much size of integer value. So in that case, guys, we have to go with which data type? Long data type for storing this kind of integer values. But again, even after giving the long here, still the error is coming because we have to convert this literal to also to long data type. Okay, long type literal value we have to convert because the range of long type literal value is 64-bit, whereas the range of the normal integer literal is 32-bit. So you have to convert that into long data type, then only can assign to the variable having the long data type. Okay, so until and unless there is a requirement of storing a bigger number, you don't have to go with the long data type, guys. Okay, so if you have a number within the range of the normal int data type range, then you can go with the normal int data type range, guys. So that's it, guys. This is how we have to use long data type in Java. Hope you understood it. So in the next video session, I'm going to explain the next data type, that is float data type. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 21 of Java for Testers series, that is using float data type in Java. Float is one of the data types in Java. The previous videos already covered different other data types like int, double, char, boolean, string non-primitive data type, then byte, short, long. Okay, all these data types I covered as part of the previous videos in the same series. And in the current video session, I'm going to cover the next data type, that is float data type. So what is the purpose of float data type in Java? The purpose of the float data type in Java is to store the decimal values to the variable which is declared with float data type. If you declare a variable with float data type, then you can store decimal values into this float data type. Okay, a variable, you can store decimal values into the variable which is declared with this float data type. But guys, there is one difference here. Okay, so in Java you can use two different data types, like you can either use float data type or double data type. Okay, to store the decimal values, you can either use float data type or you can use double data type to store the decimal values into the variables. So what is the difference between the float and double? Float is, the difference here is size, guys. Okay, the size of the float data type is different from the size of the double data type. That is, double data type is 2 times bigger. Okay, 2 times bigger than float. That's the only difference between the float and double. Both into the variable which is declared with this float or double, we can store the decimal values. And coming to the float data type, okay, if you declare a variable with this float data type, then you can store decimal values, right? 3.69. If you give some 3.69 decimal value here, do you think this will work or not? This will not work, guys. This will give you the compiler error. The reason here is, in order to store decimal values into the variable which is declared with this float data type, you have to add a literal. Okay, that is either small f or capital F you have to add at the end of the decimal value. Then only this decimal value will be stored into this variable which is declared with float data type. But coming to double, it's not required, guys. Okay, if you declare a variable a with the double data type, you can directly store the decimal values like this. Okay, there will not be any compiler error. But in case of float data type, okay, if you declare a variable with float data type, then you have to provide the decimal floating type decimal literals only. Okay, in case of doubles, in case of double, normal decimal literals are allowed, literal values are allowed. Okay, here example is 3.69. It's a normal decimal value. Okay, decimal literal value. But in case of float, okay, in case of a variable which is declared with float data type, okay, here normal decimal literal values are not allowed. If you provide 3.69 to this variable which is declared with float, you will get a compiler error. Okay, you cannot provide like this. Instead, you have to provide floating type, okay, float type decimal values only. That is, after this decimal value, you have to add either small f or capital F, anything you feel. Okay, like this. Then only it will be allowed to this variable which is declared with float data type. In case of double, guys, okay, in case of double, you can provide the normal decimal literal values. At same time, you can also provide decimal values with, okay, decimal value with decimal value of double type literals. Okay, here both are allowed. Normal decimal literal values and decimal value of double type literals are also allowed. So normal will be like this. 3.69 is the normal decimal value, whereas double type decimal literal is, you have to simply add capital D or small d at the end of this number. Okay, here both these values are, okay, are allowed in case of the double data type. But coming to the float data type, you can only assign the float type decimal value literal. Okay, you cannot assign the normal decimal value literal in case of the float data type variable. Okay, I'll explain about the literals in detail in the upcoming videos, guys. Okay, there are different types of literals, guys. Not only these literals, but there are different literals in Java. I will be explaining about these literals in detail in the upcoming videos. For now, just understand that in order to store a decimal value to a variable which is declared with float data type, you have to assign only float type decimal values only. Okay, float type decimal value literals only can be assigned. If you assign normal literals, that will not be taken into consideration. Okay, you will get compiler error. For example, here, let's create a variable a and declare that with float data type. Now try to assign the normal decimal value literal. Okay, like this. You see, you immediately got a compiler error. Okay, so it's saying that by default this decimal value is of which type literal it is? By default it is of double type literal. Okay, even though you didn't provide D here, okay, it is becoming a, by default the decimal values will be double type literals, double type decimal values. That's the reason you cannot assign this double type literals to the variable which is declared with float data type. To convert this decimal value to the floating point or float type float type literals, you have to simply add capital F or small f at the end of this number. Okay, then it will become, this literal will become a float type decimal value literal, and you can assign to the variable of float data type. Okay, it's compulsory, guys. System.out.println, if I print a, the decimal value will be printed. You see, it's working fine. And one more thing, guys. So let's find out the range, okay, of this floating point literal. Okay, float type decimal value literal. Okay, I will keep on adding the number here. You see, I got a error, compiler error I got. The literal, whatever the literal value you gave, and you mentioned it as which type? Float type you mentioned. Of type float is out of range. Okay, it is already out of range. That's why this number cannot be stored into the variable which is declared with float, because this literal is out of range, guys. Okay, it's not allowed. Okay, the size is more than what is expected. Now if you convert this f to d, okay, in place of f if I place d, okay, what will happen? Let's find out. Over the mouse, okay, cannot convert from double to float. Okay, so if this is double, now if I add d here, instead of f, if I add d here, this will become a double type decimal value literal. Okay, so I have to change the data type to double. You see it's working. Now if I print, it will work. You see it's working. Okay, it's working. So this is how, guys, we have to understand the literals and different data types in Java, and which literals you can assign to the which data types, and what is the range of literals that you can assign to the variables declared with such kind of data types. Everything we should know. Okay, so for now, the size difference between this float and double is, the size of the float data type is 2 times smaller than the double data type. Here I mentioned that double is 2 times bigger than the float. That is, for your knowledge purpose, you don't have to even remember this. The size of the float data type is 32-bit single precision, 32-bit IEEE 754 floating point. Whereas the size of the double data type is double precision, 64-bit IEEE 754 floating point. Okay. So, and in practical, this is the case, guys. Okay. The practical, this is the case. So for assigning a decimal value to the floating point, float type data type variable, we have to add f later at the end of the decimal value to make it a float type decimal value. Okay, only float type decimal values are allowed in case of float data type. Normal decimal value is nothing but a double data type by default, guys. Okay, double decimal value by default. So even you here, guys, in case of this decimal value, even though you provide d or you don't provide d here, by default it is double type decimal value. Okay, that's the reason here float data type variable is not allowing you to assign the double type decimal value literal. Okay, this 3.69 is a double type decimal value literal. That's why it's not allowed. So you have to specifically add or compulsorily add f at the end of this decimal value to make convert into a float type decimal value literal. Okay, then it will allow you. And if it is out of range, you have to, okay, you have to change the data type to double so that it can store the out of range float type. Okay, and you have to convert that float type decimal value literal to the double type decimal value literal. Fine. So, and what else? So that's it, guys. This is how we have to use float data type in Java. And one more thing before I conclude is like, in general, guys, in general Java programming or in general test automation, whatever it is, when you try to store some decimal value into a variable, you generally use which data type? You generally use double data type only. In real time, we use double data type, guys, for storing the decimal values until and unless there is a requirement. Okay, there is a memory requirement. Until and unless there is a memory constant or something that is there in your project. Otherwise, okay, everyone in common, everyone use by default double data type for storing the decimal values into a variable. Okay, for storing the decimal values into the variable, everyone will be using double data type. Okay, float is only required when there is a real requirement of memory problem management or something in your project. Okay, otherwise, in 99% everyone will be using double data type in their projects for storing the decimal values. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll practically demonstrate passing decimal values to the int data type declared variables. Okay, passing the decimal values to the int data type declared variables. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 22 of Java for Tester series, that is passing decimal values to the int data type declared variables. So what will happen when you assign decimal values, okay, to a variable which is declared of int data type. Okay, let's say there is a variable which is declared with int data type and you want to assign decimal value to that variable. What will happen? I'm going to explain. So let's take an example here. Let's take a variable a. I'm going to declare this variable a with int data type, and for this particular variable which is assigned with this int data type, if I try to assign some decimal value, okay, will this work or not? Okay, what will happen, guys, when I try to assign a decimal value like this to a variable which is declared with int data type? Simple, guys, we'll get a compiler error. So let me show you practically. So here I will say I will declare a variable a with int data type, and I will assign to this variable with a decimal value like this. Immediately I will get a compiler error. Okay. So before executing this problem itself, we will get the errors, guys. Such kind of errors are known as compiler errors. Java will give the compiler errors if this particular thing is against its syntax or values. Okay. Fine. So hover the mouse and hover the mouse and observe that what exactly this error is all about. It's a type mismatch, guys. That means you are trying to assign a decimal value to a variable which is of int data type, and you hover that it's saying the same thing. Type mismatch cannot convert from double to int. So by default, the decimal values will fall into the double data type category. Okay, double data type literal category, and you are trying to assign this double data type literal value to a variable which is of int data type. That is not allowed. Okay, which is not possible because we are getting compiler error saying that there is a mismatch between the type of value to the type of variable that you are assigning. Okay, here this side we have a double data type value, whereas this side we have a int data type value which are not matching. So if this is not matching, guys, is there any way to solve this problem? Okay, so still I want to assign this particular decimal value to this variable. Is it possible? Okay, so there are two ways, guys. There are two ways. That is when you hover the mouse, the Eclipse IDE itself is giving you two options here, how to resolve this problem. Okay, even though there is a type mismatch between this value and variable type, okay, we can do this two things to fix this problem, to resolve this problem. One of the thing is, since this is a double data type value, okay, double data type literal value. On the other side, we have into data type value, into data type. Okay, if you convert this variable, if you declare this variable with the double data type, obviously the issue will be resolved, right? This is the first way. Again, let's go back. Let's go back to int a is equal to 3.69, where we are getting the compiler error. The second option here is we can cast this. Okay, so we can convert this decimal value to a int data type value and then assign it to the variable of int data type. So this can be done using by casting. Okay, typecasting. We generally call it as typecasting, guys. I'll be explaining about typecasting in the future videos in detail. For now, just understand the typecasting at a high level. Using this typecasting thing in Java, what we can do is we can convert this decimal value to a integer value before assigning it to the variable of int data type. So how to do that? Simple, guys. Just before this decimal value, open and close the circular brackets. In between that, just provide the int. Okay, the data type int you just provide. So now what, this is nothing but typecasting, guys. You are converting the decimal value to an integer value now. So how can a decimal value will be converted to an integer value? Simple, guys. 3.69 will be, this will be ignored, guys. Okay, so 3 will be considered to the as int. Okay, this part will be removed, and while this typecasting is going on, okay, this decimal value will be converted to integer value, that is this 0.69 will be waived off. Okay, only 3 will be considered and stored into this variable a. Just because of this typecasting of this decimal value to an integer value, this decimal value will be converted to an integer value like 3. Okay, the remain the dot and 69 will be ignored, okay, or waived off, and only 3 will be assigned to this variable a as part of the typecasting or type conversion. Okay, now print it. System.out.println a. This is the second way, guys. Okay, the first way is to change the data type to the required data type for which this value can be stored, and the second type is to cast this value to a appropriate, okay, appropriate data type. Since we have want to convert this 3.69, okay, double type literal value to a integer value, you have to cast it with this int data type. Okay, int data type, then it will be typecasted. So this is known as typecasting, guys. So now let's run this and see whether we got the expected value or not. Okay, you see we got 3 printed here. That means out of this 3.69, Because of this typecasting, this 0.69 will be ignored. Only the integer value 3 will be stored into this variable A, converted and stored into this variable A. And when printed, the value that is stored into the variable A, that is 3, will be printed. So this is how, guys, we can pass decimal values to the int data type declared variables. And by default, you will get the compiler error. To resolve that error, you have to either change the data type of that particular variable to the required data type, that is double data type, or you have to typecast the decimal value to the integer type before assigning it to the variable A, which is of integer type. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll take up another problem, that is passing character values. Okay, here I am going to pass the character values to the int data type declared variables. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 23 of Java for Tester series, that is assigning character values to the int data type declared variables. So what happens when you assign character values, the character values to the variable of int data type? Okay, let's say there is a variable A which is declared with int data type, and if you are assigning some character value to this variable, let's say S, what is going to happen? Will we get any compiler error, or it will work? Okay, because I am trying to assign a character value to a variable which is of integer data type. Okay, so what happens here is this will not give any compiler here. Compiler error will not be displayed here. Okay, it works, guys. Okay, you can assign a character value to a variable of integer data type, and this thing works. Okay, without any compiler error, this thing works in Java. So how it works and all, I am going to explain practically. So let me create a variable A and declare it with int data type, and let me assign with this a character value, say S. Okay, single letter character value which is surrounded with single quotes. I'm assigning to this variable A, guys. And you see, I'm not getting any compiler error. That means Java is accepting this. Java is accepting this. That means, so Java is accepting the character value to be assigned to a variable of int data type. So what will happen when I print this? Okay. So what will happen when I print this variable which is assigned with a character value? So will it print anything, or it will print this character, or will it print an integer value? The answer is it prints, okay, it prints integer value. So how it is possible? I am assigning a character value to this variable, and when I print this variable, some integer value is coming. How it is possible? Because Java will automatically convert, Java internally, okay, will automatically convert this character value to the associated or appropriate integer value. Okay, before assigning this character value to this variable A of int data type, character value will be converted into integer value, associated integer value, and will be assigned to this variable A. Okay, so integer value will be assigned to this variable A, and whatever the integer value that is converted from this single letter character S will be printed in the output. Let's see what will be the value in the output. Right click, run as Java application. So when you give S here, it got converted into 115 and assigned it to the variable A, and when you print A, that 115 of this character S got printed. How this conversion is happening? Now the question is how the character value is getting converted to an integer value. How this is possible? Okay, the answer is every character has an associated ASCII integer value. Let me show you. Okay, every character has an associated ASCII integer value, so that Java can convert this character into the associated integer value. So where to find the details about which character has an associated ASCII integer value? For that, let's Google it out, guys. Open any browser and Google search for ASCII table. Just search for ASCII table, guys, in Google, and you'll get some search results. And go for the second search result, which says, which is from www.cs.cmu.edu, and which has ASCII at the end. Just select this ASCII table link. It will take you to a page where the characters and their associated integer values are printed, okay, are available. So this is a standard kind of thing, guys. ASCII is a kind of kind of documentation that every software follows. Fine. Here, as per that ASCII representation, every character here, you see the character A has the number 97, B has 98, like that. S has something like small s has 115. That's why we got this 115 got printed in the output. Okay. It can be any character, guys. It can be plus also. It can if you say if you try to assign plus symbol to this integer variable A, it will print which value? No, it will print 43 value. Okay. It will Java will automatically convert this plus to the 43 using this ASCII table and print the value associated value. Okay. This is how, guys. This is how the conversion happens. Java will automatically convert the character value to the associated integer value using this ASCII table. Okay. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'm going to explain, okay, what will happen when you assign byte, short, long, float, boolean, and string type values to the int data type declared variables. Okay, that I'm going to explain in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 24 of Java for Tester series. That is assigning byte, short, long, float, boolean, and string values to the int declared type variables. So we are going to check what will happen when we assign a variable which is declared with an int data type with the different types of values. Okay, like byte value range of integer value, short value range integer value, long value range integer value, float, boolean, and string. Okay, I'm going to assign all these different types of data type values to this variable which is declared of int data type and show you what will happen in real time. Okay, so let's start with one after the another one, guys. Okay, that is, let's start with the byte. Okay, what will happen when you assign a variable which is declared of int data type with the value which is in the range of byte. Okay, as we already know, the byte, okay, byte data type is used for storing the integer values, right? As the integer values in the range of -128 to 127. Okay, this is the range of the byte data type. So what will happen when I assign the value which is in the range of this -128 to 127 to this integer? Okay, let's see. Int a is equal to some 9, okay, or some 120. Let's say 120. You see, nothing will happen. So you can assign the value which is in the range of byte to the variable of int data type without any problem. Okay, it will be assigned and it will be printed as it is. A. Let's run this code. You see, the value got printed. And also, now let's try with the next data type value range, that is short. So short has the integer values in the range of -3 to 768 to 3 to 767. Let's take this value and try to assign this with the variable of int data type. Observe that we can assign the integer value which is in the range of short, okay, short data type value range to the variable of int data type without any problems. Let's print this and see whether it will get printed or not. Okay, it's getting printed because the ranges of the byte, short are smaller than the range of the int data type. Okay, the range of this is like 8-bit size, whereas this is 16-bit, whereas integer is 32-bit size. So these ranges will obviously fall below the range of the int data type, that is acceptable value. Okay, since these numbers are smaller than the range of this int data type, we can assign the values of values in the range of byte or short to the variable of the int data type. Now let's move to the next one, that is assigning the long data type value to the int data type value, int data type variable. Okay, long data type value to the int data type variable. As we already know that the range of this long is very high, that is 64-bit size. Okay, bigger number, the biggest possible number integer value that is possible in Java is this long data type value. Okay, so copy this highest one of this long possible value range and try to assign it to the variable a of int data type. Obviously, you will get an error saying that this literal of type int is out of range. Okay, so this is still an integer. It's Java is treating this as an integer because until you say L here, until you type L here, this will not become long. Okay, now when you hover the mouse, the error will be updated saying that cannot convert from long to int. It's not possible. It is saying you cannot assign assign a value of long long data value type to a variable of int data type. That is not possible. So guys, this is not possible. Okay, assigning the long data type value to the int data type variable is not possible. You'll get this compiler error when you try to do so. So there is one possibility, guys. Even though you're getting the compiler error, if you cast this particular, if you cast this particular value, to the int type, you can do that. Or you have to change this to long, then it will be accepted. Okay, if you change the data type to long, that will be accepted. Or if you want this data type to be int and you still want to assign this long data type value to this variable of int data type, then you have to typecast here. Okay, say int and say save and run this. Right click, run as Java application. So you got something like -1. Okay, how we got this -1? Let me explain. So how this is happening, how we got this -1, we have to find it out, right? So this is a bigger value, guys. So what it will do here is, this value will be iterated through this range. Okay, so from this number onwards, whatever the number, extra number comes, so this will rotate here. Okay, what it will do here is this typecasting will convert this number into this integer range. This is int data type range, guys, that is 32-bit. Okay, it will convert this 64-bit range of value to the 32-bit range by rotating. For example, you got some value like if you got the value as 2147483, the same value 647, instead of 647, if you got 648, okay, instead of this 647, if you got this 648, let's copy this and put into this and convert this and save this and run this code. Right click, run as Java application. Okay, what you got, guys? The next number you got, that is after this, if there is an extra number that is 8, that is not possible in this int data type. Okay, this is 64-bit, this is 32-bit. So in order to convert the 64-bit to 32-bit, Java what it will do is instead of making it 64-bit, this number 1 will be added to this. Okay, the range will be like this. After this 647, other end is 2147483 Okay, again if I give here 9, let's give some 9 here and save and run. You will understand what I am saying. 647, the next possible number has come. Okay, so if I add this to number 2 here, so instead of giving the number 2, you cannot add 2 plus 2 here, right? The positive number greater than this number is not possible. So what Java will do is, for conversion from the 64-bit to 32-bit, it will go to this side. Okay, after this, next number is this one. Then after this, the next number is -214483647 is the next number. Okay, like this, the value if keep on increasing, it will keep on increasing this number. Okay, 647, 646, 645, like that. Okay, so it will keep on rotating, guys. What I meant to say is, it will keep on rotating in the 32-bit range. Okay, if the given number is more than the highest number possible, then it will go to the other side and then keep on decreasing the number like this. Okay, if you have this number more than 5, okay, the highest possible number, if you have a number which is more than 5 numbers than this highest possible number, so it will one other side we have minus, right? It will be 1 2 3 4 5. So this number will be printed. Okay, instead of increasing the number, it will keep on rotating in the same integer data possible range. Okay, that's why guys, as part of this rotating, when I gave this big number here, okay, it kept on rotating within the range of int data type, within the range of int data type, and as part of that it got something like -1. Okay, as part of that rotating in this same, okay, integer data type range, it got -1. Okay, as a result. Hope you understood it, guys. So the next thing here is what will happen when you assign a float value to the int data type variable. So to this int data type variable, if I assign a float data type value, so how to do that? 3.69. This is a decimal value, guys. Okay, how to make this a float data type value? You have to add small f or capital F, anything you can add, guys. Okay, up to you. Over the mouse, it says that type mismatch cannot convert from float to int. Okay, the only possible ways are, one of the ways convert to float. Okay, change this data type to float is one of the way, and the other way is you can typecast this float data type value to the int data type. That means this decimal value will be waived off along with this f, and the remaining integer value 3 will be assigned to this variable a and will be printed. So typecasting will happen in this way. Right click, run as Java application. Save this and run as. 3 will be printed. Okay. Now the next one, that is what will happen when you assign a boolean value to a int data type variable. So for this, if I assign some boolean value like this, true, okay, there is no way, guys. You cannot assign a boolean value to the int data type variable. It's not possible at all. Okay, it's asking you, only possible solution is change it to boolean. Okay, boolean can be only assigned to the boolean, guys. Okay, you cannot assign the boolean data type variable to the variable of int data type. That's not possible at all. And the next last one is the string value. Okay, what will happen when you assign a string value? Let's say I want to assign a string value like uffox.com text into this variable a. Is it possible? The same thing, guys. You cannot convert this string to a variable of int data type. You cannot even typecast also. This is not convertible, not at all possible. Okay, so you cannot do a typecasting or it will not automatically convert. There's no other way, okay, other than changing this data type value to string, okay, to resolve this error. Fine, these are the things, guys. Okay, these are the details of what will happen when you assign different data type values like byte, short, long, float, boolean, string to the int data type variable. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain what will happen when you assign out of range integer values to the byte, short, int, and long data type. Okay, so that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 25 of Java for Testers series, that is assigning out of range integer values to byte, short, int, and long type variables. So what will happen when you assign the out of range integer values to byte, short, int, and long type variables? Let's find it out. Okay, so let's take a variable a and declare that variable with byte data type. So to this byte data type, if I assign some integer value which is in the range of its value. So byte data type is 8-bit size, that is -128 to 127. The range of the byte data type integer value range is -128 to 127. If I give some value which is in this range, let's say if I give some value, say 120 here, okay, this will be accepted, guys. So this will work fine. You can print it and you can run this also. Okay, this will work. So 120 got printed here. Fine. Now what if I give some range of integer value which is out of this byte data type range? say I give something like 130, okay, which is above this 127 range. If I give 130 here, what will happen? Immediately you will get a compiler error saying that cannot convert from int to byte. Okay, it says that you cannot convert from int to byte. It's saying, okay. So how to, okay, so this is out of range. Okay, if you provide a integer value which is out of range of this byte data type variable, then you will get a compiler error like this. In that case, you have to switch to the next level data type, that is short, okay, which is of 16-bit size. This short data type can store an integer value which is of 16-bit size. The next data type is, so the data type range, okay, short data type range is from here to here, that is minus 32,768 to 32,767. Okay, this integer value range of this short data type is this much. That's the reason this 130 got accepted here. Okay, so what if I give like 32,000 here? It will accept, okay, because 32,000 is within the range of short data type. Okay, it will accept, and when you run this, it will run. Okay, we will get the 32,000 in the output. But guys, what if I give something like some 40,000 if I give, which is above this range of the short data type, 40,000, and save it. You will get the compiler error again saying that cannot convert from into short. Okay, so this is out of this integer value is out of the range of this short data type. So you cannot store this out of range integer value into this short data type declared variable. So we have to go to the next level data type that can store higher level of higher range of integer values. That is, after short we have int. So int is like 32-bit. The range of integer is this to this. Okay, it's like it's a very big number, guys. 2 1 4 7 4 8 3 6 40 648 to this minus 2 1 4 7 4 8 3 647. Okay, so it's like very big number, guys. So you can give anything here. Okay, so it's like 214 crores, something like it. The number is like that. Okay, so let's give something like 12. Okay, something like this. So it's like 12 crores. Okay, let's give the number like 12 crores, which is in the range of int data type. Okay, this is this value in the range of int data type. So then it can accept, guys. Okay, it will work. When you run this, you will get the output also. Okay, because this value is in the range of int data type value integer range. Now what if I give a number which is greater than this range, that is greater than this number? How many digits are there? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, right? 6 10 digits are there. I will give some 12 digits or something now. Okay, so I will say 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6. If I give, these are 12 digits, guys, immediately we will get a compiler error saying that the literal value of type int is out of range. It is saying, okay, it's out of the range. So we have to go to the next level data type, that is long data type, to store the next level value. Okay, range value, that is long. Still, after putting long, guys, the error will not be resolved because this is still an integer literal only. You have to convert this. So you have to convert this integer literal to long literal. For that, you need to add L at the end of this. Okay, at the end of this, you need to add L. Okay, then it will be resolved. So you are converting this long integer, normal integer literal to long integer literal. Okay, then only you can save that long literal into this long data type. Now run this. Okay, you got the output. And this long also has a range, guys. This is a range of long. Okay, copy this. This is a maximum range of this long. Put it here. Remove all the commas. To mention that this is a long type integer literal value, you have to add which letter, guys, at the end of this integer value? L. Okay, small l or capital L, anything is fine, guys. Okay, I prefer capital, so let's do that. Okay, so save it. You see, it's working fine because this is the highest value that is possible. What if I add two more digits here? Okay, you see immediately get an error saying that this literal of type long is out of range. Is there any possibility to upgrade this to the next level of data type which can store the next range of integer value? It's not possible, guys. This is not possible. Only up to here is possible, guys, in Java. Okay, you cannot store any more higher number of integer value. Okay, other than this. Okay, this is the highest number you can say. Okay, which has this long type literal. So if you are going out of range with long also, you cannot do anything, guys. That's the final thing. Okay, we can do. So this is what, guys, this is what will happen when you assign out of range integer values to byte, short, int, and long data type variables. So you have to give the values which are in the range of this data type variables. Fine, guys. So that's it. In the next video session, I'll explain about literals. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 26 of Java for Testers series, that is different types of literals. So the different types of literals. Before I explain the different types of literals, first we need to understand what exactly are literals in Java. Literals are nothing but the values or data. Okay, literals are nothing but the values or data. So let me explain with a example. Let's say if you want to, okay, let's say there is a statement like this: int a is equal to some value 9 semicolon here. Okay, this is a statement in Java, guys. This is one of the statement in Java, and in this statement, this int is a data type. Okay, whereas a is a, what is a? A is a variable name or variable. Okay, here third item, that is equal to, is nothing but an operator. Okay, is one of the operators in Java. There are many operators in Java. This is equal to symbol is an assignment operator in Java. Okay, now the final one, this value 9, okay, is nothing but a literal. Okay, this is a literal, guys. Literal is nothing but a value or data, guys. This 9 is nothing but a value or data, that is nothing but a literal. Okay, so in this particular statement, int is a data type, a is a variable name, is equal to is the operator, and 9 is a literal, that is a value or data. Okay, so what are literals in Java? Literals are nothing but the values or data. Okay, if I give a more technical answer for what is a literal, literal is nothing but a representation of numeric, boolean, string, and character data. Okay, so if I have to define it more technically, literal is nothing but a representation of boolean, character, numeric, or or string. Okay, string value or data. So literal is nothing but a representation of boolean, character, numeric, or string value or data. Okay, string value or data. So here in this example, guys, int a is equal to 9. Int a is equal to 9. In this particular example, okay, here 9 is a numerical data. Similarly, if you say char a is equal to some s, this is a character type data. Okay, character type literal. Like that, if you say string a is equal to, okay, qfox.com, this is string type literal data. Okay, string literal type data. So here, that's why I'm saying literal is nothing but representation of the boolean, character, numeric, or string values. Another example here is boolean A is equal to either true or false. You can give. Okay. Here true is nothing but a. Okay. All these are literals, guys. This 9 is a literal. This S is a literal. This text qfox.com is a literal with the double quotes. Here S with single quotes is a literal. Here normal 9 is a literal. Here true is also a literal. Okay. All these are literals in Java. Literal is nothing but representation of the boolean, character, numeric, and string value or data. Okay. So it can be called as literals, values, or data. Fine. So now guys, now you hope you understood what are literals exactly. Now let me explain the different types of literals. Okay. Different types of literals in Java. What are the different types of literals in Java? Literals can be classified as like this. Okay. First type I will take it as numeric. Okay. Numeric literals. Literals can be classified as numeric literals. Second thing, let me take boolean literal. Then we can categorize the literals as character literals. And you can classify the literals as string literals. Okay. String literals. And one more thing, guys. There's one more thing as part of the literals, that is escape characters. So you can classify the literals in Java into different types. First type is numeric literal, second is boolean literal, third one is character literal, fourth one is string literal, and fifth one is the escape characters. And coming to this numeric literals, you can categorize this. You can still break this numerical literals into different types like this. Okay. Numeric literals of these different types of literals in Java can be further classified as integer literals. Okay. Then long literals. Then floating point literals and double literals. Okay. Now, Boolean literals are its own type. They have either true or false values. Anyhow, I'll explain that. Character literals are like we covered with single quotes. Okay, later covered with single quotes, string literals, and escape characters. So, guys, this is how we can categorize the literals in Java. Okay, this is how we can categorize the literals in Java. There are different types of literals in Java. You can classify like this. That is numeric literals, boolean literals, character literals, string literals, and escape characters. And these numeric literals can be further classified as integer literals, long literals, floating point literals, and double literals. Okay. So, and these are the different types of literals in Java. Now guys, I am going to explain you each and every literal, okay, in this different types of literals in Java. I am going to explain each and every literal with proper example also, okay. Let's start with the first literal, that is numeric literal. As I said, numeric literals, these are the numeric literals which are one of the types of literals in Java. Numeric literals can be further classified as integer literal, okay. Numeric literals can be further classified as integer literal, long literal, floating point literal, and double literal, like this, four literals. Okay. Numeric literals can be further classified as integer, long, floating point, and double literals. So let me first explain the first type of literal here, that is integer literal. Okay. So integer literal. So numeric literals can be classified as four types. Okay. One is integer, then long floating point, and last one is a double. So this numerical letters can be classified into integer, long floating point, and double. Now I'm going to explain the first literal, that is integer literal. Okay, what are integer literals? What are integer literals? Integer literals are nothing but the numerical values. Okay, integer literals are nothing but the numerical values which are in the range of this range. Okay, numerical values which are in the range of this number, that is -214748364 to 214748364. Okay, so numerical values are nothing but the integer literals are nothing but the numerical values which are in the range of this numeric. Okay, like this -214748364 to 214748364. Okay, so those are nothing but the integer literals. Let me take some examples. So first example is byte a is equal to 123. If you give this, okay, this 123 is nothing but the integer literal, guys. Okay, this is nothing but 123 here. The numeric value 123 is nothing but the which literal this is? Integer literal. If you say system.out.println and print this variable a, we store this numeric or integer literal. We store this integer literal of 123 into this variable a. I'm printing this, so it will be printed. Okay, so right click on this demo.java and say run as Java application. You see the value 123 got printed. Okay, numeric. This is what got printed here. The integer literal got printed here. Fine. The next example here is short a is equal to, okay, short a is equal to 1 2 3 4 5. System.out.println. Okay, here 1 2 3 4 5 is nothing but an integer literal. Okay, this 1 2 3 4 5 here is nothing but an integer literal. I am assigning this integer literal into the variable a of which is declared of short data type. Okay, I'm trying to print the variable a, and this integer literal should get printed here. Okay, let me run this. Right click, run as Java application. You see, integer literal value 1 2 3 4 5 got printed. Next example for integer literal is int a is equal to 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Okay, and system.out.println a. Here this 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0, okay, numeric value is nothing but an integer literal. Okay, is an integer literal in Java. I am assigning this numeric or integer literal value to the variable a, which is declared of int data type, and I am trying to print the variable a, so that this integer literal value will be printed in the output console. Right click, run as Java application. So you'll get this integer literal value 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0 printed in the output console. So those are the example for the integer literals in Java. The next type of literal is long literal. Okay, here we are done with the integer literal. We are going into the long literal. So what is long literal? Long literal also are the numerical values. Okay, long literals are also the numerical values which end with the letter L. Okay, this numerical value end with letter L. Okay, and so they have a wide range, guys. Okay, when compared to the integer literals, okay, the range of the numeric long literals are higher. Okay, the common thing between this integer literal and long literal is here both are numerical values only. Okay, integer literal is a numerical value and long literal is also a numerical value. Okay, but the range of integer literals, numerical range of this integer literals is this one. Okay, whereas the numerical range of long literals is a bigger one. Okay, this is a one. This is the range of the long literals, and this long literal numerical value should end with the letter L. Okay, so let me give some examples here. For example, here if I say, okay, long A is equal to 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0 1 2. Okay, and you see this is a numeric value, and it should end with L. Okay, a numerical value which ends with the letter L becomes a long literal. Okay, okay, this not a this not an integer literal, guys. So it's a long literal. Okay, this is a long literal. Numerical literals won't be, integer literals won't end with the letter L, whereas long literals will have the numerical value which end with the letter L. That's the difference between the, what is the difference between integer literal and long literals? Long literals have wider range, okay, a bigger range, and also here long literals we have numerical value which end with the letter L. In the integer literals, normal numerical values will be there without any ending of L. But in long literals, we have to end these numerical values with the letter L, and they have a bigger range. Fine. If I say short or something here, it will not work, guys. It will give an error. Okay. Because long literals cannot be stored into a variable which is of other types like byte or short or int. You cannot store. Okay. You cannot store the long literals into the variables of byte, short, or int data type. Instead, you have to use long. Then only it will work. Okay. Long literal Long literals can only be stored into the variables of which type? Long data type. Sum.out.println a. Okay. If I print this, it will print the long literal value. You see the long literal value, that is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0 1 2 got printed. Here this numerical value is ending with L to become a long literal. It can be as simple as 1 2 3 L also, guys. Okay. This 1 2 3 L is a long literal, guys. If I remove this L, okay, here 1 2 3 will become an integer literal. So this is the difference, guys. Okay. Here 1 2 3 is an integer literal, and you need to add L to make this one integer literal to a long literal. Now it has become long literal. And the long literals have bigger range when compared to the integer literals. The difference that you can see in the literal examples is that for one example of the integer literal is 1 2 3. Okay. Whereas the example of the long literal is 1 2 3 L. So here L is extra. So if you add some letter L at the end of this 1 2 3 numeric literal, it will become integer literal. It will become a long literal. Okay. Fine. Now the next literal types are floating point literals. Floating point literal. Floating point literals are the decimal values. Okay. Okay. Floating point literals are nothing but the decimal values which end with letter F. Okay. Which end with the letter F. Here, guys, in case of long literals, we can either provide small capital L or small L. Okay, it can be anything. For example, here 1 2 3 L is here, L is capital. Instead of this capital L, if I provide this small L here, it will still work, guys. Okay, you can either pass small letter L or capital letter. I prefer using capital L because it looks very good. Okay, so here also in floating point literals, these are decimal values which end with the letter F. You can either provide the capital F or small f. Okay, to end these decimal values with a letter, you can either use capital F or small f to make it a floating point literal. Okay, so let me explain with an example, guys. Okay, so here if I say float a is equal to 123.456. Okay, 123.456. this is a decimal value, right? But it's not a floating point literal. This is a decimal value, but how to convert this decimal value into floating point literal? You need to add the letter, capital letter F, okay, or small letter F at the end of this literal. I prefer capital F, guys. Okay, this literal 123.456F, okay, with the letter F together will become a floating point literal. If you remove this F, you'll immediately get an error, guys. You cannot store this decimal value into this variable A. Okay. So you need to add the letter F to make this a floating point literal. Then only you can assign it to the variable A of which type? Float data type. Okay. Now let's print the floating point literal, which is stored into the variable A. Right click run as Java application. You see the floating point literal got printed here. That's the floating point literal, guys. Now the next type of the literal we have here under the numeric literals is, we are done with the first three things of numerical literals, guys. Numeric literals. First one is integer literal. Second one is long literal. Third one is the floating point literal. Fifth one is the double literal. Let's go with the last one, that is double literal. Double literals are also the decimal values. Okay. So floating point literals are also the decimal values and double literals are also the decimal values. Okay, this is a common thing between floating point and double literals. Where here double literals won't end with any letter. Okay, here floating point literal end with a letter like F or small f or capital F. But double literals won't end with any letter. Okay, it's not compulsory, I can say. You can actually end double literals with a letter. Okay, you can end with the letter D or capital D or small d. But this is not compulsory. Okay. In case of this floating point letter, these decimal values must end with the letter F or small f or capital F. Okay. This is compulsory. But here, for the double literal, these are also decimal values. We can end these decimal values with the letter capital D or small d, but this is not compulsory. Okay. Here, if I remove this capital letter F here, immediately you are getting the error, guys. Okay. That kind of error you will not get in case of the double literals. It's optional, you can say, not compulsory or optional. Okay. The provision for providing this letter D after this decimal values or small d at the end of this decimal values is optional in case of double literals. Okay, it's not compulsory. By default, okay, by default, the decimal values are double literal types. Okay. The default decimal values are double literals. If you don't provide any letter at the end of the decimal values, they by default become the double literals. If you specifically provide some letter like capital F or small f at the end of the decimal values, then only they will become floating point literals. Okay. So that is the difference between this the floating point and double literals, guys. Here you can give 123.456 and it is must or should to provide the capital F to make this a floating point literal. Okay, this decimal value should end with the capital F or small f to make it a floating point literal. But here, guys, if I give 123.456, okay, and if I don't end with any letter here after this decimal value, by default it will become a double literal. Okay, and if I, it's optional to provide some letter at the end of this, guys. Okay, if I provide like this 123.456 capital D or small d here, okay, in this case I am just, this is optional, guys. This will work and this will work. Okay. By default, it is double literal type. By default, the decimal values are double literal type. And you can also, it's optional to provide this capital letter or small letter D at the end of this decimal value. Okay. Fine. And one more difference between this floating point and double literals is double the size of floating point. These both are, these both floating point literals are and double literals are decimal values, but the size of the double literals or range of the double literals is double the size of this floating point literals. Okay, fine. So guys, let me demonstrate the fourth type of numeric literals. that is double literal. Okay, if I say double A is equal to 123.456. Okay, you see 123.456. This is by default a double literal. Okay, without any letter a after this decimal value, it by default becomes a double literal, guys. You can print it. It will work. Right click, run as Java application. You see it got worked. And I can add the letter small d or capital D at the end of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is optional, guys. The provision of the to provide this letter D or small d at the end of this decimal value is optional in case of double literals. Okay, this is also a double literal now. Run this. Right click, run as Java application. Okay, 123.456. The double literal got printed here. Double literal got printed here. So this is nothing but the double literal. And coming to the next type of literal, here I have first explained what are numeric literals. Now let me explain the next type of literals in Java, that is boolean literal. Okay, boolean literal. There are only two possible values for this boolean literals, guys. That is either true or false. This true is a boolean literal and false is a boolean literal. Only two possibilities. Okay, possible values. There are only two possible values. In case of this boolean literal, there is only two possible values, either true or false. This both true and false are the boolean literals. Okay, let me explain. Boolean A is equal to true. Here true is a which literal? Boolean literal. Okay, system dot out dot println A. I print this. The boolean literal value that is true got printed. Similarly, if I say boolean B is equal to false, system dot out dot println, okay, B. If I run this, right click, run as Java application. You see the boolean literal value false got printed. Only two possibilities, guys. You cannot assign any boolean literal value to this boolean. Only boolean literals are only two things, that is true or false. Okay, this is also false is also a boolean literal. Now let's go to the next literal type, that is character literal. So character literals are the single letter values stored in between single quotes. Okay, stored inside single quotes. Single letter value stored inside single quotes. For example, okay, this is a character literal. Here S is a single letter value which is stored inside this single quote, starting single quote and ending single quote. Similarly, this is also a character literal. Okay, that is the single literal value here is a symbol here, that is dollar symbol, which is inside the single quotes. Okay, starting single quote and ending single quote. This is also a character literal. And I can also give like this. Okay, this is also a single literal value. It can be either alphabet or it can be a symbol, it can be a numerical value which is surrounded by the single quotes will become a character literal. Okay, this is a character literal, this is a character literal, this is a character literal. Okay, so let me demonstrate. So for character literals, they should be enclosed within single quotes. Okay, this is must, guys. Single letters enclosed inside the single quotes are nothing but the character literals. So char a is equal to s. System dot out dot println a. Okay, this is a character literal. Similarly, char a is equal to inside the single quote. If I provide any symbol like dollar or hash, it can be anything, guys. Okay, it is also a character literal. Single value, single letter value stored inside the single quotes is nothing but a character literal. System dot out dot println. Here I have to say b, guys. B. Okay. Now the next thing is char c is equal to some number 9 inside the single quotes. This is also a character literal. System dot out dot println c. Save it and run this. Observe that all the character literals will be printed as #9, okay, which are inside the single quotes. In Java, if you surround a single letter value with the single quotes, it will become a character letter. Either it can be a alphabet, either it can be a symbol, either it can be a numeric. But if it is surrounded by the single quotes in Java, it will become a character literal. Okay, that is nothing but a character literal, guys. Now let us go to the string literals. The next tab is the string literals. So string literals are a sequence of characters surrounded by double quotes. Okay, sequence of characters surrounded by double quotes. In case of the char literals, there was only single character or single value surrounded by single quote. But in case of string literals, there are sequence of characters surrounded by the double quotes. Okay, for example, okay, qfox.com is a string literal. Another example here is my name Arun Motori. Surrounded by this, okay, starting double quote and ending double quote is also a string literal. Another example is, okay, the software testing tutorials. Okay, here we have a sequence of character, first character, second character, third character. Like that, we have a sequence of characters and words, okay, which are surrounded by this starting double quotes and ending double quotes will become a string literal. This all these three examples are the string literals, guys. Let me practically demonstrate that now. Okay, so a is equal to string a is equal to firefox.com. Okay, semicolon. This is a string literal sequence of characters. Okay, first character, second character, third character, fourth, fifth, like that. Okay, which are surrounded by starting double quotes and ending double quotes is a string literal. System dot out dot println. Just printing this string literal. Now string b is equal to my name Arun Motori. If I say this is also a string literal. System dot out dot println b. Then string c is equal to software testing tutorials is also a string literal. System dot out dot println c. Sequence of characters surrounded by the double quotes is nothing but a string literal, guys. If I run this, all the string literal values will be printed in the output console. Okay. So now let's move to the next type of literal, that is escape characters. Other type of literals is nothing but the escape characters. What are escape characters? Escape characters can be used along with the string literals. Okay, escape characters can be used with the string literals. In Java, escape characters literals can be used with the string literals. So, few examples for these escape characters are /t, /n, /single quote, /double quote, double slash. Okay. So the purpose of all these things are different, guys. Okay. /t has done some purpose, /n has some purpose, /single quote has some purpose, /double quote has some purpose, and double slash has some purpose. Okay. I will explain. So here, if I say system.out.println and let me type some text like qafox.com and give something like /n and Arun Moturi again /n and then give something like the /n software /n testing /n tutorials. So here, this is a string literal. Inside the string literal, I have given the escape characters literals. Okay. Here /n is an escape character literal. Here another /n is also escape character. Here /n is an escape character, /n escape character, and /n escape character literals. Okay. Escape character literals inside the string literal. If I run this, okay, if I run this, what will happen? Let's see. Right click run as Java application. You see, qafox.com has been printed in the first line. Then came the /n, which has moved this, the next text Arun Motori to be printed in the next line. Here /n means /n is an escape character literal, which stands for the new line. Okay, it is taking the output to the new line. Again, after Arun Motori is printed, again the got printed because /n is nothing but new line. Like this, guys, a single statement got printed in all the new lines like this. Okay, qafox.com. Then in the next line, Arun Motori. In the next line, the software testing. If I remove this /n from here, okay, you will see all this particular text or string literal to be printed in the single line. Okay, instead of multiple lines, the string literal will be printed in the single line. Right click run as Java application. You see, like this it has to be printed. So wherever you add /n, this /n is nothing but a escape character literal. It will print in the new line. You see, like this you can use escape characters in Java. There are different escape characters in Java, guys. So in place of this /n, if I give /t, okay, like this, in 3 places I have given /t, guys. Okay, so after qafox.com I give /t, after non-module I give /t, after the software, okay, in 2 places I give. So if I run this, /t stands for tab, okay, /n stands for new line, whereas /t stands for tab. Right click run as Java application. You see, after qafox.com, the tab got pressed. That is, you see, this much space has come. Instead of single space, we got this tab space. Then after Arun motor again /t is there, so we got tab space. Okay. For example, here, if I give something like a, if I press tab, and nothing is happening here. Let me take an example of text. Okay. Notepad or something. And if I give some A and say tab, you see, then B, then again press tab, guys. It is going to some different place. C, right? This is a tab space. Okay. If I normally give A and press space here, only one space got printed. But if I press tab here, it will go with a bigger space. Okay, like this. So such kind of is nothing but /t, which stands for tab. Okay, here and slash n stands for escape character, literal stands for new line. And again, here we have something like slash single quote. Okay, I'll explain what is that. So here guys, so if I want to add the single quote surrounding this qfox.com, so let me add a single quote here. And if I add this single quote again here, so I have surrounded this qfox.com with the single quote and single quote. Okay, let's run, let's see what will happen. Right click, run as Java application. The single quote has been added. Okay, similarly, if you want to specify, okay, the single quote with the help of escape characters, okay, then you have to specify this forward slash single. This will become a single quote only. Okay, single quote. So without forward slash and with forward slash, there is no problem, guys. Okay, in this particular string literal, okay, there is no problem if you provide this forward slash before the single quote or after the just before the single quote. Okay, without this forward slash also it's working fine. But if I provide this forward slash then single quote forward slash single quote, then I run this, you see you got the same output. That means here forward slash single quote stands for single quote. So inside the string literals, if you want to add a single quote, you have to use this escape character. Okay, single quote. If you want to print a single quote in the string literal, then you have to use this forward slash single quote. What if I want to surround this qfox.com text with double quotes? Let's see what will happen. Okay, you are getting error, guys. It's not allowing you. When I surrounded this qfox.com in this particular string literal with this double quotes, it's not allowing me, because from here to here is a string literal. Again, inside that again sub literal you cannot give, substring literal you cannot give, right? There's a problem. But to overcome such kind of error, but in the output you want this qfox.com to be printed with surrounded as double quotes. That is not getting possible. To overcome this problem, you have to add forward slash here, forward slash here before this double quotes. Okay, like this. This represents the double quotes in Java. Okay. So now when I run this, that got resolved the error, that resolved the error, and you see this qfox.com got printed surrounded by double quotes in the output console. Okay. So that's where, guys, wherever you are facing the problems, you can simply add the forward slash and then double quotes, forward slash and double quote, escape characters, literals. Okay, this is for double quotes. Okay, in case of single quote, we didn't get any error, but in case of double quotes, we got an error. Okay, to resolve that, we have to must and should add the forward slash before the this particular escape characters. Wherever you want to get the double quotes, you have to add this escape character. Now, guys, what if I say slash here and slash here? Okay, qfox.com surrounded with forward slash forward slash. You see, you are getting an error, guys. It's not possible. Okay, you're getting an error. So what I have to do here is I have to say forward slash forward slash. 2 times I have to give, guys. Forward 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 forward. This stands for single forward slash. Okay. So when I run this, right click, run as Java application. You see, now only single forward slash got printed. So if you provide double forward slash, it will consider it as a single forward slash. This is especially in case of, okay, if you want to provide any, if you want to print any path, C slash Arun slash, okay, documents slash xyz.png, like this. If you want to print this path, this is not working. It's saying some error. It's giving some error saying invalid escape sequence. Okay. Two, that the problem here is in the string literal you cannot provide the single slash. Okay. To represent the single slash, you cannot provide the single slash. It is giving the invalid escape sequence. They have to overcome this problem by providing the double forward slashes in place of the single forward slashes. Now when you run this, it will definitely print the path. Okay, you see only single forward slash has been printed here. In place of this double forward slash escape character, only single forward slash is getting printed. So this double slash stands for single forward slash. So like this guys, there are good number of escape characters in Java. Okay, in Java there are good number of escape characters in Java. Each and every escape character has a purpose. Okay, has a purpose. Few examples of the escape characters I shown in this video are slash t for tab, slash n for new line, slash single quote for single quote, slash double quote for double quotes, and double slash for single forward slash. And all these letters can be used inside the string literals. Okay, for using the escape character literals in the string literals, we have to use these escape characters. Okay, and there are more escape characters are also available in Java, guys. I'll take a dedicated video session on these escape characters in the upcoming video sessions. So for now, at high level, these are the escape characters and which are one of the types of literals in Java. Okay, what are the different types of literals in Java? Numeric, boolean, character, string, and finally escape. And in numeric, we have sub literal types like integer, long, floating, and double literals. Okay, these are the different literals, types of literals in Java, guys. So that's it. In the next video session, I'll take up a detailed video session on escape character literals in Java. Okay. As I mentioned, apart from this given examples of these escape characters, we have good number of escape character literals in Java, which I'll be explaining in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 27 of Java for Tester series, that is escape characters in Java. So what are escape characters in Java? So before understanding what are escape characters in Java, okay, we have to first know that there is something known as literals in Java. There are different types of literals, guys. At a high level, I will explain. So one is numeric literals. Okay, one is numerical literals. Second one is boolean literals, character literals. Then we have something known as string literals. Okay, and then we have something known as escape characters, which are also literals, guys. Okay, escape characters are also one of the types of literals in Java. To understand these literals and the different types in detail, you can watch my previous video, guys. In the previous video, I already explained what exactly are literals and what are the different types of literals and subtypes of literals. And in this video session, okay, I'm only going to focus on the one type of literals, that is escape character literals. Okay, what are escape character literals? They are literals. Okay, they are one type of literals. Escape characters are one type of literals in Java. Okay, escape characters are one type of literals in Java. Okay, this is the thing. Then escape character literals can be used with string literals. Now we have the escape character literals, and other side we have string literals, right? There are two literals here. If I select this, okay, there are 5 literals here, literal types here, and in that escape character literal is one type and string literal is another type. So escape character, where exactly we use this? Where exactly we use this escape character literals in Java is a question. So where are we going to use? We are going to use this escape character literals with strings, guys. Okay, with strings we are going to use. With string, instead of strings, you can say that with string literals we are going to use. Okay, how actually the string literals look like? For example, if I say, okay, if I write this sequence of characters inside this starting and ending double quotes, it becomes a string literal. Okay, this becomes a string literal. and escape characters can be used with this string literals only. Okay, anything that is surrounded by these double quotes, okay, is nothing but a string literal. Fine. So now I'm going to explain the different types of escape character literals. Okay, so different types of escape character literals in Java. So far, okay, to my understanding, so far, these are the different types of escape character literals in Java. Let me write down one after the another one. First one is slash t, okay, backslash. This is a backslash, guys, okay. Forward slash looks like this, okay, which will be bending into the forward direction. Whereas if something is a slash which is bending to the, okay, other direction, okay, backward direction, then this is going to be called as a backslash, okay. Symbol is nothing but backslash symbol, okay. If you say backslash t, okay, this is one of the character literal in Java, okay. Backslash t is one of the escape character literal. Okay, these are the different escape character literals in Java, guys. Backslash t is one of them. Then followed by we have something known as backslash n. This is another escape character literal in Java. And then we have something known as there are many, guys. Let's say this one, backslash double quote. Okay, I'll explain you the purpose, like why we have to use backslash t, where we have to use backslash n, where we have to use backslash double quote. Okay, and we have something known as backslash single quote. Okay, after backslash double quote, we have something known as backslash single quote. Then we have something known as back double slash. Okay, double backslash, double backslash like this. This is single backslash, this is double backslash. And then we have something known as backslash r, okay. Backslash r is done. Then we have something known as backslash let me give some more space here. We have something known as backslash Unicode, okay, backslash Unicode. Then we have something known as backslash r is done. We have something known as backslash f, I guess. Yes, backslash f, and another one is backslash b. So as in the order, backslash b, and another one is backslash f. Okay. So like this, we have different types of escape character literals in Java. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, almost 9 are there. Okay. So there are 9 different types of escape character literals in Java that I'm going to practically demonstrate now. Okay. How to use backslash t escape character in Java along with the string literals. We have to use this escape characters with which literals? String literals. Escape character is also a literal and which need to be used with string literals. Okay. And these are the different types of escape character literals in Java, starting from backslash t to backslash f. Let me practically demonstrate each and every type of escape character literals in Java in detail. So let's start with the first one, that is backslash t. For that, I will say system.out.println. Inside this println, okay, I am going to provide a string literal. Okay, I'm going to provide a string literal, guys. Okay, which starts with double quotes and ends with double quotes. There are different ways you can use a string literals, guys. For example, if you say string A is equal to, and this side you have to provide nothing but a string literal. For example, here if I say Arun Moturi, my name, okay, this Arun Moturi is nothing but a data or value which is nothing but a string literal. Okay, you are assigning a string literal which is surrounded. String literals are generally the sequence of characters surrounded by the starting and ending double quotes. So this can be assigned to a variable. This is one purpose, and other place you can use this string literals is like system.out.println. Inside this println method, you have to provide starting double quotes and ending double quote. You can type any text, firefox.com or Motori, okay, the software testing tutorials. Like this, you can type like anything, okay. The sequence of text starts from here to here, guys, and it's inside this starting double quote and ending double quote. And from here to here is nothing but a string literal again, okay. Here we have used string literal in a different way. Here we have used string literal in a different way. This string literal will be printed into the output because of this println method. Whereas this string literal is going to be stored into this variable A. Like that, guys, whatever is there that you have provided between the double quotes, okay, that becomes the string literal. Okay, this is also a string literal inside the println method. Okay, so let me remove this one. Okay, this is just for showing you what exactly a string literal is and how many ways we can use that and all. Okay, let's go with the system.out.println, and here we have some string literal inside this one. Okay, now guys, what if I say after this qfox.com, what if I say slash t? Okay, like this slash t, and some other place also I will give slash t. Okay, like this at two places I have given slash t here. So what does this slash t stands for? Before I demonstrate here, slash t stands for a tab. Okay, so what will happen here is, for example, let me open a notepad like this, a normal notepad, and let me type some text like qfox.com. And here if I press space bar key on my keyboard, you see how much space it is coming, only this space is adding after kfox.com. But what if I press tab button, okay, tab keyboard button on my keyboard, you see I'm getting a long space, right? The cursor is going here. If I type here, it will start from here because of the long press. If I only say space and start typing, it will be like this. Only this space has been added by the space bar. But if I press same thing, if I press the tab button on my keyboard and start typing, you see this is a space that got added by the tab key button on my keyboard. The same thing will be done by the slash t. So it acts as a tab. Okay, wherever I provided this slash t, a bigger space will be added between this qfox.com and this hyphen and all those stuff. Okay, for that I have written it hyphen t. Okay, many places have written. Let's see. Okay, so let me run this. Right click, run as Java application. You see how much space is getting added. I have provided this backslash t before this hyphen symbol here, and as you can see, because of this hyphen t, that is because of that backslash t, you can see that this much space has been added. That means a tab space has been added. Here also another tab space has been added. Okay, so without this forward slash, without this backslash t, if I run the same statement, I'll get a different output. There will not be that much space. You see, the nominal space is there here. Okay, that's how, guys, by using this escape character, that is backslash t, a tab space will be added. Okay, and printed in the output console. And we have used this backslash t with which literal, guys? We have used inside this string literal. Okay, we have to use escape characters with which literals? We have to use them with string literals. The way I demonstrated with the help of this backslash t, that is the first escape character that I demonstrated so far. Now let's go with the second escape character literal in Java, that is nothing but new line. Okay, backslash n stands for new line. what if I specify here \n, and here also if I specify something like \n, okay, what will happen? A new line. Okay, so when this print statement is printing this, it will print up to here in the output console. After that, it will the control will go to the next line, and in the next line this text will be printed in the output console, and after that again the control will go to the next line, and in the third line this particular text will be printed. Okay, so instead of printing the complete, earlier the complete statement got printed in the same line. Now if I run this, right click run as Java application, you can see that till this part, okay, it got printed here. Then from here to here, it got printed here, okay, in the new line. So \n, what it will do, it will take your control to the new line. Okay, this escape character works like this, this one again in the new line. Okay, so this is how, guys, we have to use the second escape character literal in Java, that is \n, for taking the string literal control to the new line. Now the third escape character literal that I would like to demonstrate here in this video session is double quotes. Where exactly we have to use? Let me explain. Let's remove all this stuff, okay, and let's keep up to here. Okay. Now, guys, I got a requirement. If I run this, if I run this, I got a normal output. qfox.com. I fund the software testing tutorials. But my requirement is to, okay, print double quotes here. Okay. Instead of this normal qfox.com, I would like to surround this text with double quotes and print it here. Okay. That means this qfox.com should be printed along with the double quotes. That's what my requirement is. So for that, I thought like, okay, since I have to add the double quotes, I just thought like, let's add the double quotes here. Okay. So now if I run this, I cannot run because I'm already getting an error, because you cannot surround by double quotes, guys. So it's giving some error. It cannot be resolved, it's saying. Okay. So here, so what's happening? It's not working because till here is one string literal. Again, we don't know what exactly qfox.com is. From here to here is another string literal. Okay, Java is treating like this, guys. Okay, so from this double quotes to this double quotes, Java is treating as one string literal, and Java is getting confused. What exactly is this qfox.com? It's a variable or something. We don't know. It's not declared anywhere. It's just thinking like that. And again, Java treats from here to here as another string literal, because it treats like this is a starting string literal and this is ending string literal. But our main intention was to put this qfox.com text and print it with double quotes. This process is not working. It's giving some errors. So for that, guys, Java has given one escape character literal in Java, that is a \double quotes. Okay. Instead of providing this double quotes like this, you have to use this \double quote. Okay. Here, instead of normal double quote, you have to say \double quote. Okay. Should give \double quote if you want to get this double quote printed in the output console. Okay. Then you have to use, instead of normal double quote, you have to use \double quote. Here also \double quote you have to provide. Okay. Now if I run this, the error got resolved, you see. Okay. Right click run as Java application. You see, whatever the output we are expecting, we wanted this qfox.com text to be printed along with this starting and ending double quotes. This was only possible with the help of this \double quote. Okay. \double quote. Escape character in Java. Okay. This is double quote for double quotes. Okay. For getting the double quotes. Okay, so no place there, so I'm just moving it here. This is for the double quotes. Okay. Now another one we have is that, can you guess what is this? This is for single quote, simple. Okay. If you want the single quote to be printed in the output console, you have to use this instead of normal single quote, we have to use \single quote. Okay. So let me show you here. But guys, it works without also. Okay. There may be some situations where you cannot use single quote. In that case only you have to use that. Okay. So for example, here, if I add this single quote before this qfox.com and a single quote after this qfox.com, and if I run this, this works fine. Okay, I'm not getting an error. And if I run this run as Java application, you see whatever the output I'm expecting, it's coming. Okay, qfox.com is getting printed along with the single quotes. Working fine. But guys, if you are facing any problems with this approach, okay, in anywhere, not here guys, here it is working fine, but in real time or somewhere wherever you are working, if you get a requirement where this single quote is not working because of something, you are getting some error, simply use backslash single quote. Okay, this also represents the single quote only. Now run this will also give the same output. Okay, you see whatever the output we got has getting displayed. Okay, and of course this is the best way to actually print the single quotes in the output console. Okay, so instead of providing the normal single quote in the string literals, you just provide the backslash single quote. Okay, that will be the best. Now double backslash. Okay, this is for single backslash. Okay, if your requirement is to print a single if your requirement is to add a single backslash, then you have to use double backslash. Okay, let me explain you what exactly I mean. For example guys, if I want to, okay, if I, let's see, go to one folder, PC, okay, some C drive, some users, some Arun Motori. Okay, I want to copy this path. C users Arun M is the path. I want to print it here. For example, sorry. So what is the path here, guys? If I select this C colon slash users slash single slash Arun M. So I'll give the same thing here. C colon slash. Then we have something known as users backslash Arun M. This was a path, right? I want to print this path. The exact path of this folder I want to print. This path I want to print. But when I provide this path inside this double quotes and try to print it, I'm getting an error, guys. It says invalid escape sequence. It's not allowing you to provide this path. I cannot run also because I'm already getting one error here saying invalid escape sequence. It's saying that instead of this single backslash, use double slash, it's saying. Okay. To represent the single backslash, use this double backslash, it is saying. So for that, guys, what I will do here is I will simply add double backslash here. Okay. Now the error got resolved, guys. Now when I print it, do you think that this double backslash will be printed in the output? No, guys. Only single backslash will be printed. Even though you provided double backslash here, this is nothing but it will act as an escape character and it will only print the single backslash. You see, right click run as Java application. You see, whatever the path we want to get using the single slashes that we got. Okay, here we have to write double backslash, otherwise Java will not allow you. Okay, single backslash Java will not allow, it will give error. So we have to mandatorily use the double backslash, then only we'll get this output. Okay, whatever the path we got is the correct path. So that is nothing but the single backslash, guys. Then we have something known as, okay, backslash R. This is like what we call return. Okay, press return key on your keyboard, enter key, like enter, it will act as a enter key. Okay, enter key. So guys, so let's me show you one example for what exactly I mean by this return here. Okay, for that let me open a notepad and let me type some text into this notepad file. This is a notepad file, guys, and let me type some text. Let's say qfox.com. After that, if I press enter key on my keyboard, that is nothing but return key also. Okay, enter key can also be called as return key. Okay, so generally everyone will have the enter text on their enter keyboard key. Okay, if I press the enter keyboard key after typing this qfox.com text in this notepad, if I press the enter key on my keyboard, what's happening, guys? The control has been taken to the next line, and if I type some text, the next line, the text will be typed in the next line. If I press enter key, okay, the control will be taken to the next line, and I have to type software. You see, this is what is happening, right? Tutorials. The same thing will happen with the if you use backslash R okay, escape character using the string literals. For example, if I use something like this, firefox.com backslash or, then I will say Arun Motori, then backslash or the software testing tutorials. So wherever I have used this backslash or, that will what this is an escape character, guys, which is one of the types of escape character literal in Java. And when this particular statement is executed, so here after printing this qfox.com text, the enter or return key will be pressed on your keyboard. It will simulate that. Okay. Then of course the control will taken to the next line because of the pressing of that enter key, simulation of that, and then this text will be printed again. The return key or enter key will be printed. Then this text will be printed. Okay. So let's run this to see the same thing happening. You see, whatever we expected has happened. After qfox.com, the enter or return key got simulated and executed. So again, in the next line it got printed, and in the next line it got printed. So that's about the return, okay, simulation of the return key by using this backslash or escape character literally in Java. The next one is Unicode, okay, Unicode. We can also execute or print some Unicode letters. For example, guys, for example, let me go to one website. So let's Google search for Unicode character list. Okay, just search for Unicode character list, and you'll be presented with a list of Unicode characters, kind of Wikipedia link. Just click on this link and scroll down a bit. As you can see, some tables here, and let me choose one kind of symbol. Let's say, scroll down. I want to print this copyright symbol. This is a copyright sign. Okay, this is a copyright sign. Copyright. How to get this copyright printed here? Do you have any keyboard key having that copyright symbol? No. There is no keyboard key on your keyboard having this copyright symbol, guys. So there, what we can use do is, for example, I would like to say something like, mm, let's say XYZ. Then I want to print the symbol like copyright symbol here at this place of text. Copyright. Okay. Copyright 2009. I want to print this text. Okay. XYZ company copyrighted with the 2009 year. Instead of this copyright text, I want to print the exact copyright symbol. How to get that? How to do that? For that, we have to use this escape character known as backslash following the Unicode's symbol. Okay, let Unicode's code. Let me show you. When I Google search for this Unicode characters list in Java, I got this Wikipedia page, which is giving me this particular codes for this Unicode. For getting this symbol, we have to use this Unicode. Okay, so U followed by 00A9. So what I will do here is, at this place I will say backslash U, and other thing is 00A9. You can give in small letter also, use 00A9. Okay, just do something like this. Now when I run this, right click run as Java application. You see XYZ, in place of this escape character, we got this copyright symbol. Okay, then we got the 2009. So like this, guys, this escape character for printing for printing the required symbols using the given unique code. Okay, okay, required symbols, you can say. For getting the required symbols, we can use this kind of approach. Which these symbols are not there on my keyboard, guys. They may be there, they may not be there, but if you want to get such symbols, you can even use the Unicodes, guys. Okay, every letter has a Unicode. For example, if I go here, here if you see here, number one has a Unicode, and capital A has a Unicode. Like that, everything will have a Unicode. Okay, you can use a Unicode in place of this A also. Instead of directly giving the A which is already there on a keyboard, you can use a Unicode also. That will also work. Fine. Then the last two things are like, this is for backspace, guys. Okay, so I tried this backspace and it's not working, guys. Okay, it's not working. But what exactly it has to do is, for example, this is a notepad, and if I have used, for example, if here if I have used something like ABCD, okay, And then if I say here somewhere, if I say a backslash, and when I run this, I'm not getting the expected output. Okay, I'm getting some question mark symbol here. Okay, which is not correct. Which is not correct. But what exactly need to be expected here is, which is not working now. Okay, which is not working for me. But according to the documentation of Java, this backslash, how it should work is, if I try to print ABCD, but since I provided backslash B, okay, before or just after B, I provided here is a place where backslash B is there, right? So what exactly the Java will do here is, it will simulate the backspace button on your keyboard. You have some backspace button on your keyboard. When what will happen when I press backspace? Let me press backspace key here. You see B got disappeared. Okay, B got removed. That means it will clear the remaining stuff, or sometimes you have something, if you do that, it will clear the spaces. That's how the backspace button will work. The same thing need to be simulated by backslash B, but it's not working due to some XYZ reasons. Okay. Now the other one is, though it's not working, the purpose was for the backspace, guys. Okay, it's not working though. Then backslash F. This is like form field. Okay, they call it as form field. This escape character is called as form field, and this is also not working, guys. This is similar to backslash B. This particular thing is also not working. But how it should work? Let me explain what exactly is form field and all. Okay, for example, here if I say, let's say if I say qfox.com, then if I give something like backslash F, and then if I give something like Arun Motori, okay, what should be the output? What should be the output? So the output should be like this, guys. First, it has to print this first text, that is qfox.com. Till here, it has to print here qfox.com. Then it has to simulate the enter key on my keyboard. That means the cursor will go to the next line. Return key or enter key on my keyboard, it should simulate. Then, guys, after that, it has to go till this point. Okay. Then after the ending of this, okay, if you see this, at the end of this, in the next line, it should start printing Arun Motor. The output should come like this, QFox Arun Motor. This kind of structure it should come. Okay, for this, it has to press enter key, simulate the enter key, then keep on pressing the space bar or something and move here till this text is completed when you check, and then after here in the second line, it has to print Arun Motor like this. This kind of structure should come. But guys, this is also not working. So if I run this, right click run as Java application, you see I'm getting again question mark symbol. That is, this particular thing is not working. Okay, fine. So these are the different escape character literals in Java. We don't have any more. Okay, so these are the different escape character literals and how to use them in the Java programming along with the string literals. Fine. So that's it. In the next video session, I'll explain how to use this underscore symbol with the numerical literals and its purpose of using with numerical. Why to use this underscore with numerical literals and all those things I'm going to explain in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 28 of Java for Tester series, that is using underscore in numeric literals. Before explaining, okay, how to use underscore in numeric literals and what is the purpose of using underscore in numeric literals, we have to first find out what exactly are numeric literals. Okay, so there are 4 types of numeric literals in Java. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4 types of numerical literals are there in Java. I already covered the different types of literals in Java in one of the previous videos. You can go through that. But now in this video session, I'm going to explain, okay, numerical literals and their types. So the one of the type of this numeric literals is integer literal. Okay. Then the other type is long literal. Then we have something known as floating point literals. and then we have something known as double literals. Okay, these are the subtypes of these numeric literals in Java. There are 4 numeric literals in Java, and these are the 4 types. Okay, I already covered what exactly is numeric literals and the different types, and I practically demonstrated also these different types in the previous video. Okay, if you have no idea about this, go to the previous video and come back here, guys. Okay, fine. So in all these numerical literals, in all these numerical literal and types, we can use a symbol known as underscore symbol. Okay, this is an underscore symbol we can use in any of these numerical literals. So what is the purpose of using this underscore in these different numerical literals? The purpose here is to increase the readability. Okay, it will improve the readability. Let me practically show you how to use, okay, underscore in these different types. Okay, for example, if I say short a is equal to, and if I give some number like 99 here, okay, so this is a numeric literal that is of integer type. Okay, this is an integer literal, guys. I am assigning to the variable a, and I can also say, let's say this is byte. Then let me give something like short b is equal to 9999. Okay, then enter c is equal to, okay, then long d is equal to, till now here this is an integer literal, this is an integer literal, and this is an integer literal. Let me type here. This is an integer literal, 99 is integer literal, and here, okay, 999 is also an integer literal, and here this is also an integer literal. Okay, now if I give something here, one, okay, and if I add some L letter here, this is an integer literal, whereas this is a long literal. Okay, these are all different types of numeric literals in Java, guys. First 3 are like integer literals, whereas this one is a long literal. Similarly, we have something like float is equal to, okay, like this, and I have to add a f here, and this decimal value followed by f will become a floating point literal, and we have something like double, a normal decimal number. Okay, normal decimal number. This is a double literal. Okay, you can even add, this is not compulsory, but you can add. Okay, you can add a letter d at the end of the double literal. That's optional. Whereas in floating point, okay, for float, this is not, this is compulsory, guys. Okay, for floating point literal, you have to say f. And here also it's compulsory for long literal. Without, if you don't add l here, it's giving you error. It's considering as a integer literal. So if you add l, it will become a, okay, it will become a long literal. So these are the different literals now. Whatever I explained here, integer literals, like these are first 3 are the integer literals. Then we have something like long literal, that is this one. Then we have floating point literal, that is nothing but this one. Then we have double literal, that is nothing but this one. Okay, and what if I print it directly? System.out.println. Sorry. So let me print system.out.println. See, I'm printing each and every variable from starting from here, A, B, C, D, like that. Okay. Here I am just printing D, E, F. Okay. Save it. And if I run this directly, the different literal types will be printed. Okay, without any problem. That's fine. Okay, fine. Now, what I'm going to do now here is, I'm going to add underscore. Okay, underscore in this different. What is the purpose? I'm going to explain. Here I cannot use because this is only 2 digits. Okay, but I can use it here, guys. I can use it, but this doesn't give any meaning. 9_9 doesn't give any meaning, but still I can use it. So let's use it for now without any meaning. And coming to the next one, I want to understand it in an Indian standard format where we generally call it as 9,999, right? So let me add some underscore here to separate this 9, which becomes 9,000, and this is 999. Just for reading, guys, there is no operation being performed here. This is just for your look purpose, okay? Here, let me say 999. This is like by segregating this, this will become 99,000, and here if I underscore put here, it will become 99 lakhs 99,999. This is like 99, okay, 99 crores 99 lakhs 99,999, something like that. So similarly, this also you can do. Okay, just keep on adding this Indian format of understanding the numbers, guys. So you can put this underscore in your own country format. That's not a problem. Okay. So here I will say 1 underscore 2 underscore. Okay. 1 underscore 23 underscore 456. That is like 1,23,456.7789 F. Here also 1,23,456.7890. Okay. Fine. Now, after adding this underscore, if I run this, if I print all these values stored in these variables, will there be any change? Earlier, before I added this underscore in this was the output. Now, let's clear this output. Now there is no output. Let's run this again after adding this underscore, by using which you are able to understand these numbers very well. Right click, run as Java application. Observe that you got the same output. Okay. There's no change in the output. So that means that this underscore is generally used in numbers for numeric values or numeric literals for understanding purpose. So this is how, guys, we have to use underscore in numeric literals for increasing the readability of the numerical values. Okay, fine. So in the next video session, I'm going to explain the difference between integer literals and long literals. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 29 of Java for Tester series. That is the difference between integer literals and long literals. So there are many literals in Java, guys. Okay, there are many types of literals in Java. One is numeric literals, character literals, boolean literals, okay, string literals, escape characters. Like this, many literal types are there in Java. And coming to the first type, that is numeric literals. Okay, under numeric literals, we have many other literals like one of them is there are different literals under numerical literals. That is, one is integer literal. Second one is long literals. Okay. Then we have something like floating point literal and then double literals. Like this, many literals are there in Java. Okay. So these are the high level literals, and under numerical literals, we have another 4 literals subtypes, subliteral types, that is integer, long, floating point, and double. Out of all these 4 subliteral types under numerical literals, this integer and long, okay, this integer literals and long literals look similar, guys. Okay, they look similar. But guys, even though these integer literals and long literals look similar, they have their differences. Okay, they have their differences. So in this video session, I am going to show you or explain you the difference between these integer literals and long literals in detail. Okay, so let's get started. So guys, let me start it by a practical example, guys. So for example, if I go to this okay, project having this demo.java file, and inside that we have a main method. Inside the main method, I am writing something like this. So if I say byte or else yeah, byte A is equal to, if I give a number n 9, okay, what is this literal, guys? Whether this is a, okay, whether this is a integer literal or it is a long literal. What is this number? 9. This is nothing but an integer literal, guys. Isn't 9 is an integer literal here? So 9, the value 9 is an integer literal. Okay. So that means by default any numerical or any number, okay, any normal number, okay, any normal, by default if you assign a normal number like this 9, okay, this normal number 9, it will become a which literal? By default any normal number becomes a integer literal. Okay, so what are integer literals? Any number, any normal number, okay, will become, by default is an, by default they will become an integer literal. So you can give more examples, guys. Short b is equal to, here I can say some 9999. This is also an integer literal, guys. Okay, by default any number, okay, number, by default any number becomes an integer literal. Int c is equal to, okay, like this, and this number is also, okay, this number is also an integer literal only. Then so guys, now if you are giving, you are using any number, by default they become, by default these numbers are nothing but integer literals by default. Okay, there are no byte literals, or there are no short literals, or there are not int literals. Okay, there are we don't have any literals saying in Java. There are no literals like byte literal, short literal, int literal, but instead we have only integer literals. Okay, there are no byte and short, only integer literals are there in Java, guys. By default if you give any number, that becomes an integer literal, maybe it's a single digit or multiple digit. Okay, no matter how much size you give, okay, the number by default will be an integer literal. So what if I give very lengthy number like this? Will this be an integer literal or not? You're getting an error here, compiler error. Hover the mouse, it says that the literal of type integer. Okay, it's saying that this number is an integer literal only. Okay, by default any number is an integer literal. But what is the problem with this? Why we are getting an error? When you hover that, it is saying that it is out of range. Okay, so the problem here is the integer literals has some range. Okay, whatever the number you are providing, right? By default that is an integer literal and it has a range. So what is the range? This is a range, guys. Okay, integer literals range is this one. This is a range of integer literals. Okay, that is nothing but it's 32-bit size, guys. Okay, integer literal range is 32-bit size. That is 2 power. You already know this. 2 power 31 minus 2 power 31 minus 2 power 31 to 2 power 31. Yes, surround this with and then minus 1. Okay, minus 1. So when you calculate this in mathematics, it will give you this range, guys. Okay, it's a 32-bit. So you have to say minus 2 power 32-bit, 32 minus 1, that is 31 will come here. 2 power again 32 minus 1, 31, and you have to minus it with 1. Okay, the positive value should be minus with 1 and negative value should be not, it's a normal. Okay, so here we have the range will come like this: minus 2147 483 648 to 214 483 647, positive number. This is the range, guys. Okay, if so we can give this range here. For example, if I give this number here in something like this, what it will do? It says that, okay, so I have to remove this comma. Okay, this is not correct. Okay, now I have given the number and you see it's accepting, right? Because this integer, whatever the normal number by default is an integer literal, is in the range. Okay, a is in the integer literal range. This is the integer literal range. If you give any one, if you increase it by at least one number, it will give an error saying that the literal of integer type, that is integer literal, is out of range, it is saying. Okay, so guys, in order to work with the integer literals, you have to be within the range, and by default any number, any numerical number is an integer literal. Okay, by default any numerical number or this number kind of okay, any number is a integer literal by default. Fine. Now what is a long literal then? So far I explained integer literal, and now let me explain what is a long literal. So long literal also looks similar to the integer literals. Okay, here guys, 9 is there. This is an integer literal. How to convert this 9 to long literal? You simply need to add a letter L. Okay, 9L, to make this an long literal. But the thing here is you cannot store the long literal into the byte data type variable. Okay, so you see, cannot convert from long to byte, it's saying. So how to do that? We have to convert this byte to long. Then only you can store this. Long literals. So what is the first difference you identified here, guys? The first difference is this one. Let me explain. So let me explain difference by difference. Integer literal, and here other side we have the long literals. And now what is the first difference? The first difference is integer literal. One example is this normal number. Normal number by default will become an integer literal no matter of its size. Okay, and coming to the long literals, they look similar to the integer literals, but they have a letter L at the end of the number. After number, if you see a letter L, that is nothing, that's not an integer literal. That becomes a long literal. Normal numbers are integer literals. Numbers having L at their end are long literals. That is the difference between integer literal and long literal. This is the first difference, guys. The second difference is integer literals. Okay, if you remove this L, as you can see here, and say byte here, as you can see, integer literals can be stored into byte, short, int. And also, if I say long D is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, very big number I am giving. So let's remove few numbers here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this is also an integer literal only. Okay, so this is also an integer literal. We can actually copy paste this one also here. Okay, that's not a problem. This is an integer literal. This is an integer literal. This is an integer literal, and this is an integer literal. So here, the second difference here is integer literals can be assigned to byte, short, int, and long data type variables. Right? As you can see in this example, I was able to assign the integer normal numbers or integer literals into this variables of different types, that is byte, short, int, long. Can I assign the long literals to all these data types or not? Let's find it out. Let's add this L here. You see, immediately you got an error saying that type mismatch. That means you cannot assign the long literals to, this is a long literal now. Okay, we cannot assign long literals to a byte data type. So what to do? So only way is to convert it to long, or okay, what is the other way? We have to do add typecast byte. So we have to typecast this again to byte again. Okay, you cannot directly assign the long literal values to the variables of the byte data type. You have to either cast it, or okay, you have to either cast it or change the data type of this variable a to long. Okay, if you really want to store some long literal, then you have to change the data type to long. What if I add this L here? Again, you will get the same error because you cannot assign the long literal value to a variable of the short data type. Okay, again the same solution, long. Now if I add L here, the same thing again. Okay, you cannot assign the long literal value to the variable of int. You can only assign to the long data type only. So this is long, guys. For long, you can assign the integer literal, and at same time, if you say L, so this is long literal assigned to the variable of long type. So that means integer literals can be assigned to byte, short, int, long, whereas long literals can be only assigned to the long data type only. Okay, long data types only. You cannot assign long literals to other data types like byte, short, or int. That's not possible. Okay, this is the second difference. And the third difference is integer literals range. The integer literals range is this one. Okay, this is a range of integer literals. This is the third difference. That is the range of integer value, that is 32-bit range. This is 32-bit range, guys. The integer literal range is 32-bit. That is from this minus number to this number, we can assign the values to this. Okay, can use this integer literals. This is the range of integer literals. If you increase at least one number here, it will say that the integer literal is out of range. It says out of range. Okay, if you give normal number, which is the highest size of this possible range, then it will simply give a compiler error saying that integer literal is out of range. Okay, now coming to the long literal, it has a very big range, guys. That is 64-bit range. This is the range of the long literal, that is 64-bit range. It's a very bigger size, guys. Okay, as you can see, this is very big compared to this integer literals. Okay, this is the difference, guys. This is the third difference. The range of the long literals is very big. You cannot assign to byte, short, and int data type only. Long literals can be assigned to the long data type variables only. And the other difference we have seen here is that the letter L should be added to make this integer literal convert into a long literal. Okay, that's another difference. And numerical values having the L at the end is a long literal irrespective of the size. For example, here, okay, if I give 9L, it is a long literal only. Okay, it's single digit. Still, it is a long literal. If I keep on increasing the size, this is also a long literal. So till this range, guys. Okay, you can give till this range. That is this particular range. This is highest possible range of the long literal you can give. Here, if I give this number and remove this commas are not allowed. Okay. Okay. So it may be a single digit or a good number of size within the range of long literals. This is a long literal, guys. What if I give a out of range? That is, if I increase the size behind the long literal size, if I give some number, it will give an error saying that the long literal type is out of range. Okay. So let me remove this and keep this in range. So here, numerical values having the L at their end is a long literal irrespective of the size. Numerical values irrespective of the size by default. Okay, normal numerical values, normal numbers by default are integer literals. Numbers having L at their end is a long literal irrespective of the size. So this is the difference, guys. Sometimes people may get confused a lot because of this. Okay, so this is a literal, guys. There are types of literals, that is integer literals and long literals, and these are the differences. Okay, in their ranges or in their type of representation. Okay, or the way you assign to the different data types. Okay, you have to be aware of this to make yourself clear with the differences between the integer literals and long literals. This is how the things works in Java when coming to the integer literals and long literals. By default, any number value is a integer literal irrespective of the size, and if you have any number followed by the L letter at the end, that becomes a long literal irrespective of its size. Okay, maybe it may be in the within the range or it is out of range. If it is out of range, you will get out of range errors. Okay, so that's it. So that's it about the difference between integer literals and long literals, guys. In the next video session, I am going to explain how to assign different types of literals to byte data type variable. So I'm going to explain assigning the different data types of literals. Okay, that means different types of literals. This side we have a lot of literals, right? As I explained here, there are different literal types. I am going to assign all these different literal types to the byte data type variable. Okay, and show you what will work and what will not work. This thing I am going to explain as part of the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 30 of Java for Tester series, that is assigning different literals to byte data type variable. So there are different literals in Java, guys. Java has different literal types. These are all the literals that I'm going to list down here, one after the another one. To get started with, we have integer literals. Then we have long literals. Then floating point literals. Then we have double literals. Then we have boolean literals. Then we have character literals. Then we have string literals. And finally, we have escape characters. Literals. These are the different literals we have in Java, guys. And now in this video session, what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign each and every one of these literal types to the byte variable. Okay, a variable which is declared of byte data type. To this particular variable, I'm going to assign the literals one after the another one. Okay, to this variable which is declared of byte data type, I'm going to assign these literals, different literals, one after the another one. So let's get started and find out what exactly will happen. So byte a is equal to, let's start assigning the integer literals, guys. So if I assign something 99, this 99 is nothing but an integer literal. I'm assigning this 99 integer literal to this variable a, and you see it's working fine. We can assign integer literals to the variable of byte data type. So let's print the value that is stored into the variable a, save it, and let's run this program. Right click on this demo.java and say run as an Java application. You see 99, the integer literal value that got assigned to the variable a got printed. Okay, so what if I assign 999? 99 is also an integer literal, and 999 is also an integer literal. When I'm trying to assign 999, 999 value to this variable a, immediately I'm getting an error, guys. Okay, cannot convert from int to byte. What's the problem? This is an integer literal. I'm trying to assign that to the variable a. So Java is unable to convert this integer literal to the byte type. For assigning this integer literal to this variable of byte data type, Java has to internally convert this. Okay, internally convert this integer literal value to the byte data type value. So the problem why we are getting this error here is the range of the integer literals are this one. Okay, very big number, that is minus 2147483648 to 2147483647. But the range of the byte data type is only 128 to 127. Even though you have the capability of giving a very big number like this, okay, even though this is an integer literal, if the integer literal value is small and is aligned, is according to the range of this byte data type, since 99 is in the range of the byte data type, okay, then only you can assign such kind of integer literals to this variable of byte data type, guys. Okay, out this thing, if you try to assign this kind of integer literals, okay, which is oversized for this variable of this byte data type, so immediately we'll get type mismatch, cannot convert from into byte error. Okay, so we should be giving the integer literals which are in the range of byte data type only. Okay, even though integer literals can be of this much size, still the variable is of byte data type, and you can only provide the integer literals which are in the range of this range of byte data type. Okay, so this is one thing, guys. Now let's go with the next literal. Okay, we are done with the integer literals. We have to provide within the range and of the byte, otherwise it will give an error. So next thing is a long literal. So if I say 9l, okay, so number followed by the letter L, this will become a long literal, right? 9l is a long literal, it's not an integer literal, it's a long literal. Immediately you are getting an error, guys. Type mismatch, cannot convert from long to byte. It's not possible to assign the long literal value to a variable of byte data type. Okay, you can only assign the long literal values to the long data type only. Okay, other than that you cannot assign. So That's why you are getting error. It's not possible. Okay, this is not possible. Assigning. So for now, integer literal within the range is possible. Long literals are not possible. You are getting type mismatch compiler error. Then we have the next literal type, that is floating type. Let's try to give the floating type, that is 123.456. You have to give f. Okay, to make this decimal value a floating point literal, you have to add f later. So this is a floating point literal, and this is also giving an error saying the type mismatch cannot convert from float to byte. Okay, cannot convert from float to byte. That means it's not possible, guys. You can only assign this kind of literals to the float data type variables only. Okay, apart from that, if you try to assign this float literal to this any variable of other data types like byte, it will give compiler error like this. So it's not possible. Floating point literal is not possible. You cannot assign floating point to the byte variable of byte data type. Let's go with the decimal literals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and this is also not possible, guys. You cannot convert from double to type. Same kind of error is coming. So normal decimal numbers when you provide becomes a double literal, guys. Okay, so even you cannot assign byte literal decimal double literals to the byte variable of byte data type. Now boolean literals, again the same thing will happen, guys. Here also, if you say true, definitely will get error. You cannot assign the boolean literals to the variables of byte data type. Okay, that's not possible. You'll get type mismatch error. Only for boolean data types you can do that. But apart from that, if you try to assign these boolean literals to the any other data type, then you will definitely get a compiler error like this. Okay, so this is also not possible. And character literals, is it possible or not? It's possible, guys. Okay, for example, if I give this character literal here, okay, single letter, single character surrounded by the single quotes will become the character literal. And if you assign this character literal to this variable a of a byte data type, this will work. Okay, it will not give any compiler error. If you put a here and print it, you will get some number, guys. Okay, number, integer number printed. You see, you got 115 printed. How it is possible? So what Java is doing is it is converting this character, okay, literal to this integer literal, numerical literal in this way. There is something like ASCII. There's something known as ASCII, guys. ASCII table. So when you Google search for ASCII table, you'll get the search results. In that, go for the cs.cmu.edu ASCII. Just click on the ASCII table link and go for it. It has a complete list of ASCII table values. For each and every character, there's associated numerical kind of value. So if you go to this character s that I have given here, small s, the associated number is 115. Okay, using this ASCII table, Java is internally converting this character to this numerical value, okay, of integer literal or whatever it is. So when you print it, that's why we got 115 printed. Okay, this will work. So Java will internally convert these character literals to the numerical literals, that is integer literals. So next thing is string literals. You'll directly get the compiler error this time. Okay, you cannot assign string values. For example, if I try to assign this kfox.com by Arun Motori, the software testing tutorials kind of string literal to the variable of byte data type, immediately will get type mismatch error. Okay, cannot convert from string to byte. It's not possible. Fine. This is not possible. Then we have escape characters, which are straight away not possible, guys. Okay, escape characters only work with the string literals. So there is no point in assigning a escape character like this. Okay, to try to assign something, you'll get some inappropriate error. It's not actually, okay, cannot assign. So only what are the things that you can assign to the variable of byte data type? Which literals you can assign? One is within the range integer literals. Okay, within the range byte range of integer literals you can assign. Other thing is the character literals you can assign. Okay, these are the only two things that you can assign to the variable of byte data type. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I will explain assigning different types of literals to the short data type variable. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye.